Hey family, welcome back to my video. Today we will see, what if Harry Potter had harem with cute twin of Hermione? Part 2. Before we start, I would like to extend my sincere thanks to the original author of this story for granting us permission to use it in our YouTube video. Your generosity is greatly appreciated. The author's creation and the original story's link in the descriptions. Please do check that first. Now enjoy the video. Your attention, please. Welcome to the second task. Last night, unbeknownst to our champions, something they value exceptionally was taken from them. That something now lies at the bottom of the Black Lake. Their mission this morning is to retrieve it. Champions, you may begin. Professor Dumbledore said as Mr. Filch fires the cannon. Professor Dumbledore shakes his head. Now. The crowd roars as the champions sprint into the icy water. Chill bumps Pebble Harry's skin as he stuffs the gillyweed into his mouth. He chews furiously and swallows, clapping his hands to his throat. What's happening to him? Dean Thomas asked. He can't breathe, Ron said, leaning forward, about to stand up, but was stopped by Harper, who sends him a knowing look and leaned back against the chair. Oh my God, I've killed him. I've killed Harry Potter, Neville said while Marcus comforts him, telling him to wait. Veins erupt in Harry's temples as blood vessels snake through the whites of his eyes. His fingers slip from his throat, and someone screams when they saw his gills. Harry dives into the water, hands mutating, turning ghostly green, webbed. He kicks deeper, feet flashing like flippers. He glances to his left and several yards away. Victor's pale body shimmers. Abruptly, Victor's face turns and grins. Or so it seems. The grin spreads hideously, Victor's teeth lengthening into razor-sharp spiked, his head mutating into the blunt angles of a shark. Quickly, Harry kicks deeper into the water. Harry glides through the shimmering shafts of luminescence, passing from shadow into light, back into shadow of a veil of small fish scatter like darts as Harry streaks into view, then vanish, taking the light with them. Harry drifts deeper and deeper, bubbles trailing from his gills. Dark velvet grasses twitch in the current, caressing his skin. The water grows darker as a curious silver light flickers and a creature, graceful and swift, flashes into his view. Harry stares, transfixed, then kicks after the slithering creature, its radiance blinding. Slowly, it takes shape into a mermaid. She gazes briefly back, long golden tresses drifting like smoke across her eyes, then flits away. Harry kicks harder, closing the distance between them when she disappears. Harry slows, glancing around. All around, black weeds undulate eerily. He drifts, then the black weeds come apart. Not weed, but Grindylows. The Grindylows have their fangs bared, swarming Harry. Harry reaches for the wand lashed to his ankle, but his webbed fingers fumble it. The wand tumbles in a roiling cloud of bubbles. A Grindylows reaches for it when Harry snatches it away. Incendio! Harry said as a jet of fiery red bubbles rockets from the tip of the wand and strikes the Grindylows dead in the chest, leaving a scarlet welt. Howling in a gargled rage, it corkscrews away. Wheeling, Harry fires blindly at the approaching mob. The nearest pair peel off in opposite directions, avoiding the blasts, and the one behind takes it between the eyes. As it floats away, cross-eyed and confused, Harry wheels again and again, sending jolt after jolt of fiery red bubbles at the attacking Grindylows. Again and again, the corkscrew away, dazed and defeated. Finally none remain. Harry studies the rippling currents, sure he's vanquished them all, when one more Grindylows emerges from the shadows. Then another, and more still until Harry finds himself surrounded. Wand poised, Harry waits warily, the water demons twitching menacingly. Then, as one, the Grindylows raise their tiny fists, shake them angrily and dart up and away. Harry watches them vanish like ink above him, then the curious silver light flickers across his eyes. He turns, finds the mermaid drifting dreamily. As she darts off, Harry follows after her, and the siren's song is heard. An hour long you'll have to look to recover what he took. Your time's half gone, so tarry not lest what you seek stays here. Harry follows the mermaid into a clearing and stops, to rot, lashed to a craggy rock, for people drift eerily, eyes closed, bubbles trailing like pearls from their mouths. Gabrielle Delacour, Cho Chang, Hermione, and Hindley. Harry swims forward, tugging at the ropey vines that bind them. They are strong and thick. Harry glances at the mermaid, but her unblinking eyes regard him impassively through her veil of hair. Deciding, Harry takes his wand. Incendio, Harry said as a fireball jets forth. As the bubbles clear, the vine appears blackened, but a red welt glows angrily below Hindley's elbow, where the fireball hit. Slipping his wand into the back of his waistband, he glances about and spies a jagged rock. Snatching it up, he returns to Hindley and hacks at the vine. In 3 quick blows, Hindley's body floats free. Harry moves to Hermione, but as he poises the rock, the mermaid swoops between and shakes her head. Get out of the way. The mermaid merely shakes her head. No, she's my friend too, Harry said. Just then, the hair tumbles from the mermaid's mouth and an ugly, snarling mouth is revealed. As Harry rears back, Cedric swims out of the shadows, his face mutating oddly in the translucent membrane quivering eerily around his head. Slipping a knife from his waistband, he frees Cho with a flick of the blade, then glances at Harry and taps his wrist. Time's running out. As he starts up, Victor appears, his blunt features twisted into the face of a shark. As his monstrous craw opens, teeth glittering dangerously over the vines binding Hermione and let her go, looking at Harry one last time before swimming away. Harry grabs Hindley by the collar, starts to swim up, then looks back. Gabrielle remains, drifting dreamily. Harry frowns. The deep slits on his neck are closing. He raises a hand. Looking at the webs spanning his fingers are thinning. Lowering his hand, he finds the mermaid, regarding him coolly. Harry lets Hindley float from his grasp, drops his hand behind his back and brings his wand slashing forward. Incendio! A jet of fire rockets towards the mermaid and Harry kicks towards Gabrielle, scoops up the rock and, with a single blow, frees her. The mermaid shrieks horribly as Harry loops one arm under Gabrielle, the other under Hindley, and starts up. Harry strains mightily, the gills on his neck nearly gone, his feet no longer like flippers. The skin between Harry's fingers vanishes. The flesh on his neck grows smooth. His face contracts with pain as he gripes towards the light shimmering above and breaks the surface, gulping for air. Hindley spit a mouthful of black water, grimacing. Gabrielle coughs in Hindley's arms. Gabrielle, are you hurt, baby? Fleur exclaimed, pulling her sister from the water and embraces her. As Harry pulls Hindley and himself up, Fleur places her hands on his face and kisses him on both cheeks. As he pulls away, he sees Hindley watching him with a small smile on his face. You saved her, even though she was not yours to save, Fleur said. It was nothing, really, Harry said, hypnotized by the smile on Hindley's face. And you elfed, Fleur said, turning to Hindley. It was all Harry, Hindley said as Fleur swoops down, doing the same thing she did to Harry to him. As Harry snatches up a towel, Neville pelts forward, flinging his arms around him. You're alive. You're alive, Neville exclaimed, body filled with relief. Get off, Neville, Harry said, looking at Ron and Harper who approached him. He instantly noticed Harper not letting go of Ron's hand. Right, Harper's fear is drowning. He was worried, Harry. Don't get mad at him, Harper said, face slightly pale as he looks at the water before looking to Ron when he squeezed his hand. My bad, Neville, Harry said. Don't worry about it, Harry. I'm just glad you're alive, Neville said, relief. I finished last, Harper, Harry said, looking at the brunette who moves closer to Ron. Next to last. Fleur never got past the Grindylows. Ron said, your attention, please. Your winner is Mr. Diggory, who showed innate command of the bubble head charm. However, seeing as Mr. Potter would have finished first if not for his determination to rescue not only Mr. Rosewood but the others as well, we have agreed to award him second place. For outstanding moral fiber. 49. Harper was talking with Ron, walking back towards the castle but stops when he sees Mr. Crouch talking with Harry, and he knows exactly what Mr. Crouch is talking to Harry about. What is he doing with Harry? Ron questioned. having seen the same thing Harper had seen, and started walking towards them. "Harry," he said, wrapping his arm around Harry, who looked up at him and Harper with relief showing in his eyes. "Is there something you want with Harry, Mr. Crouch?" Harper asked, looking at Mr. Crouch. "If there is, you can tell us as well," he said, with Ron nodding with agreement beside him. "Did you two decide to be his parents?" Mr. Crouch asked, looking at Ron and Harper. "Yes, something's wrong?" Ron said without hesitation, arms still wrapped around Harry's shoulders who had relaxed against him. "No, nothing," Mr. Crouch said and turned to walk away. "What's up with him?" Ron asked, watching Mr. Crouch walks away. "Harper looks like he knows," Harry said, looking at Harper who have his eyes narrowed on Mr. Crouch. "He's trying to give Harry the ministry's summer internships," Harper said, looking away from Mr. Crouch to his two friends. "Bloody hell," Ron said, shaking his head. Hermione, Ron, Neville, and Marcus trail Hagrid himself through the trees. Harry walks with Harper, some distance ahead. "I remember when I first met y'all. Biggie's bunch o' misfits I e'er seen. I supposed ya reminded me o' me a bit. Now look at us all, for years on," Hagrid said. "We're still a bunch of misfits," Ron said, looking out for Harry and Harper even though they're farther than him. "Sure, but we got each other, don't we? And we got Harry," Hagrid said before calling ahead. "Soon to be the youngest Triwizard champion there's e'er been." Harry smiles softly at the sound of his friends' cheerful voices in the gentle evening breeze, then winces, grabbing his scar, gaining the attention of Harper who's walking beside him. "What's wrong, Harry?" Harper questioned, confused as to what had happened. He looked through the trees ahead. The reddening sky shimmers like blood. He instantly recognized these woods, looking at the figure lying in the brush, losing his breath. "No," he breathed out, looking at the still body of Mr. Crouch. Harper looks out the window where far in the distance, a group of teachers, eerily illuminated by the torch Hagrid clutches, stand in a dark circle at the sight of Mr. Crouch's body. He sighs, standing up and walks towards Ron's dormitory, entering without knocking and walks towards Ron's bed where the Weasley is already waiting for him. He goes under the blanket, letting Ron move the blanket over him and let Ron wrap his arm around his waist, pulling Harper into his chest where the Granger places his hand and head on top of Ron's chest and sighs. "It's not your fault, Harper," Ron muttered, stroking his thumb on Harper's hip. "It feels like it is," Harper murmured, looking up at Ron. "I saw how he died. Maybe it changes?" Ron suggested, shrugging his right shoulder. "I mean, last you've looked at Harry's vision. It was on the train when Moody was the professor, wasn't it?" "Yes," Harper said after a minute of silence. "Then it's not your fault, Harper," Ron said, letting Harper move closer to him, burying his face inside the crook of his neck. "Good night, Ron," Harper said, closing his eyes. "And thank you for everything." Ron squeezes Harper's hip, closing his eyes. "Good night, Harper." "What'd you suppose it was? On Karkaroff's arm?" Ron asked, with him and Hermione stand on one side of the bridge, while Harry and Harper stand on the other. "Dunno," Harry responded, shrugging. "Boomslong skin and lacewing flies? You're sure those were the two ingredients Snape mentioned?" Hermione asked, frowning in thought. "Positive." "Why?" Harry asked, looking at her. "Well, he thinks we're brewing Polyjuice Potion, doesn't he?" Hermione said, looking at Harper who seems deep in thought. Harry looks into the distance and sees Neville and Marcus. Neville's nose is buried deep in a herbology book, walking across the grounds. "I don't care what Snape thinks. I've got bigger problem than detention," Harry said, looking off again. "Something's coming, drawing closer. I just don't know what it is. Guys, I'll see you guys soon," Harper suddenly said, leaning away from the wooden bridge, getting the attention of the trio. "Where are you going?" Ron questioned, leaning away to look at the brunette. "Give Cedric a riddle and hope he understands," Harper said, looking at the three who look at him. "Can you give me a riddle?" Harry asked, a hopeful look on his face. In shadows deep, he bides his time, a specter rising, fueled by crime. A whispered name, a chilling dread, from darkest depths, he'll soon be fed, Harper said, not waiting for a response, and walks away before they can question him. That sounds creepy, Ron muttered, looking at Harper, who disappeared from his sight. 50. The contestants are gathered outside the maze at sunset, each at a separate entrance. Each is accompanied by a handler, Karkaroff for Victor, Madame Maxime for Fleur, Amos Diggory for Cedric. All of them are nervous. Victor is standing, his head lowered in ox, face blank. Karkaroff is whispering urgently in his ear. Madame Maxime, accompanied by Gabrielle, is massaging scented oils into a subdued Fleur. Amos Diggory is instructing and practicing useful spells with Cedric. The air is full of tension, the crowd subdued. Harper stood next to Harry, rubbing his back comfortingly and whispering something into Harry's ear, which he responded by nodding at the brunette. Harry looks through the nearest entrance and sees the long, threatening tunnel of the maze's first alley stretching away from him, high and full of shadows. Harper looks at Moody standing beside Professor Dumbledore, narrowing his eyes at him, still suspicious of the man even though he had cleared him when that was asked from Professor Dumbledore. Earlier this evening, Moody placed the Triwizard Cup within the maze with Mr. Granger approval. Only they know where it resides. As the scoring is close, the first to touch the cup will become the first Triwizard champion in over 100 years. Professor Dumbledore said as the crowd roared. Harper patted Harry's back, walking back towards where the champion's handler was waiting for their respective champions. Champions, prepare yourselves. On 3, 1, 2, Professor Dumbledore was cut off by Mr. Filch firing the cannon, and the champions disappear into the maze through their separate entrance. Harper rubs his hands nervously, pacing back and forth and looking at Moody from time to time with a glare on his face. You really care about him, do you? Mr. Diggory's voice breaks him out of his pacing. I care about keeping Harry and Cedric safe, Harper responded, looking back at Moody, who was talking with Lucius, making him stop his pacing and look at them. You already cleared him. Why are you nervous? Mr. Diggory questioned, looking at Harper, who started pacing again. Why are you not? Harper retorted, stopping his pacing when he heard Ron calling out for him. He turned and walked towards Ron, letting Ron take his hands into his. He'll be okay, Harper. They'll be okay. They're strong in their own way, Ron said, rubbing Harper's cold hands. I know, I just can't help but be nervous, Harper said, giving him a strained smile. And it's for a good reason, Ron said, reluctantly letting go of Harper's hands. Inside the maze, the mist settles round Harry, shifting in a fitful breeze. Harry begins to hurry and then, as the rustling continues, breaks into a jog. Then, spooked by the swirling mist, he runs, turns a corner, and hears a scream and runs towards it. As the hedge whips past, he sees a figure moving towards him. As he comes opposite, Harry stops. The figure stops, looking at Harry with wild eyes, and Harry recognizes that it was Victor. The boys are at a crossroads. Victor stares at Harry, his brain obviously racing. Then, with no word of greeting, he abruptly turns down an alley and is gone. Harry is uncertain whether to follow Victor or not, but decided not to and keep going. He approaches a crossroads, rounding a corner gingerly, and finds Fleur, motionless on the ground. He kneels, takes her wand in his hand, and shoots a red spark into the sky. Harry takes off as the maze envelopes Fleur. He keeps running, turning corner after corner into a short corridor after a short corridor. Again and again he looks over his shoulder anxiously. The sound of the rustling maze seems to be increasing. Harry reaches a crossroads and looks behind once more. Turns forward and crashes into something. Cedric. They both yell in surprise. Cedric takes off and Harry follows. But Cedric is faster, and before long the wand light that surrounds Cedric disappears. Harry slows down, breathless. He is in a long corridor. The sound of the hedge increases. The end of the corridor seems to be drawing nearer. Harry pauses, turning back. But the maze seems to be folding behind him. He sees a gap ahead and races towards it as the hedge begins to close. He hurls himself forward, slipping through the gap just as the hedge closes. He turns, seeing the cup far ahead. A bolt of light rockets past him, flying past the side of his head. He turns to see Victor readying his wand for a second shot. Victor jukes left and right, trying to see past Harry. Harry, duck, Cedric exclaimed from behind Harry. Harry ducks as Victor's spell sizzles past his ear. Cedric points his wand at Victor. Stupefy. His boot surges past Harry and bursts onto Victor, who collapses to the ground, wide-eyed and frozen. Cedric and Harry approach Victor. Thanks, Harry said. Harry and Cedric turn, staring at the cup in the distance. They pause, glancing at one another. Then, without a word, they sprint for the prize, fiercely competitive. Cedric begins to draw ahead when a root twists up out of the hedge and snags his ankle. He kicks it away, but is rapidly enveloped by the hedge. He falls heavily and Harry overtakes him. Then Harry looks back and sees Cedric suffocating, choked by the foliage. Harry stood, torn between ambition and duty, the cup or Cedric. Deciding, he dashes back. Cedric is almost consumed. Harry takes his wand, blasting and kicking and pulling at the snaking branches. Finally, he manages to haul Cedric free. They stand panting, barely able to speak. Harper gave me a riddle. Cedric was the first to speak, looking at Harry, who looked up at him. Found out not to take the cup. I'll be fine, Harry said, nodding. You stay here like Harper told you to do. Are you sure? Cedric asked, a concerned expression on his face. Harry smiles, though it looks strained. I've gone through this type of stuff before. I'll be fine. Cedric nods after a minute of hesitation. Good luck, Harry, he said, patting Harry's shoulder. Thanks, I'll need it, Harry said and turned to the cup, running towards it and clasping his hand onto the cup and felt his stomach lurches. Harper stood up when the second red sparks flew up into the sky, body filling with relief when Cedric was let out from the maze. Harper gasps, falling down to the ground on his back as his eyes glaze over. He didn't hear Ron and his sisters screaming his name, only the fact that he can see and feel Voldemort's vision. Harper let out a pained scream, the scar on his face burning like fire as blood comes out of his scar and traveled down his face. Another burn appears on his forearm, his sleeve showered with blood as something sliced onto his forearm. Harper takes a deep breath, his chest rising up and down rapidly as his eyes turn into its original color. He looked up into Ron's worried face, sitting up with Ron and Hermione's help, looking down at his forearm. Mr. Granger? Professor McGonagall's voice makes him look up at her, who has a concerned look on her face. What happened? She asked, having ran towards him when he had screamed. The Dark Lord has risen. Harper breathed out, watching as her expression turned shocked. Harper stood up without anyone's help, looking back at the maze where Harry has returned and is being dragged out by Moody. Harper? Ron asked, looking towards Harper with a worried look. Harper let out a growl, chest rising up and down again as his teeth slowly sharpened in his mouth, first starting to appear from where that can be seen from his clothes. He runs towards Harry and Moody and leaps into the sky and transforms into his animagus and is about to tackle Moody but is stopped by Moody's spell. Crucio, Moody exclaimed, pointing his wand at the wolf, glaring his brown eyes at him. No, Harry yelled. Harper stops, struggling to stand up to his full height as Moody lets out a crazy laugh. Moody stops laughing when he sees Harper planting his front paw on the ground and widening his eyes with real fear as Harper stands up to his full height, eyes widening more when he sees Harper's wolf eyes changing to a bright red. Harper let out a loud growl, ignoring everyone screaming as he tackled Moody into the ground. Harper uses his claws to hurt Moody, making him let go of Harry, who backed away from Harper, and repeats it again and again. He put his maw through Moody's head and was about to bite him when a single voice stopped him. Harper! Ron shouted over everyone, watching as Harper's red eyes turned to him, but his maw is still around the now revealed Barty Crouch Jr.'s head. Stop it, he said, slowly approaching Harper, but stops when the brunette lets out a low warning growl. It's okay, Harper. Harry's safe, see? Ron moves out of the way to show Harry, who's standing beside Hermione and Cedric. It's okay, he said, approaching Harper when his eyes turned back to those warm brown eyes. Just let Dumbledore handle this, yeah? It was the wrong thing to say when Harper let out a growl again. Okay. Let someone else handle this, Ron said, approaching Harper and places his hand right behind his pulled back ear, watching as Harper moved his maw away from the Death Eater and slowly turned back into a human. Harper let out a small pain whine, falling into Ron's arm as his body jerks back and forth, the curse that was used on him catching up to him. "Why don't you?" Harper didn't get to hear the rest of his sentence as the adrenaline left his body and passed out. Harper let out a small groan, slowly opening his eyes and closing it again when the light got too bright for his eyes. "Harper," a familiar voice said from beside him. Harper opened his eyes, blinking up at the light before turning his head to look at Ron, who looks like he hasn't slept in days. There are dark spots under his eyes. "Ron," Harper said, smiling softly at Ron, who returned the smile. He coughs, moving his hand up to his throat as he sits up with Ron's help and takes the glass of water from Ron, gulping down the water down his dry throat. "You were passed out for 3 days," Ron answered, taking the glass of water back, looking at Harper with careful eyes. "What ha?" He stops himself from talking, shaking his head softly. It was quiet, not an uncomfortable one, but just the one where they need to take it in for what has happened. "I don't know what came over me." Harper was the first to speak out, looking down at his hands on his lap. "I don't even remember half of it. You turn into this big wolf, bigger wolf from when you were fighting Lupin, and your eyes, they turned red," Ron said slowly so Harper can keep up with his words. "My eyes turned red?" Harper questioned, turning his head to look at Ron, who nodded. "Last I remembered was being hit with a curse, and then that's it," he said, looking up at the ceiling. Ron waited for Harper to continue talking, looking at the brunette who seemed to be looking for words in his mind. "But then I heard your voice," Harper said, looking back to Ron. "You were calling out to me, so I dragged my consciousness to you and—" He trailed off, looking down at his lap, looking for the words in his head. "Got back your control?" Ron finished for Harper, who nodded, a small smile on his face when Harper looked back at him. "Yes," Harper said, smiling softly. "You helped me give me back my control, Ron." "Thank you," he said, looking towards the doors when it opened and Harry, Hermione, Cedric, and Victor walked in. They froze when they saw Harper. Harper looks at Ron nervously, not knowing what to do, so he lets out a single "Hi," breaking their thoughts, and they instantly ran towards him. Hermione was the first person to see him, wrapping her arms around his body. "Harper, you're here?" she said, pulling back to look at Harper, who smiled at her. "I'm here, and alive," Harper said, looking at her. "I'm all right. Everything's going to change now, isn't it?" Hermione said, walking back towards the castle with Harry, Ron, and Harper. "Yes," Harry said, looking at Harper's left eye scar. "The scar now looks like last year again, when they were fighting Lupin, and they now have a matching scar on their forearm. Just once, just once. I'd like to have a nice quiet school year." "Is that too much to ask?" Ron said, but added, "And I'd like for Harper to not get hurt once in his life." "Hey, I didn't get hurt in the first year," Harper said, shoving Ron playfully. "And that's the only year where you didn't get hurt," Ron said, wrapping his arm around Harper's shoulders. "Be a bit boring, wouldn't it? What's life without a few dragons?" Hermione responded to Ron's earlier statement. "Boring, I guess," Ron said, shaking his head softly. "We'll have to leave here someday, you know," Harper said, Hermione agreeing with him. "For good. Best enjoy it while we can. Dragons and all. Besides, we'll be all right, as long as we stay together." "That's right. Together," Ron agrees, smiling softly at Harper, who returned the smile. Harry and Hermione share a look, shaking their heads softly and sighing from under their breath. "Together," Harry added before Ron and Harper could get suspicious. 51, 5th year. Harper walked to the stairs when he heard Mrs. Weasley talking and saw her talking with Harry. He smiles, running down the stairs and wrapped Harry in a hug. "Hello, Harry," Harper said, pulling away to look at Harry, who smiles at the sight of him. "Hello, Harper," Harry said, looking up at the stairs when he heard Hermione calling out his name and saw Ron and Hermione standing on the landing. He and Harper walk up the stairs to both of them, Harry grinning. Hermione throws herself on Harry in a large hug, laughing. "Let him breathe, Hermione," Ron said, letting Harper lean against him. "Oh, Harry, we've missed you. Are you furious with us?" I bet you are, Hermione said. Hermione, Ron exclaimed, Hermione letting Harry go, and takes a deep breath. Good to see you, mate, he said, wrapping Harry in a soft hug before pulling away. Come on, inside, Hermione said as they enter an adjacent bedroom. They sit down on separate beds, except Ron and Harper, who sat down on the same bed. Sorry we haven't written, Harry, but Dumbledore made us promise not to, Hermione said. We wanted to, mate, we really did, but he thought they would get intercepted, Ron said. There is an awkward silence. Right, Harry said, looking at Harper, who had written him a letter without a second thought. He thought you would be safest there, Ron said, looking at Harry and Harper suspiciously. Yeah, real safe. Attacked by Dementors, that's safe, that is, Harry said, looking away from Harper. He was so angry when he heard. It was scary, Hermione said. So, why is he keeping me in the dark? Harry asked. Hermione and Ron look awkwardly at each other while Harper leans forward to talk to Harry. He sees us as still children, like Molly does, Harper said, rolling his eyes, gaining a smile from Harry. I tried asking, but he won't answer. He added when Harry was about to say something. We've only seen him twice, and not for very long. He's really busy, Ron said. So I get to spend the summer with the Dursleys while you three are here, Harry said, looking at Harper when he sees him shaking his head. Too. Actually, I wasn't here. I just arrived here, Harper said, looking at Harry, who's just noticed that Harper is wearing day clothes and not night. I didn't want to be here if they're keeping you in the dark, Harry, he said, leaning back. It's not that fun, mate. Mum won't let us anywhere near the meetings, Ron said. You've still been here, Harry exclaimed, turning back to Ron and Hermione. Ron and Hermione are looking aghast at Harry, who looks away as silence filled the room. What's been going on? Harry asked, breaking the silence. We've already told you. We're not privy to the meetings. But we do know a few things, Ron said, looking at Harper, who leans forward again. But if you let me, I can tell you everything, Harper said, holding out his hand. Maybe later, Harry said, smiling at Harper, who nodded and leaned back. Some of the Order are following known Death Eaters, like Lucius Malfoy, Hermione said, pausing. And they're guarding something. What's this Order everyone's talking about? Harry asked. The Order of the Phoenix. Dumbledore started it last time to fight, you know. He only reorganized it after last term, Hermione said. Moments later, Mrs. Weasley opens the door to their room. You can come down now, the meeting's over. Ginny, Harry, Ron, Harper, Hermione, and Mrs. Weasley entered the kitchen, which has been set up with long tables and chairs. At the far end of the long table, Mr. Weasley and Charlie Weasley are talking quietly over a parchment. Arthur, Mrs. Weasley said as Mr. Weasley looks up, sees them, and nods to Charlie, who rolls up the parchment hastily and rises from his seat, moving across the room. Harry sits down at the table beside Harper, across from Sirius. Well, the Ministry is furious with you, Sirius said. Why? Harry asked, looking at Harper, who's fiddling with his necklace. You did magic in front of your muggle cousin, Sirius said, gaining Harry's attention back. You'll have to go to a disciplinary meeting tomorrow. Okay, Harry said, standing up. I'm not really hungry. I think I'll go to bed. You surprise me, Harry. I figured the first thing you'd do is start asking about Voldemort, Sirius said. Harry pauses, then turns around. The room has gone very still and Mrs. Weasley is glaring at Sirius. I wanted to, but I didn't think you'd tell me anything, Harry said, taking the necklace from Harper, who gave it to him. And that was quite right, Harry. You're much too young. He has a right to know, Molly, Sirius said, hoping that Harper wouldn't wolf out when he sees Harper's eyes lit up red for a second. It's not your decision, Mrs. Weasley exclaimed. I know what Dumbledore said, but he needs to know something, Sirius said, as Harper agreed with him. Yeah, Harry said, grinning at Harper and Sirius. He's not a child, Molly, Sirius said. He's not an adult either, Mrs. Weasley said, pausing. He's not James. You're right. He's Harry Potter, not the boy who lived, Harper said. eyes lighting up red slightly before it disappears. I only have Harry's best interest at heart, Mrs. Weasley said, looking at Harper and Sirius. You already have multiple children you need to care about. Leave Harry to us. Harper said. He's not your son. Sirius added to Harper's statement. Who else does he have then? Mrs. Weasley said. Sirius stands, glaring at Mrs. Weasley while Harper's eyes are fully red now. He's got me. He's got Harper. He's like a son to us, he said, looking at Harper who's glaring at Mrs. Weasley, letting out a small growl under his breath every few seconds. Mrs. Weasley turns and storms out. What do you want to know, Harry? Sirius asked, sitting. Where's Voldemort? What's he doing? Harry asked, looking at Harper who has now calmed down. He's hiding for the moment because the Ministry is ignoring his return and he doesn't want that to change. Sirius said. You really messed things up for him last year, Harry. Lupin said, smiling. How? Harry asked. The last person you know who wanted to alert was Dumbledore. Sirius said. And what's his plan? Harry asked. He's building up his army again, just like before. Sirius said. And you're stopping him from gaining followers? Harry asked. We're doing our best, but it's proving to be difficult. Lupin said. You see, when the Ministry of Magic insists that Voldemort isn't back, Sirius said. But why? Harry asked. Fudge likes being Minister of Magic. If it turns out that Voldemort came back under his watch, he'll be sacked. Harper said, sighing out. But you're telling people, right? Harry asked, looking at Harper. Sirius laughed. Well, they think I'm a mass murderer, Lupin is a werewolf, Tonks and Arthur would lose their jobs at the Ministry, and they think Harper can manipulate his visions. Sirius said, gaining a shocked look from Harry at the last statement as he looks at Harper. But Dumbledore is doing all he can. Lupin said. If he keeps it up, he might end up in Azkaban. And that would give who a clear field to. Mr. Weasley stops short and looks as if he'd nearly said too much. What? Harry asked. You know who wants something. Something he didn't have last time. A weapon. Sirius said. What kind of weapon? Harry asked. Lupin and Sirius exchange looks. I'm sorry, Harry. We can't say anything more. Lupin said. 52. Harry wakes with a cry, sitting straight up in bed. He screams again when a hand touches his shoulder, and he looks up at the owner of the hand and sees Harper with a warm smile on his face. It's okay, Harry. It'll be okay, Harper said, wrapping Harry in a hug. I'll always be by your side, Harry. Thank you, Moo. Harry stops himself when he notices what he was gonna say, looking up at Harper who raised his eyebrows knowingly. You're welcome, Harry, Harper said, smiling. Get ready, or we're gonna be late. Harry nodded, smiling up at Harper who stood up and walked out of the bedroom. Ginny, Ron, Harper, Hermione, Lupin, Mr. Weasley and Mrs. Weasley is standing in the hall, waiting, as Harry and Sirius descend the stairs. Morning, dear. Did you have a good sleep? Mrs. Weasley asked. No, my scar kept hurting, Harry said. Did you have my necklace? Harper asked, meeting them in the middle. Harry patted his chest, telling him that the necklace is under his clothes. You get nervous, just grip the necklace. It will be like I'm here with you, Harper said as Harry nodded at him. Thanks, Mum. Harry tried and gained a smile from Harper. Though, he knows that this will be the only time he calls Harper Mum. You're welcome, Harper said, pecking Harry's forehead and walked towards his sister. Probably just nerves. Mrs. Weasley said. Yeah, nerves, Harry said, not believing her at all. Good luck, Harry, Mrs. Weasley said, hugging Harry and pulling away. Harry stands back, but is suddenly hugged by Hermione. They'll have to let you off, Harry. You were defending yourself. I checked the laws, Hermione said. Thanks, Hermione, Harry said. What does he get a hug for? Ron asked. Harper opened his arms and wrapped Ron into a hug, who relaxed in his arms. You need to just ask, Ron. I'll give you as many hugs as you want, he said as Ron glanced at the smirking Ginny and Mrs. Weasley. Thanks, Harper, Ron said, moving his hands up and down Harper's back before pulling away when their smirks got bigger. I'll make sure to remember that, Harry grins and shakes his head. Well, come on, Harry. Time to go. Mr. Weasley said. Bye, Harry said, waving at Harper, who reminded him of the necklace around his neck once again. Harper looks up from the book on his lap, looking at Harry standing in the kitchen of Grimmauld Place. Harper smiles, placing the bookmark on the book, and stands up, wrapping him in a hug. How are you feeling? Harper asked, pulling away from Harry as Mr. Weasley told the Weasleys to settle down. Harry answers by gripping the necklace, shoulders relaxing, and smiles up at Harper, who returned the smile. Thank you. You need to stop saying that, Harper said, smiling, and looked at Mr. Weasley. Sirius, we saw Fudge talking with Lucius Malfoy on level 9 again. Tell Dumbledore, next time he comes in, would you? Mr. Weasley said. Yeah, absolutely. Sirius said. Well, I'd better be off. I've got a bewitched vomiting toilet to deal with. Mr. Weasley said. George, remember that concept? Vomiting toilet. Fred said. Right you are, Fred. George said. Also, I'm covering for Tonks on guard duty later tonight, so I won't be back until late. Mr. Weasley said. Harry's scar explodes in pain. He yelps and claps his hands to his forehead. Harry! Harper and Sirius exclaimed. Harper catches Harry before he could fall down to his knees, pulling Harry to his chest as Harry gasps in pain until Harry calms down. Sirius helped Harper put Harry over to a chair. You all right, Harry? Yeah, just my scar. The pain is getting stronger, Harry said. Sirius gives a worried glance to Lupin, who looks grim. Do you want something to drink? Harper asked, kneeling down in front of Harry, who nodded. Harper nods, standing up and walking towards Mrs. Weasley, who has a glass of water ready for him, and walks back to Harry with the glass of water. Here, he said, giving the water to Harry, who took it and took a small sip. Thanks, Harry said, looking at Harper, who smiled at him. Harper knocks on the door and enters, Ron and Hermione behind him. He walks towards Harry's bed and sits down beside him. Harry takes his hand into his. Harry, Ron and we've been named house prefects, Hermione said excitedly, handing Harry a letter. What about you, Harry? Harry shakes his head. Are you sure? I would have thought you would get one, Hermione said. I'm sure. Nothing, Harry said. There is an awkward silence again. So, congratulations, Ron. Hermione? Harry said. Well, thanks, Harry, Hermione said, looking at Harper, who looked worriedly at Harry. Come on, let's go back downstairs, Ron said. Yes, do go enjoy yourselves, Harry said, laying down on his bed away from them. Harry, Harper said after his sister and Ron leave the room. Talk to me. I don't know what's wrong with me, Harry said, back still turned back towards Harper, who didn't mind. Try to tell me what's wrong, Harper said, taking Harry's hand, but he's not using his seer ability, just holding him. I've been feeling angry, really angry, Harry said, turning to lay on his back and look at Harper. Do you know why? I have some theory, Harper said. What is it? Harry asked, looking up at Harper. You said he took your blood? Harper asked Harry, who nodded. Maybe you two got connected through the blood? Harry thinks for a minute, silence filling the room. That makes sense, he said before deciding to tell Harper about the dreams he's been having, telling him of how Voldemort killed Pettigrew in front of him. Voldemort killed Pettigrew? Harper questioned, finding that part weird. Yes, it's weird, Harry said. And the dreams you've been having might be connected to Voldemort, Harry, Harper said, looking down at Harry. You need to be careful. Voldemort can manipulate the dreams and use it to your advantage. Harry nodded, holding up his hand to Harper. Harper takes the hand, eyes glazing over for a few seconds before letting go, a frown on his face. What's wrong? Harry asked, suddenly worried. I've prevented death before, with Cedric, Harper said, looking down at Harry. I'll do it again, he said, looking away from Harry, who frowned at him. 53. Ginny, Harry, Ron, Harper and Hermione exit the Hogwarts Express and move quickly through the crowd of students to the carriages that would take them to the castle. As they prepare to climb into one of the carriages, Harry stops and stares towards the front of the carriage, where a large reptilian, horse-like creature harnessed to the front whereas always before there was nothing. What is that? Harry questioned, pointing. Ron looks to where Harry is pointing. What? That thing, Harry said, looking at Ron and Harper. Ron stares for a long moment, then looks at Harry. Harry, there's nothing there, mate. Yes, it is, it's right there, Harry exclaimed, pointing. Ron shakes his head, though he knows whatever Harry is seeing he won't lie to him about this. I see them too, Harry, a dreamy voice said, and they turned to look at the owner of the voice and saw Luna Lovegood. A spacey-looking girl, yet pretty in her own way. You are? Harry questioned, not recognizing the girl from anywhere. Luna Lovegood. Luna introduces herself, smiling at Harper who returned the smile. Well, thanks, Luna, Harry said, smiling as they clamber into the carriage, Luna following, and it starts moving. Harry looks out into the darkness of the Hogwarts grounds. He spies Hagrid's hut in the dark, finding that all the lights are off within. Hagrid's cabin looks deserted, he said, looking at his friends. I hope he's all right, Hermione said, concerned for their half-giant friend. What if he were still on his? Ron trailed off, glancing at Luna, who has vanished behind the latest edition of the Quibbler magazine. What if he's still on his mission from Dumbledore? Yeah, could be, Harry said. Hogwarts headmaster, Professor Dumbledore, stands to address the school. I beg a few moments of your attention, as I have a few start-of-term announcements. Right off, our caretaker, the good Mr. Filch, has reminded me for what he says is the 462nd time that he had an annually updated list of various banned items, usually introduced by our humor experts Fred and George Weasley. Fred and George stand and take a bow to the cheering, laughter, and yells, which are posted in an extensive list on the door to Mr. Filch's door. Professor Dumbledore said. Harry grins at Fred and George. Also, we have 2 staffing changes this year. Professor Grubbyplank will be taking the post of Care of Magical Creatures post as Professor Hagrid is on extended leave. Professor Dumbledore said. Harry, Ron, Harper, and Hermione exchange a glance at this. Additionally, we have Professor Umbridge, who has kindly agreed to fill the post of Defense Against the Dark Arts. Professor Dumbledore's words was cut off by Professor Umbridge clearing her throat and standing up right after. Him, headmaster, if I could address the school? Umbridge asked. Professor Dumbledore looks taken aback, and Professor McGonagall glares at Umbridge. Professor Dumbledore sits down and invites Umbridge forward. Thank you, headmaster. Now, how are we all doing tonight? I thought I would just say a few words. I am here at the Ministry of Magic's bequest under Educational Decree 22, which states that if the headmaster of Hogwarts is unable to fill any teaching post, the ministry shall select one for the position. Umbridge said. Professor Dumbledore inclines his head as the students start murmuring with each other. The ministry has always considered the magical education of our children to be of vital importance, and the passing down of this ancient and noble art must be given to the next generation, lest it be lost forever. Without progress, stagnation. But progress for progress's sake is to be discouraged, for our art requires no tinkering. A balance must be attained, the new and the old, permanence and change, tradition and innovation, order and chaos. There are large changes coming soon, changes walking the fine line between order and chaos. Know only that these changes are for the best, and to prevent the destruction of our civilization from its own decay. Thank you. Umbridge finishes, smiling at them all, but to Harry, the smile seems a little forced, a little fake. Harry enters the boys' dormitory. Within the room are a number of poster beds. Harry goes to his and sits down, taking note of the others also in the room. Dean Thomas, Neville, and Seamus. So why didn't your mom want you to come back to Hogwarts, Seamus? Dean Thomas asked. What? Harry questioned. Me ma'am didn't want me to come back to Hogwarts, Seamus said. Why? Harry asked, confused. Well, because of you, Seamus said. What did I do? Harry asked. Well, she figures you're lying about you-know-who and Dumbledore's a right nutter, Seamus said. Where'd she get that from? Harry asked. Seamus picks up an edition of the Daily Prophet and tosses it to Harry. Harry catches it and looks at the front page. It reads, Harry Potter. Boy hero uses lies to seek attention with the subheading of Hogwarts headmaster buys his story. So, she believes this stuff? Harry asked, looking up from the Daily Prophet. Well, yeah, Seamus said, shrugging. But you believe me, don't you? Harry said, looking at Seamus, who looks away from him. Harry turns and storms out of the dorm, passing a confused Ron and Harper. What happened? Harper questioned, looking behind him at Ron, who told him he will go after Harry. He turns to the three in the dorm, who suddenly look so tensed. Answer me? He shouted, making the three of them jump. They stayed quiet, not looking at Harper. Harper noticed the Daily Prophet and took it before Seamus could take it away. Reading the headline, and his face darkens, looking up at Seamus, who backed away from him. Harper rolls up the Daily Prophet and smacks the three of them at the back of the head. Hard. Watching as they winced while rubbing at the back of their head. Sometimes I wonder if you have any brains at all, he hissed, glaring at the three, who looked at the ground with a guilty expression. All of you are so fast to turn on Harry when he makes a mistake, and when he does one right you were so quick to go back to being his friend. At this rate you should go kissing Voldemort's feet while you're at it. Stop talking nonsense. I wouldn't be on you-know-whose side, Seamus exclaimed, gaining a bit of confidence, and stood up to look at Harper, but sat back down when he looked at Harper's red eyes. No? Harper questioned, looking at the door where Harry and Ron are walking in before looking at the three. Then why do you hurt him more than the Death Eaters? He asked, crossing his arms over his chest, watching as the three tensed again. Harry and Ron shared a look, wondering what had happened since they were gone for a short amount of time. Harper scoffs, rolling his eyes and leaning forward towards the three. You are pathetic to believing this shit, he said, turning his head to Seamus, who looks up. Anyone who believes this is pathetic. He stood up, looking at Harry and Ron. Want to sleep in my dorm today? Fred and George wouldn't mind. Where am I gonna sleep? Harry asked, knowing that the room is full. With George or Fred, I'm sure they wouldn't mind cuddling with you. Harper said, walking towards them, and smiled at the sight of Harry's flushed face. Unless you do, he said, grinning cheekily as Harry got redder. I don't. Harry stammered, walking towards Harper's dorm without waiting for them. Harper let out a small chuckle before his smile faded and looked at the three again, who flinched when they noticed he was looking at them. Let's go to sleep, yeah, Harper? Ron said, pushing the brunette towards his dorm. 54. The whole class looks around as a Gryffindor student comes staggering in, late to the class. Sorry, Professor, the student said, looking down with a guilty expression. Professor Umbridge smiles, toad-like, at the student. Let's see, 5 points from Gryffindor for coming in late. The student frowns, but sits down between Harper and Eloise. Now, as I was saying before, Mr. Harrod interrupted, your defense against the dark arts education has been rather fragmented and disjointed in your past classes, hasn't it? Professor Umbridge said as Harper frowns. Lucius was a good teacher last year. What is she talking about? He once more questioned why. Dumbledore didn't just keep Lucius as the dark arts professor. It's not like he was a bad teacher like every other person, maybe except Lupin. But then he remembers the curse on the defense against the dark arts position the Dark Lord has placed on it. Know now that this is about to be rectified, Professor Umbridge said, breaking Harper out of his thought. I will be following a pre-approved ministry-prepared, theory-centered defense lesson plan. She waves her wand at the blackboard and words are written on it. Copy this down. Everyone opens their books and begins copying, except Hermione, who sits with her book unopened, her hand in the air. Professor Umbridge ignores her. However, within the next few seconds, nearly the whole class is watching Hermione. Professor Umbridge sighs. Yes? I wanted to know something about your course aims, Hermione said. Well, they should be perfectly self-evident. Professor Umbridge said. Well, I don't think they are. They say nothing about actually doing spells, Hermione said. Professor Umbridge let out a laugh. I can imagine no circumstance in my class where you would need to use spells, my dear. But surely the whole point of defense against the dark arts is practical application? Hermione questioned. Miss Granger, this class has been approved by ministry experts. Are you a ministry expert? Professor Umbridge asked. No, but then you have no business challenging those who are. We will be learning about spells in a safe, risk-free environment, but we've got OWLS coming up. You expect us to do the spells with no practice? Hermione asked. What good's theory in the real world? Harry asked. This is school, not the real world, Mr. Potter. There is nothing out there waiting to get you. Umbridge said. What about Lord Voldemort? Harry asked, making the whole class flinched at the sound of the name. 10 points from Gryffindor, Mr. Potter. Let me set the record straight, Umbridge said, standing behind her desk and leaning on her knuckles. Some of you have been told that a certain dead wizard has returned. This is a lie. Harry stands up, knocking his books to the ground, a look of livid rage on his face. It is not a lie. Mr. Potter, you have just landed yourself in detention, Umbridge said. Harry moves around his desk stiffly, trembling with rage, his eyes dangerous. Harper stood up and moved behind Harry, pulling him into his chest as Harry took multiple deep breaths to calm himself down. Now do you understand, Mr. Potter? Umbridge said, looking at the two boys. Just play along unless you want your hand to get a permanent scar, please? Harper whispered to Harry, who nodded, and Umbridge thought he was answering her, so she was satisfied. Let's begin the class again, Umbridge said, looking towards Marcus when he suddenly falls off his chair to the ground, having been caught by Neville before he hit the ground. Neville looked up at Umbridge helplessly, not knowing whether to go to the infirmary or stay here. Go to Madame Pomfrey, Umbridge said. Neville nodded and picked Marcus up, bridal style, and ran out of the classroom without looking back. Professor Umbridge? Harper called out, jogging towards Umbridge. Professor Umbridge. He called out again and sighed with relief when she stopped walking. Umbridge turned around to look at Harper. Yes, Mr. Granger? Do you think I could take Harry's detention for him? Harper asked, making sure to sound nice so Umbridge wouldn't reject the idea. Umbridge had decided to give Harry a week of detention, and he decided to do something so Harry won't be going through detention. Ah, so this is the mother's act you put up for Mr. Potter? Umbridge asked, turning her body to look at Harper fully. Yes, so will you? Harper asked, looking at Umbridge, and hoped that his brown eyes worked for her like it did with Ron and his sister. It did. Now, how can I say no to those eyes? Umbridge said. Thank you, Professor, Harper said, watching her walk away before turning on his heels. Harper walks into the Gryffindor common room at the same time. He hears Angelina talking about the Quidditch practice. He can still go to the Quidditch practice. Don't worry, Angelina, Harper said, making himself known to the trio as he stood next to Angelina. What did you do? Harry asked, looking up at Harper, who was ignoring his gaze. I told Professor Umbridge that I will take Harry's detention for him, Harper said, looking at Angelina, who looked satisfied with his answer. What? Ron and Hermione exclaimed, looking up at Harper from where they were sitting. It's not like I have anything to do, Harry does, Harper said, shrugging. He moves out of the way before Angelina could hug him, turning to look at her. I'm doing this for Harry, not for Quidditch. Of course, Angelina said, walking away from the quartet. Harper sighed, sitting down on the chair where they saved for him, and leaned his head on his hands. Are you all right, Harper? Hermione asked, looking at her brother. Harper nodded, though his face scrunched in pain. I think my seer ability is getting too much, he said, placing his hands down on his lap. Then you should stop using it too much, Harry said, placing a soothing hand on Harper's back. Next year, no use of the seer ability. All right, Harper nodded, smiling softly at Harry. All right. Asterisk. A asterisk. Degree. The door to Umbridge's office creaks open, and Harper enters. Ah, Granger. Sit down, Umbridge said. Harper sits in a chair right in front of her desk. You're going to be doing lines tonight, Mr. Granger, and you'll be using this quill, Umbridge said, holding up a blood-red and sinister-looking quill. Harper takes it from her hand, looking at it questioningly. You will write I will not tell lies until I tell you to stop. Understand? Umbridge asked. There's no ink, Harper said, looking up from the quill. Oh, you won't need ink, Umbridge said. Harper begins to write, then flinches slightly at the pain in his hand. He looks at his hand and finds that "I will not tell lies" has carved itself in the skin of his hand, and the quill had written the words on the parchment in bright red blood. Then the words healed over again on his hand. Harper glances at Umbridge, who is smiling evilly. "Problem, Granger?" Umbridge asked. Harper shakes his head and returns to his lines, gritting his jaws as the words on his hand have gotten deeper. Moments later, Harper is shaking. Weak hand scratches the final line of the evening. The words on the back of his hand not even healing any longer, but bleeding profusely. "That's enough for this evening. Same time, tomorrow, and we'll see if we can get the message to sink in a bit deeper," Umbridge said. Harper staggers to his feet, weak and pale, and staggers from the office. Harper exits Umbridge's office and staggers down the hall and around a corner, then breaks into a run. 55. Hermione steps into the common room, looking puzzled. "Hey, Harper." Harper looks up from his parchment to her. "Have you seen Harry or Ron? I can't find them anywhere," Hermione said. Harper shakes his head. "No, I haven't. Ron's been acting fishy all week. He's up to something," Hermione said, watching Harper pack up his parchments. "Uh-huh," Harper said, mind absent at the moment as he stood up. Another night, another detention. Harper scratches away with the horrible quill, gritting his teeth, determined not to make a sound. There's sweat beads on his head, and blood is flowing freely from the cuts on his hand. "That's enough for tonight, Granger. Let's see that hand," Umbridge said, reaching out and touches his hand. Harper tried not to flinch by the touch, but by the smile on her face, he had failed. Harper pulled his hand away, standing up and stumbling due to blood loss. He staggers backwards and out the door to her office without another word. Harper attempts to run down the hall, swaying on his feet as a drunk, blood pouring down his hand, dribbling onto the floor. He staggers towards the portrait hole back to the Gryffindor Commons. It stands open and passes through it. What Harper wasn't expecting was to find the Quidditch team up in the common room, and his sister who has a look of concern on her face as she paces back and forth. "Harper, I tried out for Quidditch keeper at the tryouts. I'm on the team," Ron said, about to say more but stops as he takes in the sight of the brunette. His face instantly paled at the sight of Harper, barely being able to stand on his 2 feet, pale and gaunt, his left and right hand hanging limply by his side, though his left hand was covered in blood. Ron instantly moves towards Harper when he sees him about to fall to the floor, taking him into his chest as Harry and Hermione join him. "Bloody hell, Harper. What happened?" he exclaimed, easily lifting Harper's body up into a bridal style. "He's got to be taken to the hospital wings," Hermione said, looking at Harper with fear on her face as Fred places a hand on her back to calm her down.
"No,"
Harper weakly said, gaining everyone in the room attention as they looked at him. "Can't give Umbridge the satisfaction? Umbridge did this?" Harry and George asked, looking at Harper with widened eyes. "You said she was making you do lines," Ron exclaimed, sitting Harper down on the couch in the common room. "She is, but the quill has some sort of spell on it. It uses blood for ink," Harper said, gripping Ron's hand with his uninjured right hand. "That old hag. I'm gonna kill her," Hermione said, glaring at the wall behind Harry's shoulder. "Harper, you've got to go to Dumbledore. You can't keep this up," Harry said, kneeling down in front of Harper. "Even Lucius is a better professor at this point," Ron said as everyone nodded in agreement before an idea came to his mind. "Why don't you go to Malfoy and tell him about this? If she's doing this to you, then who's to say she wouldn't do it to anyone else?" he said, looking at everyone. "That could work," Hermione said, looking at Harper. "He might not like me, but he likes you," she said, placing her hand on Harper's shoulder. "I'll try to go to him," Harper said after a minute of silence. "But if it didn't work, Lucius won't be the professor, but it will stop the punishment," Ron softly said, squeezing Harper's right hand. "It pains me to say this, Harper, but Lucius has a soft spot for you. Didn't you say he said you were an exception?" Harper nodded. "Then you go to Draco and tell him about this," Ron said, hesitating over Malfoy's name because he didn't want to say the blonde's name. "Draco," Harper said, watching as Draco quickly stands up and walks towards him, telling his friends to stay there. "Yes, Harper," Draco said, voice soft as he looks over Harper's shoulder and caught the trio's eyes before looking to Harper. "What's wrong? You've never come to me before. Do you think Lucius would? Are you kidding? Father would do anything for you in a heartbeat," Draco quickly said, placing his hands inside his pocket. "What do you need me to say to him?" he asked, looking at the Gryffindor who has somehow made his way into his father's heart. "Only that Umbridge is punishing me," Harper said, holding up his left hand and taking off the bandages. Draco's eyes widened at the sight of the bloodied scar. He softly takes Harper's left hand, looking it over. "Umbridge did this?" he asked, looking up at Harper. Harper nodded. "Yes. I think she still has the parchment." Draco nodded, letting go of Harper's hand and helped bandages it up again. "I'll tell him. Can you wait until tomorrow?" "I'll wait as long as I can to wait for him, as long as he stops this," Harper said, thinking about meeting Lucius again. Draco's lips quirked up slightly. "You know, if I didn't know any better, I would have thought you're in love with him or something," he said, letting a smile take over his face when Harper's face flushed red. "It's just a small crush. I'm not blind. I know that he's handsome," Harper said, blushing redder when Draco smirked at him. "Well, he thinks you're beautiful," Draco said, snickering as he watched Harper walk back towards his friends. He waves to Harper when he looks back at him before he himself turns to walk back to his friends. But first, he has a message for his father to know. And he's gonna put his beef to the side for a few days and have an important talk with Harry and Ron. "Potter, Weasley, Malfoy, I have an idea that I need you to hear. Go on." 56. Darling. Harper stops walking when he hears the familiar voice, smiling and turning around to look at the smiling older Malfoy. "Lucius," Harper exclaimed, running towards Lucius and wrapped his arms around the blonde's waist, who returned the gesture. "You're here," he said, pulling away to look up at Lucius. "You're hurt, of course I'm here," Lucius said, taking Harper's smaller hand into his to look at the bandage wrapped around it. His face is filled with disgust at the thought of Umbridge putting his hand on his darling, who is always nice to everyone. Though from what he has heard from Draco, Harper is not being nice to his house mate, filling him with full amusement. "Ah, you care about me," Harper said, chuckling when he got an unamused expression from Lucius before a smirk took over his face. "Oh no, I heard you told Draco that I'm, what was it? Handsome," Lucius said, smirking when Harper's face flushed red. "Oh, stop teasing the boy, Malfoy," Sirius said, moving back from behind Lucius as he sends a smile towards Harper, who returned the smile. "Hello, Harper. I thought I only told Draco about this?" Harper questioned, getting more confused when he saw Mrs. Weasley and Mr. Weasley. "Huh." He looks at Sirius again. "Isn't he not a free man yet? Did he miss something?" "This will work, Harper. Don't worry," Lucius said, noticing that he's still holding Harper's bandaged hand. "Trust us." "I do," Harper said, looking up at Lucius, making the blonde breath hitched at the genuine trust in the Gryffindor's eyes. Lucius looked away, a small, unnoticeable blush on his face, raising his eyebrows at the sight of Draco walking with Harry, Ron, and Hermione. An unbelievable sight. "Draco, what are you doing here?" "We'll be waiting for all of you with Harper, to keep him calm and not double-think this," Draco said, standing beside his father. "That's wonderful to hear," Lucius said, raising an eyebrow at the sight of Ron standing protectively beside Harper, who didn't mind it at all. He and the others started walking towards Dumbledore's office, scowling when he saw Umbridge standing at the entrance. "Dolores," he said, making himself and the others known. "Lucius, this is a surprise to see you and Arthur together," Umbridge said, studying the adults and students, slightly narrowing her eyes on the latter. "What are you doing here? You hurt Harper and you think there won't be consequences?" Lucius asked, arching an eyebrow. "Harper is important to you?" Umbridge questioned, eyes turning to focus on Harper, who stepped forward to stand beside Lucius. "I'm important to Voldemort," Harper said, shrugging as if the Dark Lord doesn't bother him. "And I bet he wants to know if his plan would work or not." "Dear boy," Umbridge began as Harper's face scrunched in disgust. Voldemort is not back. You manipulated your visions and manipulated your friends to believe that your vision is true. If the vision was not true, then Cedric wouldn't be here, right now. Dear Professor, Harper sweetened his voice at the end, smiling when Umbridge's eye twitched. They're here to see Dumbledore, because of the lines. If you will, Hermione said, stepping forward and crossing her arms as her body is filled with confidence. You know what I'm talking about, right? The one you were going to do to Harry if Harper didn't intervene, she said before looking up at an impressed Lucius. We'll stay here while you're all doing everything, she said, wrapping her arm around Harper. Lucius nodded and walked up the headmaster's office with the others. It was a moment later that the adults walked out of Dumbledore's office. Umbridge had a strained smile on her face as she walked past the students, ignoring them. Draco instantly walked towards his father while the others walked towards Mrs. Weasley, Mr. Weasley, and Sirius. Harper half listened to them talk for a while, noticing that Lucius kept looking towards him. Harper squeezes Hermione's hand to tell her that he'll be right back and starts walking towards Lucius. Harper, Lucius greeted, a small smile on his face as Harper finally came towards them. Lucius, Harper said, smiling. Draco, Draco said, rolling his eyes, though there is a smile creeping onto his face. I'm gonna go talk to Weasley Ugh, he said, shuddering slightly as he walked towards Ron. So, what happened? Harper asked, looking up at Lucius, who seemed amused by his son, and turned his attention to him. We couldn't fire Umbridge, unfortunately, though I would love to teach again, Lucius said, a small frown on his face. Yeah, you're a better professor than whatever she is, Harper said. Really? Lucius asked as Harper nodded, making his lips quirk up. But we did stop your detention, and if she were to give anyone a detention, she would need to talk with Dumbledore about what the students had done to get the detention. It's better than nothing, Harper said, shrugging as he moves his hands behind his back, holding them in his own hands. Is there something else? He asked, his head to the side slightly. Where's your necklace? Lucius suddenly brought up, noticing that the necklace he had bought for Harper had disappeared around his neck. What happened to it? Don't tell me you lost it. That doesn't seem like you. Unless that bitch took it. Harper's eyes widened at the curse word, not expecting Lucius to say it out loud like that. Language, Lucius, he said, as Lucius rolled his eyes. I'm still a child, after all, he said, smiling innocently up at Lucius, who seemed amused by this. Lucius let out a sigh, taking a square box out of his jacket and holding it out towards Harper, who took it. Happy early birthday, Harper, he said, looking away from the deer-eyed boy who looks up at him. And yes, I do care about you. Harper smiles and tries to open the box, but is stopped by Lucius, who places his hand on top of the box. Open it when I'm not here, Lucius said, and gently pushed Harper towards his friends. Harper turned around and wrapped his arms around Lucius' neck, hugging him. He feels Lucius go tense under his arms and was about to pull away, but was stopped when Lucius wrapped his arms around his waist, one hand rubbing up and down his back in a soothing way. Thank you, Lucius, for everything, he said, placing his head on Lucius' shoulder, and noticed that the talking behind him had stopped. And I'll see you soon, he said, pulling away to look up at the blonde, who nodded at him. Let's go, Draco, Lucius said, walking off with Draco in tow. What did he give you? Ron was the first to break the silence, looking at the square box on Harper's hand. My early birthday gift, Harper said, opening up the box, and his eyes widened at the snake cuff. Typical of Lucius Malfoy to give you a snake cuff, Hermione said, though there's a smile on her face. Harper slips the bracelet on his left hand, watching as the snake moves so it could fit his wrist better. The snake head moves its head up to look at him for a few seconds before planting its head on top of where the scar resides. If I didn't know any better, I was gonna think he's courting you, Mrs. Weasley said, gaining widened eyes from Harry, Ron, and Hermione. Mom, Ron said, a horrified look on his face. What? It's true, Mrs. Weasley said, shaking her head softly. Harper smiles down at the bracelet, feeling the ghost of a hand on his shoulder. 57. What a load of rubbish, Hermione exclaimed as she, Harper, Harry and Ron made their way back up to the castle. Ron and Harry are in Quidditch robes and caked in mud. Ron is looking upset. You? Ordering dung bombs. I mean, really? Hermione continues while Harper slows down to walk with Ron. You did great out there, Ron, Harper said, holding Ron's muddy hand. It's your first time. No one's gonna be great at something they've only got, he said, watching as Ron glanced at Harry before turning his head to look at Harper. Okay, some people won't be good at Quidditch for the first time. You know this from my experience. I don't even know Quidditch if it weren't for you, he said, passing by Draco and the other Slytherins who are making weird faces at Ron. Ron ignores them and only pays attention to Harper. You will be magnificent in the games, Ron. I know this, Harper said, squeezing Ron's hand, making him smile. Are you just saying that? Or do you know that by looking at the visions? Ron asked, a small smile on his face. I didn't look. I believe in you, Harper said, a shy smile on his face as he looks at Harry, who is holding his scar. Are you all right, Harry? He asked, concerned. Yeah, it's just, the pain's getting stronger, Harry said. Ron and Hermione exchange glances. Harry, Ron, Harper, and Hermione sit near each other in the common room. Around them, people talk, laugh, and study. Hermione sighs and shuts her book with a snap. I don't know how we're going to pass out OWLS in defense against the dark arts without any practice. That Umbridge woman is such a bitch, is more like it, Harper muttered from under his breath, making Ron snort, gaining a confused look from Harry and Hermione, but quickly moved on. Hermione looks at Harry, Ron, and Harper. We've got to do something about her. Lucius tried that, and it didn't work, Harper said. Yeah, well, poison should do the trick, Ron said, making Harper let out an ugly snort, but Ron only looks at him fondly with a smile on his face. Don't be silly, Ron. Not her. I meant her teaching. We're not going to learn anything in that class, Hermione said. Yeah, that's true, Harry said. Anyway, I thought we should do it ourselves, Hermione said. Do what? Ron asked. Defense against the dark arts. We teach ourselves, Hermione said. I don't know, Harry said, looking at Harper thoughtfully. Harper was a great professor last year when he was teaching him the spells, and from the look on Harper's face, he agrees too. There is a tapping sound coming from the window. They turn and look, seeing an owl. Hermes? Ron questioned, moving to the window and opening it. Hermes deposits a letter in Ron's hands, turns, and vanishes out of the window again. The last Gryffindor heads for bed, leaving the common room deserted except for the four of them. Ron opens it and returns to his seat. It's from Percy. Read it, Harry said. Dear Ron, congratulations on becoming a prefect. For some time I was worried you would take the Fred and George route instead of following in my footsteps. You can imagine my relief that this is not the case. Ron looks incredulously at Harry, Harper, and Hermione. Keep reading, Hermione said. Given your attachment to using me as a role model, I will give you a bit of advice from one respecter of authority to another. It is likely that you have been seeing quite a lot of Harry Potter and Harper Granger of late. I must recommend you break ties with them as soon as possible. Harry may be Dumbledore's favorite, and Harper's your favorite, but Dumbledore may not be in charge at Hogwarts much longer. Your loyalties should lie with the Ministry of Magic, not Dumbledore, Granger, and Potter's personality cult. Please do not fear breaking ties with Potter and Granger. If trouble arises, go to Dolores Umbridge, a truly delightful woman. I hope you will consider my advice to you, Ron. Don't let the dangerous errors of Dumbledore, Potter, Granger, and our unfortunately parents to lure you into destroying a perfectly good career. Percy. Ron looks up, aghast. Well, if you want to, break ties with us, I swear I won't get violent. I don't know about Harper, though, Harry joked, looking at Harper, who playfully glares at him. Ron tears the letter in half without a second thought. He is the world's biggest git, he exclaimed, hurling the pieces into the fireplace. Watch it. Sirius' voice sounded from the fireplace, making Ron jump. Sirius? Harry questioned. Right you are. Got your letter and thought we should talk in person as we didn't have time last time, Sirius said, craning his neck at the burning letter. What was that? Letter from Percy. Harry said. Yeah, full of the usual rubbish. I would rather listen to Harper than Percy. Ron muttered the last sentence to himself, but Hermione still heard him. Except he did mention that Dumbledore might not be in charge here much longer. Hermione said, sending a knowing smile towards Ron, who was ignoring her look. It doesn't surprise me. Fudge wants Dumbledore out. Sirius said. Why? Harry asked. He's worried Dumbledore is trying to turn the students against the Ministry. Sirius said. Well, that would explain why Umbridge isn't teaching us anything useful in defense against the dark arts. Hermione said. Exactly. The Ministry doesn't want you trained in combat. Sirius said. What does he think Dumbledore is going to do, raise an army? Harry asked. That's exactly what he's worried about. Fudge is getting more paranoid about Dumbledore every day. Sirius said. There is a nervous silence in the room. What do you know about Umbridge? Harry asked. She's a nasty piece of work. Apparently she hates part humans. Sirius said. Could she be a Death Eater? Harry asked. The Order seriously doubts it. She's no picnic, but she's no Death Eater either. Sirius said. But she's evil. Harry said. The world isn't split into the Order and the Death Eaters, Harry. Sirius said. Harry sits back, looking unsatisfied. As to your question about Hagrid, well, no one is really sure what happened to him, actually. He was supposed to be back a while ago. Sirius said. What? Hermione said. Dumbledore's not worried about him, though. Hagrid's tough. He'll be all right. Sirius said. But if he was supposed to be back by now. Ron trailed off. Look, asking questions about him will only make it more obvious that he's not back. Sirius said. Sirius, have you heard anything about Caden? Harper said, finally talking ever since Sirius appeared. The boy who was turned into a Death Eater without his consent? Sirius asked as Harper nodded. Yes, I've heard about it, Harper. Let's hope nothing happens to him. Suddenly he glances with concern at the wall of the fireplace. Get out of here. His head vanishes. A split second later, a stubby-fingered hand appears in the fire, groping for Sirius's head. The four of them quickly run for their dormitories. 58. Hermione opens her edition of the Daily Prophet and sits up in alarm. I cannot believe it. Harry, Harper, and Ron glance at her as she slaps the paper down on the table. Ministry passes Educational Decree Number 23, Dolores Umbridge appointed Hogwarts High Inquisitor. Ron reads, looking up at Harry, Harper, and Hermione. What's that mean? It says here that the High Inquisitor has the power to inspect all of the teachers. Hermione said. You're kidding. Harry exclaimed. That's not all. The High Inquisitor also has the power to sack the teachers as well. Hermione said. Fred and George march by them, stopping to talk to them. So, seen the news, have you? Fred said, looking at them. Personally, I envy you four. George said. Why's that? Ron asked. Umbridge is inspecting McGonagall in your period. That old toad won't know what hit her. George said, looking at Fred wistfully. Oh, to be a youth again. To experience the innocent glee of watching Umbridge be destroyed by the greatest head of Gryffindor this century. Well, we'll expect a full reporter after. Fred said, complete with facial expressions. George said, and they wandered off. Hermione, Harper, Ron, and Harry walked down the crowded streets of Hogsmeade, avoiding the swarms of other students. Where are we going, Hermione? Harry asked. Hermione leads them confidently. They stop before a slightly seedy-looking pub. There we are. The Hog's Head, Hermione? Ron questioned, looking at Hermione. Hermione leads them towards it. Come on, I'll explain in a minute. The four of them step into the pub. It is grimy and ill-lit. Shady witches and wizards sit uneasily in corners, except for one corner by the front window, which is populated by Dean Thomas, Neville, and others Harper is too lazy to name. There are a lot of people, too many people for him to name. Harry looks questioningly at Hermione. Hermione, what's going? Harry questioned. These are some people I mentioned my defense against the dark arts idea with, Hermione said, sitting down. Harry and Ron follow, while Harper stands up behind them. You mean about us teaching ourselves? Harry asked. Hey, Harry, Neville said, sending Harry a small smile. "Hey, Neville," Harry said, returning the smile. "It's good to see that the horned snorkel stacks haven't gotten you yet, Harry," Luna said dreamily. Harry looks confused for a moment. Same to you, Luna." Hermione beats on the table to quiet everyone. "Hi, everyone. I thought it would be good if we met and talked over how we wanted to teach ourselves defense against the dark arts. Because we need to learn it properly, not the rubbish Umbridge is doing." Here, Fred said. "Obviously, this will help us pass our OWLS, but more importantly, it gives us the ability to protect ourselves from Lord Voldemort," Harper said, looking at Hermione, who nodded at him. "How do we know you know who's really back?" Zacharias asked. "Dumbledore believes he is," George said. "You mean Dumbledore believes them?" Justin Finch Fletchley said, nodding in Harry and Harper's direction. "That's true, but I think we're drifting from the purpose." "It's okay, Hermione," Harry said, looking at the crowd. "I believe Voldemort's back because I fought him last year. Dumbledore's already told the school that. If you didn't believe him, you won't believe anyone." There is a tense silence. "Well, anyway, I think that in order to learn properly we'll need a teacher," Hermione said. "I voted for Harper to be the teacher," Harry said before anyone could mutter a word. "He had taught me multiple spells last year. Charms is his speciality," he said, looking up at Harper, who had frozen up at the mention of him being the teacher. "I won't do it if they don't agree," Harper said, fiddling with the snake bracelet. "So, all in favor of taking lessons from Harper?" Hermione asked as she held up her hands with the others. "Where are we going to meet? What about an unused classroom?" Neville asked. "That might work. I'll look into that," Harry said. "Okay, good," Hermione said, pulling out a parchment out of her bag. "I think we should put our names down, so we know who was here." Suddenly people look uncomfortable. "I don't know. If it were found? I mean, Umbridge wouldn't like what we're doing," Ernie said. "Honestly, Ernie, do you think I'd just leave it lying around? Besides, it's enchanted," Hermione said. Ernie looks more comfortable. Fred and George eagerly sign, as do the rest. "Also, what should we call ourselves?" Hermione asked. "What about the Anti-Unbrid League?" Angelina suggested. "We need something that doesn't give away what we're doing," Hermione said. "I think it should be Pax," Ron said, gaining multiple looks from everyone. "Harper is a wolf, so I thought it would be a good idea," he said, shrugging. "I agree with Ron," Cedric said. "Do you have suggestions?" Harper asked, looking at Hermione. "I was thinking of Dumbledore's army, but if we get caught, Dumbledore will be guilty for it," Hermione said. "But Pax could work. Good job, Ron." Ron looks pleased by that, leaning back against Harper's body. "We'll let out know when we're going to meet," Hermione said. Degree. Harry, Ron, Harper, and Hermione trudge back up towards the castle. "I think that went well," Hermione said. "Yeah," Harry said, smiling at Harper. "And Professor Granger is making a comeback," he said to Harper. "Yay," Harper said without enthusiasm and a straight face, making the three laugh. He turns to look at Ron. "So, Pax, where did that come from?" I found books about wolves and read about them. I'm only at the mating page," Ron said. "Mating?" Harry and Hermione questioned, a matching cheeky smile on their face. "I wonder if that happens when you turn into your animagus, Harper," Harry said, teasing Harper, whose face is bright red. Harper was silent for a minute, face red, making Harry and Hermione worried, hoping that they didn't tease him too much. "Yes," Harper muttered low, but they still caught it. "I'll act like that if I go into my animagus form." Hermione giggles escapes through her mouth, but she places her hand on top of it to stop her giggling. But that didn't stop Harry from laughing, making her burst out laughing when they made eye contact. Harper shakes his head, faces red, and walks forward, though there is a smile on his face at the sound of Harry, Ron, and Hermione laughing behind him. 59. Harper looks on worriedly at Ron, who looks sick to his stomach as the Slytherin is chanting something he didn't pay attention to. Harper doubles over in pain, feeling the wolf inside him wanting to come out. He feels Hermione's hand on his back, and he stands up and backs away towards where there are less people and transforms into his animagus. He moves forward, moving through the Gryffindor's student, and sits back on his legs, raises his head and lets out a loud howls. His howl loud enough that it stops the chanting from the Slytherin and catches the teacher's attention. Ron breaks out from his trance, hearing the familiar howl, and looks into the stands and sees the familiar brown wolf, howling, calling out to him. Ron looks in front of him at the approaching quaffle and swings his hand, blocking the quaffle away from the goalpost. The howling has stopped and Ron looks into the crowd at the wolf, nodding at the wolf who nodded back at him. He looks in front of him to pay attention to the Quidditch game, only having one person in his mind, Harper, the one person who believed in him. Hermione looks at Harper, who lets out a soft whine and scratches behind his ear to calm him down, and it works. She looked back at the Quidditch pitch, eyes widening when Crabbe hit Harry with his beater's club. She didn't have the time to stop her brother from running towards Harry and quickly follows after her brother. "Harry, are you all right?" Hermione said for Harper, as he can't say anything because he's still in his animagus form. "Bet you loved that, Potter. Saved Weasley's neck, didn't you?" Draco said, but is ignored by the Gryffindors. "I've never seen a worse keeper. Maybe we should add some more verses to our little song about his filthy mother." George tries to leap at Draco, but Harry and Fred hold him back. "And his pathetic loser of a father too," Draco added. Now Fred was the one attempting to charge Draco as well, while the other Gryffindors are trying to hold the twins back. Harper sits back and watches it calmly. Hermione was wondering why until Draco opened his mouth again. "But then, you like the Weasleys, don't you? How can you stand the stink? I guess it reminds you of your own dear mother," Draco said. Harry turns and runs full out at Draco, who looks startled as Harry leaps at him, crushing his fist into Draco's jaw and knocking him to the ground. George breaks free of the Gryffindors and follows, hitting Draco too. Harry leaps onto Draco, hitting him again and again. "Impedimenta." Madame Hooch's voice breaks through the crowd, blasting Harry and George with her spell, knocking them off of the blonde. Professor McGonagall storms onto the pitch, Gryffindor's scarf flapping wildly in the wind. "What on earth do you two think you're doing?" Harry rolls to his feet and goes for Draco again, but is stopped by Harper, who is in his human form, hands on his chest to calm him down. "It's all right, Harry," Harper muttered, moving his hands to Harry's face to make him look up at him. "Your mother was a wonderful woman. Don't listen to him," he said, stroking his thumbs on Harry's face, who's slowly calming down. "It's okay now, Harry," he muttered, letting Harry pull him in and wrap his arms around his back while Harry's arms are wrapped around his waist. Harper looks at Professor McGonagall, who's now calmed down as well, looking at them with a fond look. He didn't flinch when Fred and George wrapped his arms around them, needing the comfort too. The atmosphere in the common room is somber. The Gryffindor team sits by itself, dejected and depressed. "I can't believe it. 3 players banned for life in one day," Angelina said. Harper sits up from his place. "I'll play if you need a player," he said, shrugging, gaining Angelina's attention. "You'll do it?" Angelina asked, looking at Harper with hopeful eyes. "Yes," Harper said and looked at Ron. "But I'll need my keeper by my side," he said, placing his hand on Ron's hand, who turned his hand and held his hand. "I'll be there to teach you everything," Ron said, a small smile on his face. "There's still 2 players missing," Angelina said. "I'll do it too if Harper's playing," Hermione said, turning away from the window. "1," Angelina said, relief flooding her chest at the fact that she has 2 new players. "We'll have time. If they could play again, then we could be the reserve players," Harper said, looking at Ron, who squeezed his hand, smiling softly at the Weasleys, who returned the smile. "Hagrid's back," Hermione said after a few seconds of silence. Harry, Ron, Harper, and Hermione have taken seats around the hut, at the table and in chairs. Hagrid boils some water over the fire, his face covered in cuts and bruises. "Hagrid, what happened to you?" Harry asked, concerned. "I'm fine, I tell ya," Hagrid said. "Come off it, Hagrid. We're not blind," Ron said. "Was it because of the giants?" Hermione asked as the room is filled with silence. "Can't answer I'm afraid," Top secret, that is. Business of the Order. Hagrid said. We know you were looking for giants, Hagrid. Dumbledore said so last year. Harry said. Oh, well, yeah, I was then. Went with Madame Maxime. Took us a month to get to their camp. Hagrid said. A month? Ron questioned. Oh, course. Can do magic. Not with the ministry following us all the way. Plus, giants aren't fond o' wizards. Don't trust him, Hagrid said. So what did you do when you found them? Harry asked. Waited till morning and then marched right in. Hagrid said. We gave him a gift, just like Dumbledore said. Gave him a branch o' Gubrathian fire, everlasting flame. Giants love magic, see, just not too fond o' wizards. Nothing a giant loves better than magic. What happened then? Harry asked. We sat down and had a talk. Well, mostly they listened good. But there were good signs. Well, they did till the night. That's when everything went wrong, Hagrid said. There were a coup. Next morning, there were a new chief. We went back to see what we could do with this new chief. And then things got even worse. Death Eaters arrived, and the new chief were all happy to be seeing them, Hagrid said. We figured, just cause some o' the giants were favoring, you know, who don't mean all of 'em were. The coup had driven the old chief's supporters into some caves, so we went in after him. You went into caves looking for giants? Ron asked in awe. We found enough, and they seemed interested, at first. Then the new chief's lot raided the caves. Torrent many survivors. None o' them wanted anything to do with us after that, Hagrid said as the hut is filled with silence. So, no giants are coming? Ron asked. Well, not right away. We brought our message, and I expect a fair few remember it afore the end comes, Hagrid said. Harry strolls into the room of requirement, looking at the assembled group of the packs. Harry nodded to Harper, who walked towards him, standing beside him. Glad to see all of you could find this place all right, Harry said. Hey, Harry, what is all this stuff? Neville asked. Scattered around the room are many devices such as dark detectors and sneakoscopes. Loads of defense against the dark arts equipment. Hopefully we'll be able to get all of it before the end of term, Harry answered, turning his head to look at Harper. You need to understand something before we start, though. Defending yourself from the dark arts has less to do with magical ability and more to do with thinking fast and a lot of luck, Harper said, taking out his wand from his pocket. We'll start on easy. We'll be doing Expelliarmus tonight, though hopefully we can move on to other harder things if we have time. Oh, please. Professor Lockhart taught us that in second year, Zacharias said. He taught us how to throw and let go of our wand, Ron said, gaining some snicker from the crowd. Just like I said, we'll start on easy, and then we can move up to this year of spells, Harper said, looking at Cedric, who smiles proudly at him. If you have any complaints, you can be free to teach them, Zacharias, he said, looking at Zacharias, who was stunned into silence. Right. Well, let's split into pairs and give it a go, Harper said, clapping his hands. Ron, why don't you go with Neville for today? He said, turning to look at Ron, who nodded and walked towards Neville. Harry, you partner up with Cedric and teach them how to do it, he said to Harry, who nodded and walked towards the Hufflepuff. What about me? Hermione asked, looking at Harper. What do you think about the pups? Harper asked, turning to look at Hermione, who in turn looks at the first and second year, who looks kinda lost. I'll take care of the pups, Hermione said, not even waiting for Harper's response, as she walked towards the first and second year, who lit up at the sight of her. 60. Harper strolls among the students amid shouts of Expelliarmus, checking everyone's progress. He reaches Neville and Ron, who are practicing together, smiling at Ron, who instantly gets distracted by him. Expelliarmus, Neville said, and Ron's wand flips from his hand across the room. Accio wand, Harper said, taking Ron's wand into his hand and giving it to Ron. Thanks, Ron muttered, taking his wand. Harper smiles and turns to Neville, who's still in shock at what he had done. Well done, Neville, he said, a proud look on his face. Why don't you do it again for everyone? He said to Neville, who nodded at him. Expelliarmus, Neville said, and Ron's wand does it again. I did it, he said, looking at Harper, who smiles proudly at him. Wow, he understands where Harry is coming from now. Harper smoothed his hand down Neville's back, patting his back before letting go, and walks to the front of the room. Okay, everyone. We've done a lot today, and I've seen some great improvement. That's it for now. We'll meet back here, same time next week, Harper said, instantly giving his attention to the first and second years who were asking him about some stuff they needed to know. He's really good with kids, Hermione said, standing away from Harper with Harry and Ron beside her, the latter gazing lovingly at Harper. He really is, Ron breathed out, ignoring the look Harry and Hermione share. Ron, have you ever thought of becoming an animagi? Harry said, breaking Ron from his trance. I have, but I don't think I have time for it, Ron said, looking at Harry. Why not? Hermione asked, looking at Harper, who finished talking with the first and second years and is approaching them. I don't know, Ron said, shrugging. Don't know what? Harper asked, looking at the three of them curiously. We were asking Ron whether he wanted to be an animagi or not, Harry said, looking at Ron, who looks sheepish now. You can't choose your animagus form, I hope you know that, Harper said, as a small blush started to come up from his neck. What's wrong, Harper? Ron asked, looking at Harper, who takes a few deep breaths. My wolf form is a female, Harper said, looking at the three of them, who have their mouth wide opened in shock at the new information. Professor McGonagall was shocked as well. So there's a chance I could be a female animagus? Ron said, breaking out from his shock to look at the blushing brunette. I don't think you have a chance at becoming a female animagus, Ron, Harper said, as his blush faded away. I think it's because I became the mother figure too hard that my animagus changed gender, he said, glancing at Harry, who lets out a small laugh under his breath. Was it ever a male? Hermione asked. It was when I first transformed, Harper said, shrugging. I don't mind, though. Does this mean you can get pregnant? Ron asked, instantly regretting it when Harper blushed a pretty red, splutters, and starts softly hitting him, making him let out a laugh. I'm sorry, he said after a few minutes of play fighting from Harper's part, while he took the beating without a fight. Merlin, he is so hopelessly in love with Harper. Not even like, it's love to him now. Are you gonna become an animagi? Harper asked after calming down. I'll do it, Ron said, nodding. Good. Me and Professor McGonagall will be there and help you through the process, Harper said. Ron nodded, not minding it at all as long as Harper's there. Harper was instantly by Harry's bed when Harry started screaming, holding him down onto his bed while Ron is trying to take Harry up. What's wrong with him? Neville asked. Harry screams again, eyes snapping open and showing only pure white, without a single pupil in sight. He makes the bidding motion, thrashing wildly. Get McGonagall. Go. Ron screamed to Neville while holding Harry down, who's still struggling madly from their grasp. Harry, he shouted, trying again, but it didn't do anything. Harry. Harry blinks his eyes open, eyes normal again. He comes to himself, only to let out a shriek of burning agony. He clutches at his scar, eyes crossed and unable to focus. He rolls off the bed and onto Harper's chest, where he writhes in abject pain. Neville returns with Professor McGonagall behind him. Potter, Professor McGonagall exclaimed, running towards the boy but was stopped by Harper. His skin is burning. Don't touch him, Harper exclaimed, stopping her before she could touch him. Harry vomits all over Harper's torso, who didn't care about it, only caring about Harry's well-being. Taking a step back, Professor McGonagall draws her hand, looking uncertain what she will do with it in any case. Then, as suddenly as it had begun, it stopped. Harry slumps over Harper's chest, unmoving. Wake up, Harry. Please, wake up, Harper begged, looking up at Ron, who has a new shirt and pants for him. Harry's eyes instantly snapped open, pushing off of Harper, looking frantic. Mr. Weasley's been attacked. You dreamed this, Potter? Professor McGonagall asked, ignoring Harper, who stood up and started changing his shirt and pants, no shame in sight. No, I saw it happen. I was there, Harry said as Ron pales at the thought. You're sure this happened, Potter? Professor McGonagall asked again. Yes, we've got to do something, or he will die. Harry shouts. We're going to see the headmaster, Potter. Professor McGonagall said, standing up before pausing and looking at Ron and Harper. Weasley, Granger, you'd best come too. Professor McGonagall opens the door leading to Professor Dumbledore's office and leads Harry, Ron, and Harper inside. Professor Dumbledore looks up from where he is seated at his desk. Professor McGonagall in awe. He doesn't look at Harry, not even acknowledging the boy. What can I do for you? Well, Potter has had some kind of nightmare. Professor McGonagall said. It wasn't a nightmare. Well, I was asleep, but it wasn't a normal dream. It was, well, real. I saw, well, Mr. Weasley has been attacked by a giant snake, Harry said. Harper moved to Ron's side, wrapping his arms around the Weasley's arm, rubbing up and down his arm. How did you see this? How were you positioned when you saw it? Professor Dumbledore asked. Oh, I was the snake. I saw it from the snake's perspective, Harry said. Is Arthur seriously injured? Professor Dumbledore asked. Yes, Harry said in frustration. Professor Dumbledore stands and looks up at the portraits of previous headmasters and headmistress of Hogwarts. Two of them are watching the proceedings. You were listening? Professor Dumbledore asked. Ron takes Harry's hand and dragged him towards them, Harper instantly moving to Harry's right while Ron moved to Harry's left. Naturally, raise the alarm. We must make sure Arthur is found by the right people, Professor Dumbledore said. Everard and Dillies move out of their frames and do not return. Many of our previous headmasters and mistresses have portraits in other institutions, allowing them to move between them, Professor Dumbledore said, motioning for all of them to sit. Ron and Harper dragged Harry to the chair, placing Harry between them. Fawkes, we will need a warning, Professor Dumbledore said, moving to the Phoenix. The Phoenix vanishes in a blast of fire. Professor Dumbledore sits back at his desk and pulls a silvery, whirring instrument to him. It emits some smoke that firms itself into the shape of a serpent, then splits in two. The two serpents coil around each other. Naturally, but in essence divided? Professor Dumbledore said. Harry, Ron, and Harper exchange a confused look as Everard returns to his portrait. What news? Professor Dumbledore said. I shouted until someone came. They carried him up second ago. He doesn't look good. Covered in blood, Everard said. Dillies returns to her portrait at this time. Dumbledore, I've just seen them arrive at St. Mungo's. Apparated there moments ago. He looks really bad. Good. Professor Dumbledore then turns to Professor McGonagall. Minerva, the rest of the Weasleys will need to be awoken. Professor McGonagall nods and departs. Professor Dumbledore again turns to the portraits hanging on the wall. Phineas. Phineas opens his eyes and stares at Professor Dumbledore. Phineas, I need you to visit your other portrait. Tell Sirius what happened and that we are coming to stay for a while. Professor Dumbledore said. It's late, Dumbledore, Phineas said, but Professor Dumbledore only stares at him. I'm going. Professor Dumbledore takes a black pot and taps it with his wand. Portus. Professor McGonagall returns with Ginny, Hermione, Fred, and George in tow. Harry, what's happening? Ginny's words were cut off by Professor Dumbledore talking. Your father has been injured in the course of his work for the Order. He is alive and arrived at St. Mungo's Hospital for magical maladies and injuries only moments ago, Professor Dumbledore said, picking up the pot and steps around the desk. We, however, are going to Sirius's house until the morning. We're merely waiting for Phineas to return. A flash of flames appears over Fawkes' perch. A single feather floats to the ground. Fawkes' warning. Umbridge knows you're out of bed. Minerva, head her off. Tell her anything you can think of, Professor Dumbledore said. Professor McGonagall departs again. Phineas returns to his portrait. He says he'd be delighted. We'll stay here. Harper whispers to Harry and Ron, who nodded. This is a family business, he said when Fred looks at him. Harper and Hermione watch as they grab the pot and vanish. They look at one another, nodded, and start walking towards the Gryffindor Tower. 61. So you're saying this weapon you know, who's after, is in the Department of Mysteries? Ron asked, huddled around a table in the library. It's got to be, Harry said. That's got to be Saji's Podmore was doing in the ministry when he was arrested, Hermione said. Probably. Mr. Weasley was probably there when he was attacked, too. That must be what the order's guarding, Harry said. But why the Department of Mysteries? Ron questioned, getting weird looks from Harry and Hermione when his words were slurring slightly. But they quickly moved on, not questioning him at all, except Harper who knows what is in his mouth. It makes perfect sense, Ron. It's got to be something the ministry's been developing. Something top secret, Hermione said. Harry nods in agreement. Hermione picks up a copy of the Daily Prophet grimly. Look at this. There's been a mass escape from Azkaban. Bloody hell, Ron exclaimed. Quieting down Madame Pants shushed him. Harry stares at the front page picture of 10 witches and wizards. They're all Death Eaters. Hermione nods fearfully. Yes. Harry grits his teeth. Voldemort. Harry, Ron, Harper and Hermione sit at the Gryffindor table eating breakfast. An owl drops a letter on Harry's plate. Hermione opens it and pulls out a copy of the Quibbler. Harry's smiling face grins at them from the front cover. Look, Harry, it's your article, Hermione said. Then, a dozen more owls drop letters on Harry, who covers his head as the letters rain around him. What on earth? Hermione beams at him while Harper is holding back a laugh. Fan mail, Harry. Responses to the article, Hermione said. Which article is that, dear? Umbridge said, appearing at their table, smiling like a toad. I have just published an article telling the real story about what happened last June, Harry answered. Umbridge instantly turns an ugly shade of purple in her rage. Where is this article? Hermione hands her the Quibbler. Right, I will confiscate this. Anyone found in possession of this magazine will be expelled, Umbridge said, walking off. Hermione giggles in triumph. What? Harry questioned, wondering what got her so giggly. She's done it to herself. Banning the article will only make people want to read it more, Hermione said. Harper stands before his packs again, at night. We've been doing well so far. I thought we'd work on some defensive blocking spells tonight, he said, looking at Ron who was muttering the spell for the Animagus. Harper turns to everyone and smiles at them. Just like before, everyone, pair up, he said, and walked towards Ron who finished muttering the spell. Neville's waiting for you, he said, making himself known to Ron who turned around to look at him. Ron looks at Neville and sees Marcus with him. When the Slytherin becomes one of the packs he didn't know, he just hopes Marcus doesn't say anything to his housemates. He won't say anything, Harper said, pulling Ron out of his thought. Marcus loves Neville too much for that, he said, looking back at Neville and Marcus who seemed to be having fun with themselves before turning back to look at Ron. What animal do you think I'll be? Ron asked, crossing his arms over his chest while facing the brunette. What animal do you want to be? Harper asked, Ron raising an eyebrow in question, but Harper finished his sentence before Ron could answer. If you could choose, what would they be? I was thinking of matching you. A wolf, Ron said, tilting his head thoughtfully. Why? So, you want to breed me? Harper joked, but Ron still blushed from the statement. Have little Ron, or Harper, running around? Stop it, Ron said, face flushing red, pushing his hand onto Harper's face who let out a laugh. It's too young to be having children, he said, taking his hand off of Harper's face. You're saying you want one? Harper asked. One day, yeah, Ron said, shrugging. But not now, it's too dangerous. Harper nodded in agreement, turning his attention away to the first year who was slowly approaching him. He smiles and crouches down to his height. Hey, what can I help you with? He asked softly, letting the first year approach him. I don't understand this one, the first year said. Harper was about to respond when a crack was heard from his ear. Standing up and looking through the room and seeing Dobby talking with Harry. He softly pushed the first year towards the other and walked towards Harry with Ron behind him. Dobby, what's wrong? Harper asked, looking at Dobby with concern who shakes his head, terrified of something. Is it Umbridge? Dobby nods. Harry, Ron, and Harper share a look. Harper muttered something into Ron's ear who nodded and ran towards the others who quickly left the room. She knows, Harry Potter. She's coming, Dobby said. Harper quickly takes Harry's hand, not without telling Dobby to leave, and dragged him out of the room. He stops when Harry is hit in the back by a spell, looking at Draco, who moves out from behind a statue. Harper lets out a growl at Draco, who backs away in fear as Harper helped Harry up from the floor. "Over here, Professor. I've got two," Draco shouted from behind him. Umbridge hurries over, looking at Harry and Harper with a smirk, but her smirk faded when Harper's eyes lit up red. "It's them. Well done, Draco. We're going to see the headmaster." She turns to Draco. "Search everywhere for the others, Draco. Round them all up. Check everywhere. Bathrooms, the library, empty classrooms. We must find them." Draco nodded and hurries off. 62. Umbridge shoves Harry and Harper into Professor Dumbledore's office, which is filled with people. Professor McGonagall, Cornelius Fudge, Kingsley Shacklebolt, Maya Rosewood, and Percy Weasley. "You may be High Inquisitor of this school, Professor Umbridge, but kindly do not manhandle my students," Professor Dumbledore said. Fudge looks pleased, clapping his hands and rubs them excitedly. Well, Mr. Potter and Mr. Granger. I expect you know why you two are here." "Not really, no," Harper said without hesitation, sending a small smile towards Maya, who returned the smile. "Henley Rosewood's mother." "You don't? You haven't broken any school rules?" Fudge asked. "Yes, from time to time." "I don't know about Harry," Harper said, turning his head to look at Harry. "No," Harry answered Fudge. "Or ministerial decrees?" Fudge said. "Not that we know of," Harry said. Umbridge opens the door again, leading Marietta, Cho's friend, into the room. She has been crying, and her face is covered in pimples forming the word sneak. "I'm afraid the poor girl is unable to speak, but I shall tell you what has transpired. Shortly after dinner, she came to me and said that if I went to the room of requirement, I would find an illegally formed student group. It was at that time that this hex took effect," Umbridge said, gesturing to Marietta's face. "Since I had received information some time ago that Potter, Granger, and a number of other students had met in the Hog's Head to start an illegal group." "I'm not sure that's true, Professor," Professor Dumbledore said. "I'm sorry?" Umbridge questioned. "In point of fact, when young Potter and Granger met those students, it was not illegal," Professor Dumbledore said. "But 2 days later, Educational Decree 24 was introduced," Umbridge said. "Again, quite correct. However, I wonder if you have any evidence that proves this group has been meeting since then?" Professor Dumbledore said. "I have a witness right here," Umbridge said. "Correct again. I must confess that I was, however, under the impression that this young girl only told you a meeting was going on tonight," Professor Dumbledore said. "Let's ask her, shall we?" Umbridge asked, turning to Marietta, who was staring at the wall. "You can shake your head for an answer, dear. Now, have there been more meetings?" Slowly, still staring at the wall, Marietta shakes her head. "What do you mean by shaking your head, girl?" Umbridge said. "I would think that she was saying there have been no other meetings. Would that be correct?" Professor Dumbledore said. Marietta nods. "But what about Potter? He was the leader and has been." To Umbridge's astonishment, Marietta is shaking her head yet again. "Why are you shaking your head, girl?" Umbridge said. "It usually means no, Dolores," Professor McGonagall said. Umbridge grabs Marietta by the cloak and shakes her roughly. Professor Dumbledore stands, and there is anger in his voice. He draws his wand and points it at Umbridge. "Again, I cannot have you manhandling students, Professor Umbridge." Umbridge laughs, softly, and lets Marietta go. "My apologies, Headmaster. I forgot myself." "Well, what about the meeting tonight?" Fudge asked. "Right. Of course. Well, we proceeded down to the room and entered. We caught Potter and Granger just outside. But it doesn't matter. We found all of their names," Umbridge said, pulling the roster list Hermione had made up from her pocket. Fudge gapes at it, snatching it out of Umbridge's hands, face changing when he sees the name. An expression of confusion is shown on his face. "What is Pax?" "That would be my doing," Harper said, moving forward. "A pack is what multiple wolves are called. Is there a reason, Mr. Granger?" Umbridge asked, a small smirk on her face. It's a list of people that I wanted to protect, Harper said, turning his head to look at Umbridge. Ever since I became a wolf, my protective instinct has been up to 1,000. She needed a pack to take care of, pups to be taken care of, and a mate, he said, looking at Professor McGonagall, who has a small smile on her face. She? Umbridge questioned. My wolf is a female, Professor. Don't tell me you're gender-shaming her. Harper challenges Umbridge, who looks away from him. What about the room and Mr. Potter? Maya asked. I was looking for him and saw him and Ron making love. Harry lies through his teeth, seeing Harper blushed from the corner of his eyes. My eyes needed washing after what I've seen. Oh, Umbridge said, shocked at the reveal. Where was Weasley then? Fudge asked. He's tall and a fast runner, Harper said, making an act of fixing his clothes, which looks rumpled from how much he's been moving. And a really good kisser, he said, sighing dreamily as he leaned on Harry's shoulder. Maya clears her throat, breaking the silence, a smile on her face. Very well. I guess there's nothing we can do here anymore, Umbridge, she said, looking at the woman who looks at her. Dumbledore's not making an army, and Harper's wolf instinct to protect is just too strong for him to hold back, she said, looking at Harper, who's smiling at her. Now, if we're done here, I have a son and a husband that needs me more than here, she said, moving off to the door but stopped by Harper. Henley miss you greatly, Harper. Thank you for making his last year happy. You too, Harry, she said, walking out of the office. Kingsley moved to follow her out, and one by one, everyone walked out of Professor Dumbledore's office. A stunned Umbridge walks after, being dragged out by a stunned Fudge behind her. Harper turns his head away from the door to Professor McGonagall and Professor Dumbledore, the latter having a knowing glint in his eyes, making him blush. Harper looks at Harry, looking at the cheeky smile on the boy's face. Harry. Yeah, I hate you. Harry chokes on air, a smile on his face. 63. Harry, Ron, Harper, and Hermione sit with each other, looking up at the staff table where Umbridge stood, holding a parchment. By order of the Ministry of Magic, Dolores Jane Umbridge will replace Albus Dumbledore as head of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Umbridge read, looking over them all smugly. My first act as your new headmistress is to form an inquisitional squad, led by Draco Malfoy. They will report directly to me about the goings-on in the halls of this school. Ron and Harper shared a look, rolling their eyes as they turned their head to look at Umbridge. Furthermore, our good caretaker, Mr. Filch, has requested we reinstate the old punishments. I have decided that there is no reason we shouldn't, Umbridge said. Mr. Filch stands at the back of the hall, grinning like a kid at Christmas. Harry, Hermione, Harper, and Ron head towards the Hogwarts grounds. Harper and Ron are dressed in their Quidditch robes. Reasons why Hermione is not playing? Angelina found someone else, and she thought that Harper is good enough to be a seeker, and Harry is nice enough to let him borrow his firebolt. Are you sure you can't? Hagrid said it was important, Harry said, looking at Ron and Harper, who shook their heads. No way. Quidditch practice. If we don't show up, Angelina'll go mad, Ron said as Harper nodded in agreement. Good luck, Harper. Ron, Hermione said, squeezing Harper's shoulder and smiling at Ron, who returned the gesture. Good luck, both of you, Harry said, nodding to Harper and Ron. Thanks, I'll need it, Harper said, letting Ron drag him towards the Quidditch pitch. They walk for about 30 more minutes in comfortable silence before they arrive at the Quidditch pitch, where they see Angelina, the captain and chaser, Alicia and Katie, the chasers, Andrew, Kirk, and Jack Sloper, the beaters, and of course, him as a seeker and Ron as a keeper. Harper walks towards Andrew, who smiles kindly at him and stands beside him. Hi, he said, returning the gesture. Hi, Andrew said, looking towards Ron, his smile fading when he sees Ron glaring at him. Ron stops glaring at Andrew when Angelina begins talking, glancing towards Harper, who moved to stand beside him, making him smile slightly at the fact that Harper wanted to stay close to him. Ron turns to Harper when Angelina finishes talking. Good luck, Harper, he said, smiling down at Harper, who returned the smile. You too, 1-1, Harper said, making Ron smile at the nicknames. It's been so long since I've heard that, Ron said. I'll make sure to call you that in front of them then, Harper said, not waiting for Ron to respond as he flew up to the sky with Firebolt. Harper enters Professor McGonagall's office. She sits behind her desk while Umbridge sits in the corner with a notepad. Please sit, Granger, Professor McGonagall said. Harper sits down, making himself comfortable, and smiles up at Professor McGonagall, who returns the smile. You're here to have a talk with me about your career thoughts, Granger. We do this so we can begin to aim your courses over the next 2 years to prepare you for that career. Professor McGonagall said, I was thinking of becoming a defense against the dark arts professor, Harper said as Professor McGonagall nods. Teach them how to defend themselves and what's in the dark so they won't be scared. A dark arts professor. I feel you will do a magnificent job at being a dark arts professor from how much you've taught Harry last year, Professor McGonagall said, nodding. Hem, Umbridge said, but Professor McGonagall ignored her. Now then, Granger, you already have a wonderful score to become a professor at a young age. But you will still need to learn all of the spells and everything else, Professor McGonagall said, looking at Harper, who nodded, ignoring Umbridge as well. Hem, Umbridge said again, this time successful at getting Professor McGonagall attention. May I offer you a cough drop, Professor Umbridge? Professor McGonagall asked, Harper holding back a smile. Oh, no thank you, Minerva. Actually, I was just wondering if Granger has the proper temperament to be a professor, Umbridge said. Were you indeed? Professor McGonagall said, turning back to Harper. Granger has the mind to become an Auror, a professor, and anything he wanted to be. I believe that if he studies hard enough, he will be able to be anything if he can't be a professor. Thank you, Professor, Harper muttered, smiling up at Professor McGonagall, who softly smiled at him. If you're serious in this ambition, Granger, I would recommend on bringing your grades up before your OWLS. I dare say you've got enough time if you apply yourself. Lord knows you've consistently done well in defense against the dark arts without needing anyone's help. Excuse me, Minerva, but have you seen my note on Granger's current grades in my class? Umbridge asked, making Harper look at her weirdly, which she ignored. Of course. Yes, indeed I have, Professor McGonagall said. Then I think you will find that Granger's grades have been consistently poor this year, Umbridge said, gaining an eye roll from Harper. You apparently misunderstand me. I mean that Granger has done well in every defense against the dark arts class taught by a competent teacher, Professor McGonagall said, turning back to Harper. Umbridge looks as though she cannot believe her ears, then flips a page on her notepad and scribbles furiously. Now, assuming you've passed all of your necessary classes, the headmaster, or mistress, will send you a letter back to accept your position, Professor McGonagall said. I have the time to wait, Harper said, nodding. Umbridge stands abruptly. Harper Granger has no chance of ever becoming a professor. Professor McGonagall stands as well, her eyes locked with Harper's. I will assist you in becoming a professor if it is the very last thing I do, Granger. I will coach you nightly in order to get the necessary grades. Umbridge storms from the room. This concludes our meeting, Granger, Professor McGonagall said, smiling at him. Harper returned the smile. Thanks, Professor. You're welcome, Granger. Now hurry, or you'll be late for Weasley Animagus transformation, Professor McGonagall said, knowing glint in her eyes. Harper nodded, standing up and ran out of the room to Ron. Harper stops when he sees Ron entering from the entrance door, wondering if he had missed the transformation. Ron? Harper asked, making himself known to Ron, who turns to him and smiles, approaching him. Did I miss it? He asked, looking up at Ron, who nodded softly, disappointment filling him at the fact that he had missed the transformation. What animal is it? He asked, looking up at Ron again. A wolf, Ron said, a small noticeable smirk on his face, placing his hands in his pockets. Looks like we're matching after all, Harper, he said, moving closer to Harper's face, whose breath hitched, having not expected Ron to do that. Looks like we'll get some pups after all, he said, walking past Harper and starts walking towards the common room to change his clothes. A smirk on his face as he hears Harper splutters behind him. 64. The whole school is gathered in the Great Hall. Professor McGonagall standing in front of the staff table. Today begins your OWL exams. A number of ministry instructors are here to give them. Exams will take place for the next 2 weeks. Exams will be split in 2 parts, theory and practical application. Professor McGonagall said, pausing slightly. I must warn you that the most stringent anti-cheating spells have been added to your exam papers. No student has successfully cheated on an OWL in a century, though every year someone tries it. She said, pausing again. Naturally, cheating will not be suffered, and anyone caught will be expelled from Hogwarts. Ron bites the inside of his cheeks, leaning back against the chair and holds out his hand behind him, relaxing when Harper's hand slipped inside his hand, squeezing softly. Harry, Ron, and Harper stand on top of the astronomy tower, peering through the telescopes into the night sky. Harry smiles softly at the way Ron and Harper are giggling with each other, smiles on their face while taking turns looking into the night sky. Harper giggling suddenly stops, his eyes glazing over for a few seconds before disappearing. He walks where he can see the doors to the Great Hall open, Harry and Ron trailing after him. Oi, that's Umbridge down there, Ron exclaimed, gaining several students' attention who began to watch the proceedings taking place below. Harry instantly looks panicked at where they're going. They're heading for Hagrid's. The 3 exchange a nervous glance. Eyes back on the sky, please, Professor Tofty said. The students ignore the professor, watching the 6 shadows approach the hut, silhouetted against the windows of it. They open the door, and it closes. 20 minutes left on your exam, students, Professor Tofty said. Shadows pace past the windows to Hagrid's hut, raised voices reaching them. Then a sharp bang is heard, along with a flash of blinding light from within the cabin. The door burst open and Hagrid stumbles out, clutching at his waist, followed by the other 6. The 6 shadows fire stun spells at Hagrid. No, Harry exclaimed. They watch as the red-colored spells impact with Hagrid and bounce off of him. Seeing Fong leaps from the open door onto the man, knocking the man over. Fong bounds over to Hagrid and leaps in front of him, taking a hex full in the chest and falls to the ground with a whine. Ron points to Professor McGonagall. Look, he exclaimed, holding onto Harper's hand so he won't run down there and go insane and bite someone's head off. He glances at the brunette and sees the red eyes, squeezing Harper's hand again for good measure, looking back to Hagrid. McGonagall sort this out. They watch Professor McGonagall marches towards them, shouting something, breaking into a run as the firing of the spells only continues. She draws her wand in a swift motion and instantly, 4 of the attackers turn to her and fire their spells. Before she can even react, they slam into her. She is briefly illuminated in blood-red light and then is lifted from her feet and hurled backward 5 feet to slam into the ground. She does not move. Harper moved back from the crowd as the students screamed in terror, letting go of Ron's hand and instantly ran towards the door. His heart is rapidly beating his chest, his eyes lighting a bright red, before he lets out a growl from under his breath and transforms into a wolf, using her 4 paws to run towards Hagrid's hut. Umbridge turns when she hears a howl coming from the castle, face going pale when she hears another howl. The door burst open and 2 wolves ran out towards them, stopping in front of Umbridge with a snarl. Umbridge recognizes the brown wolf with red eyes as Harper Granger. She turns to look at the red fur wolf with sharp blue eyes. Somehow he looks bigger than Harper's wolf. She instantly recognized him as Ron Weasley. Stay down, an Auror exclaimed, pointing his wand at Ron. Bad idea. Harper turns his attention away from Umbridge, growling from under his breath and tackles the Auror onto the ground. The Auror tries to fight back for a while, but he suddenly stills under Harper's wolf. Umbridge's face is stricken with horror, looking at Harper with fear in her eyes while the other wolf looks shocked as well. Harper turns his head towards Umbridge, eyes bleeding red with anger, opening his maw and a head falls out of his mouth. More specifically, the Auror's head. Harper starts approaching Umbridge, but stops when Ron moves in front of him, shaking his head. Harper lets out a snarl, seemingly communicating with each other. Ron lets out a growl, standing tall on his front legs while moving closer to Harper, who slowly moves his head down to the ground, whining softly. Ron lets out a satisfied rumble when Harper submits to him without a fight, watching as Harper's red eyes turn to hazel. Harper backs away, looking at the Auror's head on the ground with widened eyes. Ron lets out a soft bark to get him to look away, but it didn't work. He only watches as Harper runs into the castle, letting out a howl and waiting for Harper to respond. He didn't. The long tables in the Great Hall have been moved aside. In their place, hundreds of desks have been set up. It is at one of these that Harper now sits, a guilty feeling in his chest from killing someone. This is the first time that he has made himself known to everyone, having gone missing after he had killed the Auror. It's a wonder how he's not in Azkaban. Professor Marchbanks stands near the staff table. Before we begin, I have an update on Professor McGonagall. She will be all right and is resting in the hospital wing. Harper was glad that Professor McGonagall is safe and alive. When he had seen her get thrown down, he had let his wolf instinct take over and only came back when Ron made him submit down to him. "You may now turn your papers over and begin," Professor Marchbanks said. Harper turns over his paper, looking around for one last time, and catches Ron looking at him. He instantly looks away, beginning to mark down on the paper, scribbling down the answers. It's later when he's looking at the last page of his exam that his scar on his arm burns. He gritted his teeth, holding in the pain, and looked up from the exam to Harry. He's wincing too, except he's holding onto his forehead scar. He looks down at the last page of his exam, scribbling down the answer while still holding onto his pain. He flinched when Harry fell out of his seat, watching Professor Marchbanks hurrying over to Harry's side and pulling Harry to his feet, escorting him out of the Great Hall. Harper catches Ron's eyes again, noticing that his eyes are focused on his arm. He looks down, gasping when he sees blood dripping on the table where his arm is placed. Harper hugs his arm to his chest and stands up, running out of the Great Hall to the entry hall where Professor Marchbanks and Harry are. "Harper?" Harry questioned. "I need to go to the hospital wing," Harper said, showing his bleeding arm to the professor, who nodded and told him to go. 65. Harper looks up when the door to the hospital wing opens. His right arms are wrapped with a gauze because Madame Pomfrey couldn't do anything for it, tensing when Harry, Ron, and Hermione enters the hospital wing. "Harper, come with us," Harry said, running towards Harper's bed. "Go where?" Harper asked, standing up anyway, and let Harry drag him out of the hospital wing. Madame Pomfrey did say he is free to go, just to not use his seer ability too much. "Voldemort's got serious in the Department of Mysteries," Ron answered, looking at Harper with a fond look in his eyes, gritting his teeth when Harper looked away. He hates not being able to do anything for Harper and return the praise Harper had done to him and bring his confidence up. "How do you know?" Harper asked, just noticing that Ginny, Luna, Fred, and George are with him as well. "He just saw it," Hermione answered. "How are we going to get there?" Harper asked. "We're still figuring it out," Harry said, suddenly looking sheepish. "We need to break into Umbridge's office to see if Sirius and Voldemort are really at the Department of Mysteries," Harper said, nodding his head towards the Weasley twins. Hermione was confused as to why Harper is not looking up from the floor, talking with them without looking at them in the eyes. "For that, we'll need a really good distraction," Harper continued, acting like everything is normal even though he's staring at the ground. Fred and George grin. "Right you are, Harper. Think we can whip something up, George?" Fred said. "Might be able to." George said. "Just give us a few seconds." Fred said. "Mind you, it's got to be really good," Hermione said. "Not to worry, Hermione. We've got something that will outdo everything else we've done here combined." George said. "It's been too quiet around here anyway." Fred said. "Time we did some real damage to this place." George said. They lean close to each other and begin whispering together in excited voices. "We'll also need to keep everyone away from her office," Harper said, looking up from the ground to Ginny's shoulder. Ginny brightens, not minding that Harper is not exactly looking into her eyes. "We can do that. Me and Luna'll guard the hallway." Harry smiles at him, grateful. "We'll probably only manage 5 minutes or so," Harper said. "That's all we'll need," Harry said. Fred and George straighten. "Right. You've got 10 minutes to get to Umbridge's office. And whatever you do, stay away from the astronomy tower for the next couple of hours," Fred said. "Unless they spread, in which case, I'd get out of the castle for a while." George said, leaving with Fred. Hermione turns to Harry. Break out your invisibility cloak, Harry. Umbridge throws Harry to the floor. You think you could simply walk into my office without me knowing about it? Foolish boy. Harry looks around the room. Malfoy leans against a windowsill. Hermione, Harper, Ginny, Luna, Ron, and Neville are under guard by the Inquisitional Squad, their wands piled on the floor. Umbridge draws her wand and waves it at Harry. Accio wand. Harry's wand flips from his pocket to Umbridge's hand. Who were you trying to contact? Umbridge asked. It's none of your business. Harry said. Draco, would you fetch Professor Snape, please? Umbridge said. Draco leaves and Umbridge smiles sickeningly at Harry. Very well, Potter. I have been patient enough with you. Draco returns with Professor Snape. You wish to see me? I have just caught Potter trying to communicate with someone in my fire. I need some Veritaserum, truth serum. Umbridge said. Well, it appears that I cannot help you. I have none. Professor Snape said, turning to leave. Harry looks at him desperately. He's got Padfoot at the place it's hidden. What? What does that mean? Umbridge questioned. Potter, if I want nonsense shouted at me, I shall inform you. Professor Snape said, sweeping out from the office. We've played nicely, Potter. You leave me no choice. Umbridge said, drawing her wand, moving menacingly at Harry. You could have saved me a lot of trouble if those Dementors I sent to your house had finished you off. You sent the Dementors? Harry said. Of course I did. Someone had to act. Umbridge said, turning her wand towards Harper. Crucio. Harper screams as the curse washes over him, stumbling down to the ground, shaking wildly. No, please stop. Hermione begged, eyes wide with fear. Umbridge looks pleased and turns to Hermione. Well, well. Hermione, no. Harper let out, breathing heavily. We have to tell her, Harry, Hermione said, looking at Harry and glanced at Harper. Harry looks down at Harper before looking up at Hermione, nodding. We were trying to find Professor Dumbledore. We had to tell him. Hermione trailed off, looking down at Harper who was looking up at the ceiling. That it's ready. The weapon, she said, looking away from Harper. Umbridge's eyes are shining with eagerness, smiling at Hermione. You and Mr. Potter will take me to it. 66. Ron helps Harper up, letting the brunette lean against his body, while glaring at Malfoy who looks away from them. I wonder what your father would think about this. He seethed, rubbing his hand on Harper's back. He'll kill her, Draco said without hesitation, glancing down at Harper before looking away. Good, Ron said, looking away from Draco's surprised face. Time passes in the Umbridge's office. Harper can now stand on his own without Ron's help and Draco is now pacing in front of them. God, I can't wait until all you Weasleys have been expelled. Your stench has been fouling this castle for too long, Draco said. Ron glares at him. Shut up, Malfoy. Draco smiles and punches Ron in the gut, knocking him to the ground. He was confused as to why Harper didn't react to Ron getting hurt, but he guessed Harper can't take care of Ron forever. That's for speaking to me. You know, you Weasleys are just as bad as mudbloods, Draco said. Harper looks down at Ron, who has fallen down near the pile of wands on the floor. Draco ignores Harper and sneers at Ginny. You know, Weasley, it's really too bad Father put that book in Harper's cauldron and not you. Ginny struggles against Crabbe, who is restraining her. Ron snatches up his wand, pointing his wand at Crabbe. Stupefy. Crabbe falls over. Ginny leaps at Draco, who is knocked to the ground. Luna kicks her restrainer in the shins. Harper turns to look at Marcus, who backs away at the sight of his red eyes. Neville slips out of the strangled hold he'd been in and snatches up his wand. Goyle waves his wand, but Neville is faster. Expelliarmus. The wand flies away as Ginny rolls away from Draco, scooping up her wand. She waves it at him, and he's blasted backward into the wall, slumping down to the floor. Harper helped Ron from the floor, a small frown on his face. Are you all right? He asked, holding onto Ron's arm. I am now, Ron said, not looking at Neville and Marcus talking with each other. Can you two kiss already? Ginny said, looking at Ron and Harper who pull away from each other, blushing. We should go, Harper said, clearing his throat to Neville and Marcus, who pulls away from their small, making out to look at them. Yeah, Ron said, fixing the collar of his shirt, and walks out of the office with the others behind him. Asterisk. Asterisk. Degree. What are we supposed to do now? They heard Harry ask Hermione. That's just what we were wondering, Ron said, appearing around Hagrid's hut with Harper, Ginny, Luna, Neville, and Marcus. Harry and Hermione looked surprised. So, how do we get to the ministry? Ron asked, tossing Harry and Hermione their wands. I'd imagine we should fly, Hermione said. We've got no brooms, Harry said. There are other ways to fly, Luna said, nodding in the direction of the forest. I mean, they can fly, and they're very good at finding places you need to go. Harry and Harper turn around and see 4 Thestrals watching them. What are those? Harry asked, looking at Harper for answers. Thestrals, Harper answered, finally looking at Harry in the eyes. Can only be seen by people who've witnessed death. I can see them too, Neville said, voice quiet. Harry claps his hands. All right then, get on one, and we'll be off. Asterisk. Asterisk. Degree. The sun has set behind the mountains in the distance. Harry and Ginny, Harper and Hermione, Neville and Marcus, Ron and Luna are each paired on one Thestral as they fly over the British landscape towards London. Though Ron is flying close to Harper and Hermione, watching over them. They soar between buildings and finally set down in front of a telephone booth. Ron jumps off of the Thestral shakily. Never again, he said, voice shaking slightly. You can ride a broom, but you can't ride a Thestral? Harper asked, helping Hermione off from the Thestral. Ron didn't know how to respond to that. You should just give up, Ron, Hermione said, fixing hers and Harper's hair. What now, Harry? Ginny asked. Harry leads the way to the telephone booth. He opens the door and steps in. The rest cram inside with him. The lift grinds to a halt and the doors swing open. Harry and the others step out to the receptionist area with the golden fountain. The place is deathly quiet and completely deserted. They fan out, wands at the ready. Harry waits a moment. All right, come on, Harry said, heading past the fountain and up the steps into the Ministry of Magic. Asterisk. Asterisk. Degree. This larger lift clinks downward slowly. Finally, it grinds to a halt. Department of Mysteries. The doors open and Harry leads the others out. This department is also abandoned. Where is everyone? Harry asked. The ministry closed a half-hour ago. I expect they all went home, Ginny said. Harry nods grimly. That's how Voldemort got in unnoticed. They walk until they reach the hallway from Harry's dreams. This is it. Come on, Harry said. They make their way down the long hall until they reach the door at the end of the hall. Harry tries the handle and it opens. Stay close, Harper said, standing beside Harry. 67. The room is large and circular, filled with identical doors all the way around. It is illuminated by blue-flamed candles. After Neville enters the room, the door swings shut with an echoing bang. Now where? Ginny said, looking at Harry and Harper. Harry looks around, confused. I don't understand. In my dream, the doors weren't identical. Well, let's try a few, Hermione suggested. Harry nods, agreeing with her. Yeah, I'll know the way when I see it, he said, going to the first door he sees and opens the door. He steps inside, with the others trailing behind him. This room is like an upside-down ziggurat, with huge steps leading to the base of the pit. On the lowest level rests a dark, gray veil that flutters as if there were a breeze. Soft whispers fill the room. Who's there? Harry called out, clambering down to the veil and stares hard at it. The whispers intensify as Harry looks around the room. Serious? There's no one here, Harry. This isn't the right room, Hermione said. Does anyone hear that? Harry said. I do. It's coming from the veil, Luna said. They look at the veil, which flutters menacingly though there is no wind. Harry slowly moves closer to it. Harry, Harper said, moving closer to Harry carefully. Harry didn't stop from walking, eyes locked on the veil. There are people in there, Luna said. What do you mean, people? Ron said, watching over Harry and Harper carefully. "Harry, we should leave," Harper said, stopping Harry from reaching out towards the veil. Harry tries to pull away from him, but couldn't. "Harry, we're here for Sirius, remember?" he said, and that seems to stop Harry from his trance. "Sirius, yeah," Harry said, dropping his hand away from the veil. Harper gently leads him away from the veil, arm wrapped around his shoulder as they all return to the room of doors. Hermione draws a flaming X over the door they just closed. Harry moves to the next one, finding it locked. He raises his wand over the door. "Alohomora." He tries, but it remains closed. "Whatever's in there, the Ministry sure doesn't want anyone getting to it," he said, moving to the next door and opens it, stepping inside. They enter the clock room, where every surface is covered in clocks. "This is it. Come on," Harry said as they move through the clocks. He leads them back to the end of the room, where another door lies. "This is it. This is where Sirius is," he said, opening the door and charging through. Harry and the others spill into the Hall of Prophesy and stop. Harry glances around as they all grip their wands tightly in their hand. The room is gigantic, being over 50 feet high and incredibly long. There are rows and rows of shelves, and on every shelf are dozens of dusty golden orbs. The room is lit by more blue-flamed candles. "He's in here somewhere," Harry said, leading them down the center aisle, peering down each row. He turns down one row, leading them to the end. This end opens out into another wide aisle, finding the row empty. Harry looks around in confusion. "I don't think Sirius is here," Hermione said, noticing that Ron and Harper are staring at one of the orbs. "Harry, have you seen this?" Ron was the one to speak, turning to look at Harry. It's got your name on it." Sure enough, there was a golden orb resting on the shelf with the label SBT to APWBD, the Dark Lord and Harry Potter. Harry reaches out for it. "What's my name doing here?" "Don't touch it, Harry," Hermione exclaimed. Harry glares at her. "Why not?" "Yeah, Harry, don't," Neville said, suddenly looking very pale. "It's got my name on it," Harry said, taking the orb off the shelf and looks at it. "I warned you before that one day you would come to a sticky end, Potter," Lucius said, emerging from the shadows, cloaked all in black. 24 other Death Eaters emerge around him. Harry and the others are surrounded and outnumbered. "Where's Sirius?" Harry asked. Lucius and several other Death Eaters laugh. "We don't have him, if that's what you mean," Lucius said, glancing at Harper, who moves to stand beside Harry. "You never did you? It was all just a trick," Harper said, noticing the proud look on Lucius' face. "Such a smart boy," Lucius said, glancing back at Harry. "The Dark Lord knows your weakness for heroics, Potter. All it took was a little nudge to get you there," he said, reaching out his hand, palm up. "Now give me that prophesy." "What prophesy?" Harry questioned. Lucius points at the golden orb in Harry's hand. "That prophesy. Now hand it over, or we'll have to use wands on you." Harry raises his wand at the same time as Ginny, Neville, Marcus, Harper, Hermione, Ron, and Luna raise theirs. "Go ahead," Harry said, looking straight at Lucius' eyes. Lucius regards him coldly. "Very brave of you, Potter. Or are you foolish?" "Come and find out," Harry said, but Lucius doesn't move. "Really, Potter? You expect to defeat all of us with your little school friends? Now hand it over, and they won't have to die here," Lucius said. One of the Death Eaters moves forward, throwing back her hood, revealing Bellatrix Lestrange. "I haven't escaped from Azkaban for this," Lestrange exclaimed, raising her wand, but Lucius forced her arm down. "No. If the prophesy is smashed," Lucius stops himself, glancing at Harper before turning to Harry. But Lestrange turns to several other Death Eaters. "Take the youngest girl. We'll see how committed Potter is as we torture her," Lestrange said. Ron, Harper, Hermione, Luna, Neville, and Marcus close and around Ginny. Harry steps in front of Ginny, wand out and aimed at Lestrange's chest. He holds the prophesy in his other wand. "You even try to take her and I'll smash this thing," Harry said, tossing the prophesy casually into the air and catches it again. Lucius starts in horror, glancing at Harper again before looking back at Harry. "So, what kind of prophesy are we talking about here?" Harry said, wondering why the blonde kept staring at Harper. "Surely you jest, Potter?" Lestrange said. "Not really. How come Voldemort wants it?" Harry said. "You dare to speak the Dark Lord's name?" Lucius asked, arching an eyebrow. "Who? Voldemort?" "Oh yeah, I dare." "Voldemort, Voldemort, Voldemort." Harry was cut off by Lestrange. "Silence! How dare you utter that name from your half-blood mouth?" Lestrange exclaimed. "Hey, did you know Voldemort's a half-blood too?" Harry asked. Lestrange raises her wand to strike, but Lucius stops her again. "Control yourself, Bellatrix." Lucius hissed. "What's so special about this prophesy anyway?" Harry questioned. Lestrange shrieks with laughter. "You mean Dumbledore never told you the reason you bear that scar was hidden here?" Lucius asked. Harry looks as if he was slapped, surprise shown on his face. "What?" Lucius and the Death Eaters laugh again. Harper turns his head slightly, noticeable to his friends, but unnoticeable to the Death Eaters. "When I give the signal, blast the shelves?" he whispers from under his breath. Harry, Ron, and Hermione nod grimly. "So that's what took you so long. We wondered." Lucius said. "But why did he need me to take it?" Harry asked. "Only a person for whom the prophesy was made can remove it from itself, Potter, and the Dark Lord couldn't get it himself." Lucius said. "So he used me to do his dirty work, did he?" Harry asked. "Precisely, Potter." Lucius said. "Now!" Harper exclaimed, and no less than 8 wands fired into the shelves at once. The Death Eaters cover their faces as debris covers them. "Run!" Harry exclaimed. Dust fills the air as the entire shelves fall crashing to the ground, raining glass shards and golden orbs. 68. The students break and run for the door, but Lucius grabs Harry by the shoulder and Hermione waves her wand at him while Harper watches her back. "Stupefy!" Hermione exclaimed, and Lucius is blasted backwards as the 3 of them run after the others. Spells explode around them as they keep running for the door. "Stop them!" Lucius exclaimed. Hermione slams the door shut after Harry, and Harper comes through the door, pointing her wand at it. "Colloportus," Hermione said, sealing the door. Harry looks around. Only Harper, Hermione, Neville, and Marcus were the ones still with them. "Where'd the rest go?" Hermione and Harper look around. "Harry, they went the wrong way," Hermione said as they instantly ran after Ron, Ginny, and Luna. Just then, the door blasts off its hinges. Harry, Harper, Hermione, Neville, and Marcus dive underneath several desks. Death Eaters enter the room, slowly moving between the clocks and desks. "They must have gone on to the hall," Caden said, looking at Lucius, who looks back at him. His eyes are white, showing that he is blind even though he had looked perfectly at Lucius. "Check under the desks," Lestrange said to Caden, who nodded, but he didn't get as far as Harry leaps out from under his desk. "Stupefy," Harry said as a jet of red light hits Caden in the chest, knocking him backward into the wall. Hermione jumps from under her desk and runs for the exit. Lestrange sees her and raises her wand. "Avada Serpensortia," Harper said as a snake burst through his wand, going for Lestrange, who was distracted enough for Harry. "Stupefy," Harry said, and Lestrange is struck with the same red light and falls to the ground. There was suddenly a yell from the next room. "Ron!" Harry and Harper exclaimed as 2 Death Eaters entered the room. "Impedimenta," the Death Eater said. The spell blasts Harry, Hermione, Neville, and Marcus backward. Neville flies over a desk. Hermione and Marcus strike a bookshelf and are nearly buried under the falling books, and Harry strikes the wall. "We've go Defendo," Harper said, cutting the Death Eater into 2 pieces, quickly dodging away the spell coming his way and pointing his wand at the other Death Eater. "Petrificus totalis," he said, as the second Death Eater falls to the ground and cannot move. Harper quickly ran to the books, helping Marcus and Hermione out from under the books while Harry and Neville moved towards them. "Come on, we need to go," Harper said, checking Marcus and Hermione for injuries. "We're fine, let's go," Marcus said, pushing Harper forward. Harry, Harper, Hermione, Neville, and Marcus re-emerged into the circular room of doors. Hermione's X's have fades from the walls. "Where do we go?" Neville asked. "I don't know," Harry said. A door opens and Luna and Ginny emerge, helping Ron walk between them. "What happened?" Harry questioned, watching as Harper takes the Ron off of Luna and Ginny. "I think my ankle's broken, and somebody hit Ron with a weird spell," Ginny said. Ron laughs strangely, gaining a curious look from Harper. "Hiya, Harry," he said, giggling. "You look funny," he said, laughing again. Ginny's legs give way, and Harry catches her before she could fall to the ground. "They hit her with something too," Luna said. "We need to get out of here." "Luna, can you help Ginny?" Harry asked, and Luna nodded, moving to Ginny's side. Another door opens, and 5 Death Eaters emerge. "There they are," Lestrange exclaimed. Stunning spells rain all around them, and the sounded group heads for the nearest door. Luna is blasted off her feet by a stunning spell. She and Ginny tumble to the floor, and Harry has no choice but to keep running. The next stunning spell hits Hermione, Neville, and Marcus in the back, falling to the ground. Harry, Ron, and Harper stagger into the room of the veil. Just as they enter, Ron is hit and falls. Harry slips and tumbles down to the bottom of the chamber, stopping by the dais of the veil. Harper quickly ran towards Harry, helping him up as the doors all around them burst open and Death Eaters entered, climbing down to surround them from a safe distance. Harper looks at Harry, noticing that blood trickles out of his mouth, and turns back to Lucius, who shoves his way towards them. "Your race is run, Potter. Hand it over," Lucius said. Harry and Harper glance around, wands poised at them. "Let our friends go and I will come with you," Harper said, turning his head to look at Lucius. Lestrange and several other Death Eaters drag his friends into the chamber. "The Dark Lord, I can see the future. I can tell him everything he needs." Harper cuts Lucius off from talking, looking behind him at Harry, who's looking at him with widened eyes. He turns back to look at Lucius. "I'll never lie, you know this." "Don't do it, Harper. Don't," Neville exclaimed, struggling against the Death Eater holding him. "Stop, Neville," Harper exclaimed. Lestrange looks at Neville. "Neville? Neville Longbottom?" she asked, laughing in glee. "My dear boy, I paid your parents a visit a long time ago. We had such a time." "You put them in St. Mungo's," Neville exclaimed. Lestrange beams at him. "So, Potter, give us the prophesy, or I'll see how long it takes to crack Longbottom like his parents." "Don't give it to them," Neville said. Lestrange points her wand at him, but Harper moves in his way before she could hit him. "Crucio." Harper goes down to his knee, lips tightening shut as the pain fills his entire body. Harper looks up at Lestrange, eyes lighting bright red as he looks at her as his body shakes with pain. The doors at the top of the chamber explode off their hinges. Everything stops as Lupin, Sirius, Moody, Tonks, and Kingsley enter the room and start blasting spells at the Death Eaters. Lucius moves to attack, but Tonks disarms him. Harry moves to the kneeling Harper, kneeling down next to him. "Are you all right?" he asked, which is a dumb question to ask. "Yeah," Harper said, cracking his neck, and sighed when he heard a satisfying crack. He and Harry begin making their way away from the fighting when a man grabs Harry from behind, his large, sweaty arm around Harry's throat. "Give me the prophesy." Harper leaps upon his back and hits him in the face. Harry elbows him in the ribs, and as the man falls away, he strikes Harry's hand by accident, sending the prophesy flying. Lucius sees it, raising his wand. Sirius leaps into him, and both men fall the rest of the way to the lowest level of the room, landing hard. The prophesy bounces off of a step, flips down to the next level, and shatters against the stone. A ghostly version of Professor Trelawney appears over the shattered golden orb and speaks something which cannot be heard over the fight and dissolves away. Harry and Harper seem frozen, staring at the broken pieces of the orb as Neville joined them. Sirius gets to his feet and sprints to the 3. "Get out of here, you 3, he said, pointing at one of the doors. That will take you back out of the Department of Mysteries, he said, starting to go back to the fight, but Harry grabs his hand. You come with us, Harry said. Sirius shakes his head. You're the important one now, Harry. I have to help the Order. Slowly, Harry lets go of Sirius' robe sleeve, looking into his godfather's eyes. I'll always be here for you, Harry. Now go, Sirius exclaimed, pushing Harry away from him towards the door as a spell rocketed past Sirius' head. Lestrange leaps down in front of Sirius, smiles, and Sirius grins. Hello, cousin, Sirius said, firing a spell at her. Harry, Harper, and Neville climb towards the door. Potter, Lucius exclaimed as the three whirled around to look at him, holding his wand out at them. We may lost the prophesy, but I can still deliver you and Harper to the Dark Lord, he said, waving his wand. Stupefy. Protego, Harper said, moving in front of Harry and Neville as Lucius' spell bounces away from them. The door opens and Professor Dumbledore, eyes blazing, enters, his wand at the ready. It's Dumbledore, Neville exclaimed. Lucius attempts to run, but Professor Dumbledore snaps his wand out, and Lucius is knocked over and dragged back. Professor Dumbledore moves past Harry, Neville, and Harper, descending into what appears to be a war zone. He reaches the fight before the Death Eaters even know he's there. Professor Dumbledore blasts two of them across the room before the rest notices. They break for the exits, but members of the Order are already there, stunning them. Lestrange fires a stunning spell, and Sirius ducks under it, laughing. Is that the best you've got, cousin? Sirius said, and he doesn't even see it coming. He barely finished his sentence when the second spell struck him in the chest, as he was lifted up into the air, a look of shock upon his face. Harper looks to the veil, eyes lighting up red again, and runs towards where Sirius is falling into the veil. He jumps and transforms into his wolf form, taking Sirius' hand and dragging him away from the veil. He transformed back into his human form, looking at Sirius, who was looking at him with widened eyes. Harry ran over the spells and towards Harper and Sirius, kneeling down beside Sirius. Harry looked behind him at Bellatrix, glaring at her, watching as she sprints out the door. He stood up and sprinted after her, not listening to Harper and Sirius calling out to him. Harper stood up, shoulders tensing, but before he could turn around and defend himself, he was taken away by the escaped Death Eater standing behind him, leaving behind his wand and the snake bracelet where Harper was standing beside Sirius. Harper falls down to his knees, looking behind him at the Death Eater, who quickly leave before he is taken away by the Order. He looks back at his surroundings, body filled with relief at the sight of the burrow. Harper stood up and started stumbling towards the burrow, watching as the door opened and Ron stood by the doorway with Harry and Hermione behind him. Ninny, Harper whimpered out, hoping that they could hear him from how far he was. He falls down to his knees, feeling arms wrapped around him and talking that he couldn't hear. He feels himself being picked up and wraps his arms around Ron's neck, burying his face in the crook of his neck. He let sleep take over him as soon as he was placed on a soft surface. Harper let out a soft groan, slowly opening his eyes, staring up at the ceiling. Confusion filling him at the unfamiliar ceiling, he looks down at his body, finding his shirt and pants missing. What was there was bandages wrapped around his body, though he's pretty sure everything on his body is healed from the way his body doesn't feel sore anymore. He slowly stood up, noticing that he was in the living room of the burrow. He slowly stood up, taking the clothes on the table and slipping it on. He walks towards where he can hear the sounds of people talking and enters the kitchen where his sister, Harry, Ron, the Weasleys, and Sirius are sitting. The Weasleys twins stop talking when they see him, eyes widening before a smile takes over their face. Harpy, Fred and George exclaimed, standing up and sprints towards Harper and bringing the brunette into a hug. Fred and George pull away, letting Hermione drag Harper into a tight embrace. She pulls away and studies her brother carefully for any other injuries, even though he's pretty sure they've all healed. You're all right? Hermione said with a question, unshed tears in her eyes. Harper nodded with a soft smile on his face, bringing his sister into a hug again. I'm all right, they didn't do anything to me, he said, looking over Hermione's shoulder at Harry and Ron. I had to show him it, he muttered, closing his eyes and burying his face deeper into her shoulder. You're alive. That's all we care about, Ginny said. Harper finally pulls away from Hermione, wiping down the tears on his sister's face. He looks at Harry and Ron, waiting for one of them to do something. Harry was the first to move, tightly hugging Harper as if he's gonna disappear again. I miss you, he muttered, wrapping his arms around Harper's waist. I miss you too, Harper said, rubbing Harry's back. Harry pulls away from the embrace, smiling up at Harper, who turns to look at Ron. Ron opens up his arms and lets Harper embrace him, wrapping his arms tightly around Harper, who buries his face in the crook of his neck while he buries his face in his long curly hair. They hug for about 5 more minutes before Sirius clears his throat. Harper pulls away and turns to look at Sirius, Ron's hand placed on his back, scared that he's gonna disappear again. I never got to thank you for saving me, Sirius said, smiling softly at Harper, who returned the smile. I've stopped death before. I'll do it again, Harper said, and they instantly knew who he was talking about. I'll do anything to keep Harry happy and safe, he said. Sirius nods, agreeing with him. Even lie to the Dark Lord, he added, shrugging. Everyone snapped their heads at him, sharing widening eyes. What? Harry croaked out, wondering what Harper had lied to Voldemort. I can't say, in case it won't come true, Harper said, turning his head to look at Harry, who nodded. Are you sure you're all right? Hermione asked, looking at Harper carefully. Harper nods. I think they're all healed. The bandages are starting to become uncomfortable, he said, blushing when he thought back to when he woke up half naked. Who undressed me? He asked, looking at everyone, who looks behind him at Ron. Ron rubs at the back of his neck nervously, a sheepish look on his face. I hope you don't mind, he said, a small blush on his face as he looks at Harper. Harper shakes his head, smiling at Ron. Don't worry. Ron nods, looking away from Harper to Hermione, who is holding an envelope. From Eloise, Hermione said, giving the opened envelope to Harper. Harper raised an eyebrow at her, looking at the opened envelope to Hermione, who looked guilty. Hermione, I couldn't help it. I'm sorry, Hermione said. Harper let out a fond chuckle. I'm just joking, he said, walking back towards the living room and reading the letter. He sat on the couch and began reading the letter, frowning at the first sentence. My father has decided to take me away from Hogwarts. I wanted to talk to you in person about this, but then your sister told me that you were taken away by a Death Eater. So I decided to write you this letter, so you won't get confused as to why you won't be seeing me later at Hogwarts. I'm sorry that we couldn't be together longer. You are the nicest and sweetest person I have ever met, and the best partner I've ever had. I'm sorry we couldn't be together longer. I hope we meet again in the future when the threat is gone, not as a partner, but as a friend, where I will be with my partner and you will be with yours. I will miss you, Harper Granger. I will never forget about the way you treated me, so kind and pure, even after everything you've gone through. From Eloise Midgen. Harper softly smiled at the letter, eyebrows furrowed at the bottom of the letter where it says turn the paper around. He did, and a different message for him. I know this is not a way to write a letter, but I don't care. I just wanted to put this through your head. Harper, I've seen the way you look at Ron, and I've seen the way Ron looks at you. I want you to confess your feelings to him at the time you feel like it. You'll know when it's the right time. P.S. There's a picture in the envelope that's going to help you confess your feelings. Every time you have a second thought about confessing, just look at the picture. And don't let Lavender Brown get to him first. I've seen the way she looks at him as well. Harper looks into the envelope and finds a photograph, softly smiling at the picture. It was a picture of him and Ron dancing at the Yule Ball. Harper looks up from the picture, looking at Ron, who is leaning against the wall. You look happy for someone that just lost a partner, Ron said, moving to sit beside Harper and looking at the picture. Is that a picture of us? He asked, looking at Harper. Harper nodded, smiling up at Ron. Eloise gave it to me, he said, hugging the picture to his chest. And I'm gonna keep it. Ron huffs out a laugh, leaning back against the couch. Good. 1-1, Harper said teasingly, gaining a smile from Ron. Harpsichle, Ron said, making Harper snort at the nickname. What does that even mean? What does 1-1 mean? Yeah, I thought so. 69, 6th year. The Daily Prophet tumbles within a makeshift campfire of blue flames, but magically doesn't disintegrate. Harry teases the fire with the tip of his wand, where the Chosen One mingles with Draco's haunted face in the flames. When did you all get here? Harper asked, playing with the sleeve of Ron's shirt he is wearing. The shirt is a bit too big for his body. He can easily see his collarbone from the collar of the shirt. A few days ago, though for a bit, I wasn't sure I was coming, Hermione said, turning her head to look at Harper, who has a confused expression on his face. What do you mean? Harper questioned, looking between Ron and Hermione. Mum sort of lost it last week. Said Ginny and I had no business going back to Hogwarts. That it's too dangerous, Ron said, taking a snake bracelet from his pants pocket, holding it out to Harper, who took it with a small smile. Harper slips on the snake bracelet, letting Ron take his right hand. Oh, come on, Harry said. She's not alone. Even our parents, and their muggles, know something bad is happening, Hermione said, a small smile on her face at the shocked expression on Harper's face. They were already scared for you, Harper. Anyway, Dad stepped in, told her she was being barmy, Ron said, squeezing Harper's hand. Took a day or two, but she came round. But we're talking about Hogwarts. Dumbledore. What could be safer? Harry said, noticing Hermione and Ron exchanging glances. There's been a lot of chatter lately. That he's gotten old, Hermione said. Rubbish. He's only, what? Harry questioned. 150. Give or take a few years, Ron said. Silence fills the room, the four of them nodding. Before they all break into laughter, the room growing quiet again. Harry takes another poke at the prophet. Draco's haunted face appears briefly, then is gone. Do any of you know how to cut hair? Harper asked, touching up his long curly hair that has started to cover his eyes. I do, Hermione said, taking Harper's hand and dragged him up towards the bathroom. Step up, Fred and George exclaimed over the crowd in the Weasleys' wizard wheezes. We've got fainting fancy, George said. Nosebleed nougats, Fred said. And just in time for school, George said. Puking pastilles, Fred finishes for him. A boy stops chewing, turning pale green. Literally. Into the cauldron, handsome, Fred and George said. Together, with the tips of their toes, Fred and George launch a slushing cauldron down the counter and drop down on either side of Harry and begin to steer him through the store. What did you think, Harry? Fred asked. Amazing, Harry said. Pocket that and you'll pay in more than galleons, my friend, George said to a browsing boy. We've got eyes in the back of our heads, Fred and George said. The boy, working a screaming yo-yo, blanches as Fred and George turn, revealing they do in fact have eyes in the back of their heads, phony, but unnerving. As the eyes wink, the tiny boy bolts. Bloody urchins, George said. Harry eyes a display of orange and black lumps. Peruvian instant darkness powder? A real money spinner that, Fred said. Handy if you need to make a quick escape. Hello, ladies, Fred said. George drops one of the lumps in Harry's hand, turning to Ginny and Hermione, who peruse a display of wonder which love potions. Yes, they do really work, George said. Then again, the way we hear it, you two are doing just fine on your own, Fred said, sending a teasing smile towards Hermione, who blushed lightly. Meaning? Ginny asked. Are you not currently dating Dean Thomas? Fred asked. Harry pretends to consider a rack of 10-second pimple vanisher, but secretly eavesdrops on the conversation. None of your business, Ginny said. These are adorable, Harper said, looking inside the cage where a small round balls of fluff roll about, letting out a squeak. Aren't they now? Pygmy puffs. Can't breed them fast enough, Fred said, taking one out of the cage and giving one to Harper. For free, from us, he said when Harper looks up at him. Harper smiles up at the twins, placing the pink pygmy puffs on his shoulder before he turns his head to look at Hermione, who is being checked out by a boy. Harper walks towards his sister and stands behind her, narrowing his eyes at Cormac, who backed away from him. How much for this? Harper heard Ron's voice from somewhere, squeezing Hermione's shoulder, and went to where he sees Ron, holding something in his hand. 5 galleons, Fred and George said, catching the 5 galleons thrown towards them by Harper. There's your 5 galleons, Harper said, turning to look at Ron, who smiles at him. Thanks, Ron said, taking Harper's hand, noticing the pink pygmy puffs on the brunette's shoulder. Come on, let's go, he said, dragging Harper towards the door with Harry and Hermione behind them, passing Lavender Brown, who smiles flirtatiously at an oblivious Ron. But not Harper. Hi, Ron, Lavender said, catching the Weasleys' attention. Hi, Ron said kindly, oblivious, and follows Harry and Hermione out the door. Harper remembers the letter Eloise had written for him, shaking his head softly at the thought. The sun fades over an iron archway as Harry, Ron, Harper, and Hermione pass beneath. All around them, shops sit silent, windows boarded up or shattered. People scurry by, avoiding the scary faces of the witches and wizards who peer out from the security posters plastered to every lamp post. Bellatrix is there, known Death Eater, and Greyback, werewolf, and Lucius Malfoy, caught. How is it Fred and George are doing it? Half the alley's closed down, Hermione said. Fred reckons people need a laugh these days, Ron answered, wrapping his arm around Harper's shoulders. Reckon he's right, Harry said, eyeing the poster of Bellatrix Lestrange at her mocking half-smile. Oh no, look, Harper said, looking at the wreck of Ollivander's wand shop. But everyone got their wands from Ollivander. Young, old, Hermione said. Good, bad. Speaking of which, Harry said, looking across the avenue where Draco and Mrs. Malfoy pauses, glances around, then slips quickly down an alley. Is it just me? Or do Draco and Mummy look like 2 people who don't want to be followed? Ron questioned. The quartet trail after Draco and Narcissa, who navigate the dark streets with ease. Harper and Hermione, who were lagging a bit, glanced up at the darkening sky, and when they looked back, they saw Ron and Harry far ahead. They turn a shadowy corner and vanish. Harper and Hermione share a look, moving together through the shadows, peering down side streets, each darker than the next, lost, but holding it together when a shadow flickers overhead. They simultaneously look up and see a figure leaps from one roof to another. They stand perfectly still, then they hear voices from a distance. They follow where the voices come from and creep to the end of a narrow passage and find themselves behind Borgin and Burke's. Figures encircled an old cauldron. Among them are Greyback, Bellatrix, Narcissa, Caden, and in the very center are Draco. They squint against the brilliance of the fire, the figures twisting like Giacometti's. Draco extends his left arm. When a shadow falls over Harper and Hermione, fingers find their arm. Hermione turns around, terrified, but she calms down at the sight of Harry and Ron. She looks at Harper and sees him holding onto his chest, terrified as much as her. Bloody hell. Sorry, Ron muttered, pulling Harper back against his chest. Just then, the cauldron explodes with light. Instantly, the group, including Draco, disperses. What just happened? Harry questioned. I don't know, Hermione said, shaking her head. Harry, Ron, Harper, and Hermione sit together. Hermione has a book entitled Advanced Rune Translation open on her lap, while Ron lets Harry's invisibility cloak play through his fingers. Harper is sleeping with his head on Hermione's shoulder. Don't you see? It was a ceremony. An invitation, Harry said, keeping his voice low so Harper won't be disturbed from his sleep. Stop, Harry. I know where you're going with this, Hermione started but was cut off by Harry. It's happened. He's one of them, Harry said. One of what? Ron questioned, looking up from the cloak. Harry is under the impression that Draco Malfoy is now a Death Eater, Hermione said. You're barking. What would you know who want with a sod like Malfoy? Ron asked. So what's he doing in Borgin and Burke's? Browsing for furniture? Harry said. It's a creepy shop. He's a creepy bloke, Ron said, glancing at Harper when he sees him move, but he still sleeps through the conversation. Look, his father's a Death Eater. It only makes sense. Besides, Harper and Hermione saw it with their own eyes. Harry said, "I told you. I don't know what I saw," Hermione said, glancing at Harper on her shoulder. "I don't know about Harper, though. Think he'll be able to use his seer ability ever again?" Ron asked, looking at Harper. "He could, but I don't think it's a good idea right now," Hermione said, watching as Harry stood up. "I need some air," Harry said, taking the cloak from Ron's hands. "You did great on cutting his hair," Ron said, breaking the silence. "Thank you. I messed up on some parts, but it would still look good on him either way," Hermione said, pointing at the part where she cut too short and too long. "You're right, it still looks good on him," Ron said, looking at Harper fondly. "When are you going to confess to him?" Hermione asked, breaking the comfortable silence again. "I've got no idea," Ron said, leaning back against the seat. "I'm just waiting for the right time, I suppose. Let's hope no one gets to you first before him," Hermione muttered from under his breath, hoping Ron didn't hear her. Ron did, but he didn't comment on it. Asterisk, a asterisk, degree. Ron, Harper, and Hermione step into the crowded aisle. "Where's Harry?" Harper questioned. "Last we saw him, he was talking about getting some air," Hermione said. "Probably on the platform." "Come on," Ron said, taking Harper's hand. Hermione cranes her neck, looking for Harry, while Ron stuffs his face with puddling, mumbling, mouth full. "Don't you worry. He'll be long soon enough." Ron was cut off by Hermione, who smacked him with her book. "Will you stop eating? Your best friend is missing," Hermione exclaimed. Harper, who was eating a pudding as well, slowly looked up at Hermione. His spoon paused in front of his mouth. "Oi, turn around, you lunatic," Ron said, nodding to Harper to keep eating. Hermione turns and sees Harry and Luna approaching. In the light of the hall, Harry's blood-spattered face is quite the sight. He's covered in blood again. "Why is it he's always covered in blood?" Ginny asked. "Looks like his own this time," Ron said. Harry sits down next to Harper, who instantly wipes down his mouth with a napkin. "Where have you been, Harry? And what happened to your face?" Harper questioned, turning Harry's head towards him. "Later. What VE I missed?" Harry asked, letting Harper wipe down the blood on his face. Ron shrugged, still eating. "Sorting Hat urged us all to be brave and strong in these troubled times. Easy for it to say. It's a hat, isn't it? First years seem to enjoy it, though. Wankers. Filch give you the wand outside?" he asked Harry, who nodded. Harper finished cleaning Harry's face, placing down the bloodied napkin on the table. "Thanks," Harry said, smiling at Harper, who returned the smile. Just then, the light in the hall begins to gently dim and all eyes turn to Professor Dumbledore, standing at the top of the hall, ash in hand raised to the enchanted ceiling, where clouds respond to his gestures and shroud a gleaming full moon. "What's happening to his hand?" Hermione questioned. "The very best of evenings to you. First off, please join me in welcoming the newest member of our staff, Horace Slughorn," Professor Dumbledore said as mild applause ensues. Harry claps perfunctorily, his eyes drifting to the entrance of the hall as a pair of aurors stations themselves just outside. Professor Slughorn, I'm happy to say, has agreed to resume his old post of Potions Master. Meanwhile, the post of Defense against the Dark Arts will be assumed by Professor Snape, Professor Dumbledore said, but the last sentence was met by a stunned silence. Harper claps and doesn't stop even when some of the Gryffindor student sends him a confused look. "Better than Umbridge," he said, looking towards the high table and sees Professor Dumbledore smiling softly at him as the Slytherin student and some first years join him in clapping. "Now, as you know, each and every one of you was searched upon your arrival tonight. You have a right to know why," Professor Dumbledore said as a beat passes over them. "Once there was a young man who, like you, sat in this very hall, walked this castle's corridors, slept beneath its roof. He seemed, to all the world, a student like any other. His name? Tom Riddle." The hall goes utterly silent. Today, of course, the world knows him by another name, which is why, as I stand looking out upon you all tonight, I am reminded of a sobering fact. Each day, every hour, this very minute. Perhaps dark forces attempt to penetrate this castle. But in the end, their greatest weapon remains you. Professor Dumbledore said. Harry eyes Malfoy, slouched low, lazily levitating a fork with his wand, as if Dumbledore were unworthy of attention. Just something to keep in mind. Now, off to bed. Pip pip, Professor Dumbledore said. That was cheerful, Ron said, rising up from his seat. Thank God, we sleep in the same bed, Harper said, looking at Ron, who smiles at him. 70. Harper looks at the door when he sees Harry dragging Ron inside the classroom. He nodded his head to Ron, who returned it with a half-smile. Harry, boy, I was beginning to worry. And I see we've brought someone with us, Professor Slughorn said, looking at Ron. Ron Weasley, sir. But I'm dead awful at potions, a menace actually, so I probably should just be going. Nonsense, we'll sort you out, Professor Slughorn said, cutting Ron off from talking and leaving. Any friend of Harry's is a friend of mine. Right then, books out? Sorry, sir, but I haven't got my book yet, Norse Ron. You see, Harry tried to say, but was cut off by Professor Slughorn. Not to worry. You can get what you need from the cupboard, Professor Slughorn said, pointing to the cupboard, and resumes talking about the cauldrons bubbling before him. Now, as I was saying, I've prepared a few concoctions this morning. Any ideas what these might be? Yes, Mr. Granger, sir, Harper said when Hermione elbowed him to answer the question. That one there is Veritaserum, and that would be Polyjuice Potion. And that? He trailed off, distracted by Harry and Ron fighting for the textbooks, turning his head back to Professor Slughorn, who smiles softly at him. Is Amortentia the most powerful love potion in the world? Ron sat beside Harper, grinning teasingly at Harry, who rolls his eyes half-heartedly at the Weasley. It's rumored to smell differently to each person, according to what attracts them. For example, I smell freshly mown grass and new parchment and spearmint toothpaste. Harper stops himself from talking when he catches what he was saying, glancing at Hermione, who smirked knowingly at him, making him blush. Professor Slughorn regards the twins. One of my best friends is Muggleborn. She's the best in our year. Harry, settling into his seat with the soiled textbook, looks up just as Professor Slughorn's eyes shift to him for confirmation. As Harry nods, Hermione glances curiously at him. Now Amortentia doesn't create actual love, of course. That's impossible. But it does cause a powerful infatuation or obsession. For that reason, it is probably the most dangerous potion in his room. Professor Slughorn turns, finding sea of dreamy faces leaning into the vapors. Instantly, he clangs a cover onto the cauldron, bringing them round. As Ron blinks, he finds Lavender still staring dreamily at him. He turns away from Lavender to Harper, who is frowning into his textbook, filling him with concern. Has he done something wrong? He hopes not. Noticing, Hermione's eyes narrow at her, making Lavender look away. Sir, you haven't told us what's in that one, Kitty said. Ah, yes, Professor Slughorn said, stepping to a small black cauldron. Begins to ladle a bit of golden liquid into a tiny vial. What you see before you, ladies and gentlemen, is a curious little potion known as Felix Felicis, but it is more commonly referred to as liquid luck, Hermione said as buzz runs through the class. Even Draco perks up. Yes, Miss Granger. Desperately tricky to make. Disastrous should you get it wrong. But brewed correctly, as this has been, it has remarkable powers. One sip, and you will find that all your endeavors succeed. At least until the effects wear off, Professor Slughorn said. But then why don't people drink it all the time? Kitty asked. Because taken in excess it causes giddiness, recklessness, and dangerous overconfidence, Professor Slughorn said. Have you ever taken it, sir? Blaise asked. Twice. Once when I was 24. Once when I was 57. 2 tablespoons taken at breakfast. 2 perfect days, Professor Slughorn said, eyeing the vial dreamily, adrift. Finally he blinks. So, this is what I offer each of you today. 1 tiny vial of liquid luck. To the student who, in the hour that remains, manages to brew an acceptable draft of living death, the recipe for which can be found on page 10 of your textbook. Excitement seizes the class as Professor Slughorn smiles knowingly. You should know that in all the years of my previous tenure at Hogwarts, only one student did brew a potion of sufficient quality to claim this prize. In any event, good luck, Professor Slughorn said, setting the vial upon his desk where it shimmers in a shaft of sunlight. Harper looks at Harry, sharing a smile to the boy who returned the smile, not opening up his book like everyone else. Good luck, Harper mouthed to Harry, who pointed at his book. He shakes his head, pointing to his forehead, and Harry nods in understanding. A moment's passed in the potion classroom. Lavender is still eyeing Ron. Hermione's hair grows bushier in the stream rising from her cauldron, and Harper is minding his own business. Professor Slughorn also notices that the brunette wasn't doing anything. So he gives Harper something to do by giving him something that won't give him the liquid luck. Professor Slughorn wins his way amongst the cauldrons, nodding with sympathy at the fiascos before him. Then he stops, staring in disbelief at the pearly sheen of one bubbling potion. Merlin's beard. But it's perfect. So perfect I dare say one sip would kill us all. Your mother was a dab hand at potions. But this? My, what can't you do, boy? Perhaps you will save us all in the end. Professor Slughorn said as all eyes turned to Harry, making his smile flatters. Here you are then, as promised. One bottle of Felix Felicis. Use it well. Slowly, Harry reaches out and takes the glittering vial. Harry tries, with little success, to get the attention of the throng of aspiring Quidditch players assembled on the pitch. All right, cue up. Excuse me. Harry's voice quietened up at the end, looking at Harper for help. Shut it, Harper shouted, and the pitch is instantly filled with stunned silence. Harry's lips quirked up, nodding to Harper, who returned the gesture. Thanks. All right. This morning I'll be putting you all through a few drills to assess your strengths. But know this, just because you made the team last year does not guarantee you a spot this year. Is that clear? Harper squeezes Harry's shoulder and walks towards Ron, who seems to be talking with Cormac. Cormac McLaggen, he said, catching the boy's attention. Harper Granger, Cormac said, looking Harper up and down, checking him out. Trying to be a beater? I'm a reserve player for if Harry can't play, Harper said, turning his attention to Ron, who lit up at his attention, making him smile. Good luck, Ron. Can't wait to see you play, and I want you to remember this, he said, moving closer to Ron, who straightens up. Act like I'm here with you, playing by your side, he said, patting Ron's chest, right where his heart is. Thanks, Harper, Ron said, pecking Harper's forehead. Thank you. Harper nodded, turning his back against Ron, and started walking towards the stand where his sister was waiting for him. Harper sits next to Hermione, smiling at Marcus, who has a sleeping Neville on his shoulder, and pays attention to the pitch. Ginny flies swiftly, handling the quaffle with ease. 2 second years collide in midair. Cormac makes a brilliant save, narrowing his eyes at Ron, who does the same thing. The Weasley turning his head away from the bludger. He turns to where Ron is looking at where Harper is sitting and sees him smiling proudly at Ron. Hermione shoves her shoulder against Harper, smiling knowingly at Harper, who shoves her back. Katie snatches a quaffle with one hand, splits 2 defenders beautifully, and makes a slick blind pass to Dean, who jets high in the air, then lets the quaffle roll off his fingers, right into Ginny's hands as she races below. Seamus sends a bludger rocketing into the stands, scattering a group of onlookers, leaving only Neville, who was woken up by Marcus, who sidles delicately to the right as the others leg it. 2 third years collide in midair. Cormac makes another brilliant save, turning to Ron, who does the same thing with the tail of his broom. Cormac gritted his teeth frustratedly, wondering when Ron is going to mess up. Demelza Robbins, bent low over her stick, pins the quaffle under her chin, splits 2 bludgers and a pair of beaters. 2 fourth years collide in midair. 2 aspiring beaters whiff on a pair of bludgers, whack each other instead, and plummet to the pitch as the bludgers ricochet off one another and go flying into the stands, scattering onlookers yet again and leaving, as before, only Neville. This time, he slides delicately to the left. Cormac makes another brilliant save, looking to Ron, getting more frustrated the more Ron succeed. 2 fifth years collide in midair. The survivors press ice packs to their heads, run tape round twisted fingers. Only Ron, hovering at the west goal, and Cormac, hovering at the east, remain on the pitch. Luna, spectrospecs in place, eyes Cormac, cool, confident, clear. Then eyes Ron, at ease, calm, and undisturbed. All right, Cormac, Ron. It's down to you two for keeper. We'll decide it with a shootout. Demelza, you'll bring the quaffle up against Cormac. Ginny, you'll take on Ron. Harry said. Hang on. She's his sister. How do I do she won't toss him a floater? Cormac asked. Piss off, Cormac. How about I toss you a floater? Ginny retorted. Quiet. I'm captain. We do it my way. Now line up. On 3. 1, 2, 3. Harry exclaimed. Demelza and Ginny rockets forth. Ron weaves nervously, thinking back about Harper and focuses on the shape of his sister while Cormac hovers in place, a confident sneer on his face. Come on, Ron, Harper muttered under his breath, but Hermione heard it anyway. Demelza hunkers over her broom once again, flying like an arrow, then goes into a wide, sweeping slide. Ginny blasts over the pitch, ginger hair streaming like flames, then rolls recklessly to the side. As one, they both let fly. Hermione, mouth hiding behind her fingers, mutters something. Cormac, at the last moment, inexplicably rolls his broom to the right and the quaffle sails over his shoulder. Ron, eyes narrowed on Ginny, deflects Ginny's quaffle with the tail of his broom. As a few partisan cheers erupt from the stands, Harry grins, then has to restrain himself. Hermione opens her eyes slowly, glancing at Harper, who is smiling proudly up at Ron, who is looking back at him with a smile. Isn't he brilliant? Lavender said, breaking the eye contact between Ron and Harper. Hermione stares balefully at Lavender, then notices Cormac eyeing his broom incredulously. She gets up, taking Harper's hand, and slips away. Harry scans his potions book. Hermione peruses the profit. Ron cracks walnuts, pitching the pieces into the fire, with Harper's head on his lap while he's reading a book. Have to admit, thought I was going to miss that last one. Hope Cormac's not taking it too hard, Ron said, cradling his hand through Harper's curly hair, smiling down at him. Before he looked up to look at Hermione. Has a bit of a thing for you, Hermione. Cormac. He's vile, Hermione said, rolling her eyes at the thought of Cormac liking her even though everyone in the school knows that she is together with Victor. Ever heard of this spell? Harry asked, pointing to a notation in the margin underlined 3 times. Sectum Sempra, for enemies. Hermione frowns, while Harper shakes his head. No, I have not. And if you had a shred of self-respect, you would turn that book in. Not bloody likely. He's top of the class. Slughorn thinks he's a genius. Ron said, looking up from Harper. I'd like to know whose book that was. Let's take a look, shall we? Hermione said. Harry holds it out of anyone's reach. No. Why not? Harper asked, sitting up with the help of Ron. It's old. The binding is fragile. Harry said. The binding is fragile? Harper and Hermione repeated, sharing a look with each other. Hermione makes a grab for it, but Harry holds it clear. Then Ginny appears, plucks it out of his hand. Who's the half-blood prince? Ginny questioned. The who? Hermione and Ron questioned while Harper was staring at Harry with an unamused expression. That's what it says. Right here. This book is the property of the half-blood prince. Ginny said, pointing to where the frontispiece is. Last time we had an unknown book, it made me lose control of my own body. Harper muttered, pinching his nose. This book is nothing like that. I still have control over my body, Harry said, smiling sheepishly at Harper, who looks unamused by him. That's what I said as well, Harry. Whoops. Oh my God, Harper said, placing his head inside of his hands. 71. For weeks you carry around this book, practically sleep with it, and you have no desire to find out who the half-blood prince is? Hermione asked, trudging through the snow in Hogsmeade. I didn't say I wasn't curious. And by the way, I don't sleep with it, Harry said. Ron lets out a sarcastic chortle. Yeah, right. He let out, as Harry glares at him. Well, it's true. I like a nice chat with you before I go to bed. Now you're always reading that bloody book. You have me to talk with? Harper questioned, turning his head to look at Ron. We sleep in the same bed? We talk so much that we have nothing else to talk about, Harper, Ron said, smiling softly at the brunette. I always have something to talk about? Harper questioned, pouting at the ground. Ron's heart almost exploded out of his chest from how cute Harper looked. He wanted to kiss those pout off of Harper's lips so much. Well, I was curious. So I went to, Hermione started to say, but was cut off by Harry and Ron, who finished her sentence. The library? And? Harry questioned. And nothing. There's no reference to the Half-Blood Prince anywhere. Hermione said. Good. That settles it then. Harry said. This is starting to give me déjà vu. Harper muttered. Hey, you four. They heard Hagrid's voice from the trees. Hagrid emerges out of the trees, beard crusted in white, looking like a crazed Father Christmas. Behind him, deep in the woods, dark silhouette, Aurors, can be seen. Hermione eyes them briefly, then nods to the pulsating burlap bag Hagrid clutched in his fist. What you got there, Hagrid? Hagrid tips open the bag, and the quartet grimace, making him chuckle. Stink sap. Burn the whiskers right off yet chin. Trees air are drippin' with it. Stink sap? You're not sick, are you? Harper asked, looking up at Hagrid with concern. It's not fair me. It's fair Aragog. Ya remember Aragog, Danya? Hagrid asked. Spider? About 6 feet tall, 10 feet wide. Ron answered. This the one. He's taken ill. I'm hoping to nurse him back. Keep your fingers crossed, Hagrid said, crossing his fingers. Ron forces a grin, doing the same, then shakes his head as Hagrid disappears back into the trees. Barking. Does he not remember that raving arachnid tried to eat us? He asked, turning to look at Hermione and sees her staring at the Aurors again. What's wrong? The Aurors. I know they're here to protect us, but somehow I don't feel any safer, Hermione said, turning to look at Harper, who is staring up ahead where Harry is staring at Professor Slughorn. Who's up for a butterbeer? Harry asked the three. As the quartet enters the 3 broomsticks, Harry glances round and locates Professor Slughorn at the bar, planted plumply on a stool. No, over there, Harry said. Hermione, Harper, and Ron, in the midst of seating themselves at a perfectly acceptable and clean table, see Harry seat himself at one strewn with the detritus of a previous customer. They exchange a glance, shrug, and join Harry. Ron starts to take the chair directly opposite Harry, sitting beside Harper, who pulled his chair towards him, not questioning it at all. Harry nodded an unnoticeable nod towards Harper, who looked down at his bracelet. A skinny kid in an apron appears, tosses a filthy rag upon the table, which begins to wipe the surface on its own. What'll we have? For butterbeers. Splash of ginger in mine and his, please, Hermione said, nodding her head towards Harper. The kid whistles and the rag leaps back into his pocket. Ah, bloody hell, Ron said, glowering at Ginny, who sits in a dark corner with Dean Thomas, their faces lit by a guttering candle. They're just holding hands. Harper trailed off when Dean kissed Ginny. And snogging. I'd like to leave, Ron said, huffing. Leave? You can't be serious, Hermione said, raising her eyebrows in disbelief at him. That happens to be my sister, Ron said, looking towards Hermione. So? What if she looked over here and saw you snogging me? Would you expect her to get up and leave? Harper asked, turning to look at Ron. Ron blinks, utterly speechless, looking at the smirking Hermione before a voice booms over them. Harry, boy. Professor Slughorn's voice booms so loudly even Ginny jumps. As Professor Slughorn waddles over, sloshing the mug in hand, Harry rises immediately, an action so grossly out of character that Hermione regards him with amused curiosity. Hello, sir. Wonderful to see you, Harry said. Hermione, brow wrinkling, turns to Ron and Harper, silently mouthing, Wonderful to see you? So what brings you here, sir? Harry asked. Oh, the 3 broomsticks and I go way back. Longer than I'd care to admit. In fact, I remember when it was simply 1 broomsticks. Professor Slughorn guffaws. Harry joins in, laughing heartily as well. Professor Slughorn's belly trembles next to Harper and Hermione's cheek and his waving mug sloshed over, spattering the table. Oops. All hands on deck, Granger. Harper and Hermione smile thinly when a whistle is heard and the filthy rag is back, whisking away Slughorn's mess as the skinny kid slides 4 foaming mugs onto the table. Listen, boy. In the old days, I used to throw together the occasional supper and invite a select student or two. Would you be game? Professor Slughorn asked. I'd consider it an honor, sir, Harry said. You'd be welcome too, Miss Granger, Professor Slughorn said to Hermione, who nodded. Be delighted, sir, Hermione said, watching as Harper emptied his butterbeer in one long draw, slamming down his mug, leaving behind a mustache. Brilliant. Look for my owl, Professor Slughorn said, turning to exit and turning to Ron and Harper. Good to see you, Wallenby and Mr. Granger. Ron frowns as Professor Slughorn waddles away, turning to look at Harry. What are you playing at? Dumbledore asked me to get to know him, Harry said. Get to know him? Ron repeated with a question. Dunno, but it must be important. Otherwise Dumbledore wouldn't ask, Harry said, shrugging. Ron turns to look at Harper, a small smile appearing when he sees the mustache on Harper's upper lip. You've got a little, he said, gesturing to his upper lip. Without a thought, Harper flicks his tongue up, wiping it clean. The snow falls heavily now. Ron and Harry walk together, while Harper and Hermione trail several yards behind, pirouetting happily, letting snowflakes fall on their tongue. Ron glances behind him at the twins, smiling softly at the happy look on their faces. Don't they look happy? He said, turning back to the front where he can see Katie and her friend. Harry glances behind him at Harper and Hermione, smiling at the sight before turning to the front. Yeah, they deserve it, he said, smiling softly. Katie, you don't know what it could be, Leanne said. Up ahead, Katie and Leanna stand in the drifting snow, arguing. Katie holding a slender package. Harper and Hermione come bumping up, Hermione draping her arms over Harry while Harper's over Ron. What's up? Hermione asked. At the very instant, Katie rises 6 feet into the air, hair dancing violently in the wind. Her face remains eerily placid. Then she screams. Harry, Ron, and Harper dash forward, seizing her ankles. At Harry and Ron's touch, she falls to the snow into Harper's arms, thrashing and shrieking, eyes rolled up in her skull. I warned her not to touch it, Leanne exclaimed. Harry, she's swallowing her tongue, Ron started to say but was cut off by Hermione. I'll go get someone, there's no time, Harry exclaimed, looking at Katie in Harper's arms. Suddenly, a massive figure lurches out of the white. Hagrid, get back. Oh yeah, he said, taking Katie from Harper's arms softly. He scoops up Katie's thrashing body and then presses his face close to hers and whispers with great tenderness. Now, 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 now. Over and over he repeats this, soothingly, the words like a mantra, until Katie's lids flutter and her body goes limp. Don't go touchin' the but by the rappins. Understand? Hagrid said, nodding darkly to the package in the snow. Harry kneels. Poking through the paper is an ornate opal necklace. Taking off his scarf, he carefully unfolds the package and rises. Then, along with the others, he watches Hagrid lumber off, Katie cradled in his arms. The necklace lies green and glittering upon Professor McGonagall's desk. You're sure Katie did not have this in her possession when she entered the 3 broomsticks, Leanne? Professor McGonagall asked. It's like I said. She went to the loo, and when she came back she had the package. She said it was important she deliver it. Leanne said. Did she say to whom? Professor McGonagall asked. Leanne shakes her head. All right, Leanne. You may go. Professor McGonagall said, watching as Leanne exits. Why is it always you 4? HM? When something happens? Believe me, Professor, I've been asking myself the same question for 6 years, Ron said. Just then, Professor Snape appears at the door, eyeing the quartet. Severus, Professor McGonagall said. Is this it? Professor Snape asked, Professor McGonagall nodding. Professor Snape takes his wand, lifts the necklace like a dead snake, eyeing it with fascination. What do you think? Professor McGonagall asked. I think Miss Bell is lucky to be alive. Professor Snape said. She was cursed, wasn't she? I know, Katie. Off the Quidditch pitch, she wouldn't hurt a fly. If she was bringing that to someone, she wasn't doing it knowingly, Harry said, as Professor Snape eyes him levelly. Yes, she was cursed, Professor McGonagall said. Harry was about to open his mouth when he saw Harper shaking his head softly at him. They don't have the proof to prove that it was Draco, is what Harper's face said. You four should return to your dormitory, Professor McGonagall said, when Harry's not going to say anything. Harry and Ron lie awake in the darkness dormitory. Ron stares at the ceiling, moving his hand up and down Harper's back consciously, while Harper sleeps. Harper's arms are wrapped around his waist, while the other is wrapped on his own waist, head placed on Ron's chest, sleeping peacefully. What do you suppose Dean sees in her? Ginny, Ron said, making sure to keep his voice low, but make sure that Harry could still hear him. What does she see in him? Harry asked. Dean? He's brilliant, Ron said, stilling when Harper moves in his sleep before the brunette relax. You called him a slick git not 5 hours ago, Harry pointed out. Yeah, well, he was running his hands all over my sister, wasn't he? Something snaps. You've got to hate him. You know, on principle, Ron said, looking down at Harper's face resting on his chest, face peaceful from any nightmares. Good, I suppose, Harry said. So what is it he sees in her? Ron questioned, looking away from Harper to the ceiling. I don't know. She's smart, funny, attractive, Harry said. Attractive? Ron questioned. You know, she's got nice skin, Harry said. Skin? You're saying Dean's dating my sister because of her skin? Ron said. Well, no. I mean, I'm just saying it could be a contributing factor, Harry said. Silence fills the room, except for Harper's soft snore. Harper's got nice skin, wouldn't you say? As skin goes, I mean, Ron said, looking down at Harper's face, the scar on his left eye, and the small scar on the bridge of his nose where Harper fell while riding a bicycle. Yeah, he does, Harry said. A smile could be heard in his voice. I think I'll be going to sleep now. Right. Good night, Harry, Ron said, making himself comfortable with Harper laying on his chest. Good night, Ron. Harper, Harry said. The only answer Harry got was a hum, as if he knows Harry is talking to him. 72. Ron enters the hall, eyes lowered, knuckles taped for Quidditch, flexing his fingers anxiously as he makes for the Gryffindor table. Neville passes going the other way. Good luck, Ron? Ron nods shortly, then Seamus comes up on his side, whispering conspiratorially. Counting on you, Ron. I've 2 galleons on Gryffindor, Seamus said, peeling off. Ron cuts his eyes towards the Slytherin table, where the Quidditch team sits together. One Slytherin juts his chin towards Ron, mutters something. A few turns, snigger. Ron averts his eyes and almost runs into Cormac, who eyes him with disdain as he passes. Frowning, Ron drops down opposite Harry and Hermione. Harry eyes him briefly, knowingly, and pushes a plate across. Ron takes a fork and pokes at it glumly. So, how was it? Ron asked, glancing towards the entrance every few seconds for Harper. Harper will be playing as chaser today because Katie is in St. Mungo. That calms him down at least. Knowing that Harper will be there at the pitch calms him down. Hermione continues to read the prophet, unaware of Ron's glancing at the entrance. How was what? Your dinner party, Ron said, sighing with relief when he sees Harper walk in his Quidditch uniform. Dead boring. Though I think Harry enjoyed dessert, Hermione said, looking up from the prophet to Harper who sits next to Ron. I heard Professor Slughorn having a Christmas do, you know, and we're meant to bring someone, Harper said, taking a sip of the water Hermione held out towards him. Who are you going to ask? Ron asked, starting to eat, seeing as Harper is now here with him. I was thinking of asking you, Harper said, not noticing the smile on both Harry and Hermione's face as they look at him and Ron. Really? Ron asked, looking at Harper with slightly widened eyes. Good luck today, Ron. I know you'll be brilliant, Lavender said, passing by. Ron ignores her, only having eyes for Harper, who's still looking at him expectantly. He did notice Hermione glaring at Lavender, though. Does she think he wants to be with Lavender? He has only had eyes for Harper ever since the first year. Really? He asked again before he was disturbed by Lavender. Really, Harper said, smiling shyly at Ron. Then, I would love to, Ron said, smiling affectionately at Harper, who turned a beautiful red. Harry thought that maybe he won't need to fake the liquid luck juice anymore from how Harper is successfully helping Ron calm down from his nervous wreck. But he does want to be nice, so he pours Ron a juice and turns to Ron while pouring. Juice? Sure, Ron said, smiling kindly at Harry, who returned the smile. As Harry pours, Luna arrives at the table wearing a hat that bears an uncanny resemblance to a real lion. Hello, everyone. You look happy, Ron. Ron nods, gulping half of the juice before giving the other half to Harper, who took it and drank the rest of it. You'll be there? He asked Harper, who placed down the glass and looked up at him, nodding. I'll be there with you, Harper said, smiling. Ron nods, the rest of anxious energy leaving his body, turning to look at the smiling Harry. Come on, Harry. We've got a game to win. The quaffle rockets into the air. Instantly, Slytherin snatches the quaffle and rushes en masse towards Gryffindor's end, weaving and passing with wicked skill, culminating in a vicious, slicing shit on the goal. Just when it appears it will clear the hoop, Ron streaks out of nowhere and sends the quaffle screaming in the opposite direction. Ginny pauses on her broom, stunned. What's gotten into him? She said, glancing at Harper, who streaks by her. Gin, let's go, Harper said. Instantly, she rolls backward, jets off and races down her fellow chasers. Flying in spread formation, Harper, on the far wing, starts the quaffle up the line until it lands in Ginny's hand. Pitching herself into a wide slide to avoid a pair of whistling bludgers, she leans recklessly off her broom and whips the quaffle through the goal untouched. Harper passed by her, flying close to her, smiling softly at her, who returned the smile. You're the one that did this to him? Ginny asked, looking towards where Ron is defending the goal post. I don't know what you're talking about, Harper said, streaking past her, who let out a laugh escape her mouth. The room teems with students celebrating Gryffindor's victory. It feels like Mardi Gras, or a mosh pit, or a riot, and Ron is right smack in the middle of it. Weasley, 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 the crowd chant. Harry takes his backslaps on the periphery, smiling as he sips a butterbeer and enjoys Ron's turn in the spotlight. He seems to be enjoying himself, Hermione said, looking at Harper, who's watching Ron with a fond smile on his face. Yep, apparently it's his lucky day, Harry said, looking towards Harper before looking back towards Ron, his eyes widening slightly. Hermione, she turns towards him, confused. Project, push Harper towards Ron. Hermione didn't question Harry and gripped Harper's arm, gaining a confused squeak from the brunette, and pushed Harper towards the crowd, who got the attention of Neville and Seamus, who pushed him towards Ron. Harper froze as he was pushed in front of Ron, looking up at Ron with wide eyes, who was looking at him with a smile full of affection. Kiss him, Harry shouted over the crowd, who followed his lead and started chanting what Harry had shouted. Kiss him, kiss him, kiss him, the crowd chanted. Ron looks back towards Harper, shrugging at the brunette, and pulls him in and placing his left hand on Harper's back while his right hand guides Harper's head up to kiss him. He felt Harper's tense against him, and just as he was about to pull away, Harper wrapped his arms around his neck and pulled him closer, preventing him from pulling away. The crowd cheers, whistles, and catcalls. Harry and Hermione share a fist bump, sharing a wide smile. Finally, Ron was the first to pull away, breathing heavily as he looked at Harper with half-lidded eyes, smiling amusingly when Harper moves to follow his mouth. Harper looks up at Ron, face lighting a beautiful red again when he looks at Ron's darkened eyes. Was I a good kisser, Harper? Ron asked, voice low and rough from the kiss. You are, Harper said breathlessly, smiling shyly at Ron, who smirked at him. Harper turns away from Ron, looking towards Harry and Hermione, who were smiling at them. Excuse me, he shyly said, suddenly feeling shy by Ron, who is smiling amusingly at him and starts walking towards Harry and Hermione. Was that your idea? It's about time you two kisses each other, Hermione said, shoving Harper playfully, who returned the gesture. He's a really great kisser, Harper said, blushing again as he remembers the kiss. Thank you, Harper, Ron said, watching as Harper turned his body to look up at him with wide eyes. I appreciate the compliment, he said, smirking at the flush that has taken over Harper's face, neck, ears, and probably body. I hate you so much, Harper muttered, crossing his arms. That was not what you were doing before, Ron teased, eyes slightly widening when Harper's face got redder. He didn't think that could happen. Interesting. Hermione laughs, leaning against Harry, who let out a laugh of his own. You are so red, Harper, she said, laughing. So, Harper, are we boyfriends? Ron asked, deciding to ask the important question about what they are. Of course we are. You idiot, Harper said fondly, looking up at Ron, who wrapped his arm around his waist and pulled him against his body. That's good to hear, Ron said, taking a risk at glancing at Lavender and sees her glaring at Harper. And just to spite her for glaring at his Harper, he kisses him again, smiling into the kiss when Lavender walks away with a huff. Harry and Ron trail Harper and Hermione through the stacks of books in the library. Who are you taking to Slughorn's Christmas party? Harper asked, looking at Harry and his sister. I was thinking of taking Samuel Barlow, Hermione said. The Slytherin? Ron questioned Hermione, who nodded. He's not like Malfoy, he's like Marcus. Hermione answered Ron, who nodded, satisfied with the answer. What about you, Harry? Ron asked, turning to look at Harry. And you can't pick just anyone, Hermione said, secretly pointing towards a girl. See that girl over there? That's Romilda Vane. Rumor has it she's trying to slip you a love potion. Really? Harry questioned, looking towards a fine-boned girl with raven hair. He considers. Hermione snaps her fingers. Hey, she's only interested in you because she thinks you're the chosen one. You know that, right? But I am the chosen one, Harry said. Ron gently smacks Harry on the back of his head, exasperated. Okay, kidding. I'll just ask someone I like. Someone cool, Harry said, rubbing at the back of his head. What are you doing? Harper asked, going behind the curtain where he could see Hermione and Samuel standing there. Hermione yelps, turns, and pulls Harper behind the curtain. Her hair is slightly askew, her lipstick a bit blurry, as if someone had forced himself onto her. And who did this to you? Harper asked, his protectiveness making itself known. HM? Oh, I've just escaped Cormac. Under the mistletoe, Hermione said, letting Samuel fix her hair and her lipstick. That son of a bitch, Harper hissed under his breath, about to move to find Cormac but stops himself. His sister needs him here. She doesn't need him to pick a fight with someone who doesn't know the word consent. Are you all right? He asked, instantly calm as he turns to look at Hermione, who softly smiles at him. Yeah, Samuel saves me before Cormac could do more, Hermione said, smiling up at Samuel, who returned the smile. I thought I told you to call me Sam? Sam asked, and finished fixing Hermione's hair and lipstick. My apologies, Sam, Hermione said, smiling. Dragon Tartar? A familiar voice said from behind them. They turn and find Marcus peeking in, tray in hand. No thank you, Hermione said. I hear they give one horribly bad breath, Marcus said, smiling cheekily at Hermione. On second thought, Hermione said, grabbing the tray from Marcus's hand. Maybe it'll keep Cormac at bay. Oh no, here he comes. Hermione pops two of the dragon blobs into her mouth, shoves the tray in Harper's hand, and flits away with Sam in tow. I think she went to powder her nose, Marcus said for Harper, when he noticed Harper won't say anything to Cormac. Harry suddenly joins them behind the curtain, looking at the tray in Harper's hand confusingly, and stood next to Marcus. Cormac plucks a dragon blob off the tray in Harper's hand, pops it. Slippery little minx, your sister. Likes to work her mouth too, doesn't she? Yak yak yak. What is this I'm eating, by the way? Dragon balls, Harper answered, holding out the tray to Cormac. Want another one? He asked Cormac, whose face freezes. Harry starts to head towards Professor Slughorn when the curtain is swept aside by Professor Snape. "What's going on back here?" Professor Snape asked at the same time. Cormac threw up raw dragon all over his shoes. Professor Snape surveys the damage, then his eyes rise darkly. "You've just bought yourself a month's detention, McLaggen." Cormac dashes off, and Harry follows but is stopped by Professor Snape. "Not so quick, Potter," Professor Snape said. "I think I should rejoin the party, sir." "My date," Harry tries to say, but stops when he sees the unimpressed expression on Professor Snape's face. "Can surely survive your absence for another minute or two," Professor Snape said, glancing at Marcus and Harper. "I'm gonna go find Ron and make sure Lavender is not trying to kiss him again," Harper said, gaining the attention of Harry, who snapped his head to look at him. "Again?" Harry exclaimed, watching Harper walk away with a small, amused nod. "Wow, Harper is such a good partner to not be mad." Harper walks for about 2 more minutes before he sees them. "Yup, Lavender is trying to get Ron to drink something from a glass Lavender probably brought with her." "Lavender Brown," Harper said, watching as the girl flails for a few seconds before turning towards him. "What are you doing with my mate?" he asked, using the wolf term for Ron, who didn't seem to mind it at all. "We were just talking," Lavender lied, hiding the glass behind her back. "Really?" Harper asked, raising an eyebrow. "Really?" Lavender said. It was quiet for a few seconds before Harper's eyes lit up a bright red, watching as Lavender's eyes widened, about to run away but was stopped by Ron. "You try and do anything else to my friends and mate, I'll let her take over." "You've seen what happens when she takes over, right?" Harper asked, ing his head to the side slightly. Lavender nodded repeatedly, eyes still wide open. "Good. Get out of here," Harper said, nodding to Ron to let her go, and watches Lavender scatters off to where Cormac is waiting for her. He flashes his eyes to Cormac, whose eyes widened and follows Lavender. Ron wraps his arms around Harper, sniffing Harper's neck. "That was a wonderful sight," he said, moving away so Harper could look up at him. "Hope you're not regretting this," Harper said, leaning against Ron's body. "Nope, wolves mates for life, remember?" Ron said, pecking Harper's lips, who returned the gesture. "That's good to hear, 1-1," Harper said, smiling up at Ron. "Good to hear, Harpsicle," Ron said, smiling fondly. 73. Ron sat on the train with his head on Harper's shoulder while Harry and Hermione sat the opposite of them. Harry is reading through the Half-Blood Prince's Potions book again. "Unbreakable vow. You're sure that's what Snape said?" Ron said, turning his head to look at Harry. "Positive." "Why?" Harry questioned, looking up from the book to look at Ron. "It's just, well, you can't break an unbreakable vow," Ron said. "I'd worked that much out for myself, funnily enough," Harry said, rolling his eyes without heat behind it, and Hermione softly shook her head at him, a smile on her face. "Hermione, are you gonna visit Victor later?" Harper asked, looking up from Ron's hands that is placed on his lap. Hermione shakes her head, a small blush appearing on her face. "I think he's a bit busy at the moment," she said, as Harper nodded. "Maybe later." "So what happens if you break an unbreakable vow?" Harry asked. "You die," Ron answered simply, watching as Harry's eyes widened slightly. "You're lucky you weren't killed," Hermione said, reading the Daily Prophet as she walks alongside Harry, Ron, and Harper. "You have to realize who you are, Harry." "I know who I am, Hermione, all right," Harry said sharply before frowning. "Sorry." He apologizes to Hermione, who only waves it off, not angry with him. "So tell us what Arthur said," Harper said, holding onto Ron's hand, catching the attention of some students in the corridor, but they didn't pay attention to them. "If Dumbledore's traveling places, it's news to the Ministry. But get this, that night at Borgin and Burke's, it seems Draco was looking at a vanishing cabinet," Harry said, noticing the fear shown on Harper's face before it faded. "What would Draco want with a vanishing cabinet?" Hermione questioned. "You tell me," Harry said, looking at the Granger's twins. Hermione frowns, pondering this. "He looks different, don't you think?" "Draco. Almost ill." "Who could tell the difference?" Harry asked. "I could," Harper said. You gotta admit that even Caden looks different from last year we fought him. Why do you care about Caden so much? Harry asked, wondering why Harper has been talking and wondering about Caden so much. Believe it or not, Harry, Caden was my friend before he was forced to become a Death Eater, Harper said, looking in front of him where he see Lavender still eyeing Ron like he's not here holding his hand. He was in Hufflepuff, and from the way he looks, it looks like he's getting tortured by the other Death Eaters. Maybe one day we'll be able to save him, Ron said, wrapping his arm around Harper's shoulders who smiled up at him. Yeah, maybe, Harper muttered. Wonder if you'll be able to do the same for me, he muttered under his breath, gaining a confused look from the three of them from having not heard what he had said. What did you say? Hermione questioned, looking at her brother who only shakes his head with a smile on his face. Nothing. Don't worry about it, Harper said, smiling at the three of them who shrugged and moved on to the next subject. Harry and Harper walks into the darkened dormitory, stopping when they sees a trail of candy foils on the floor. Harper looks up from the candy foils, looking at Ron who is already dressed in his PJs, sitting on the windowsill, a heart-shaped box by his side. It's beautiful, isn't it? The moon, Ron said in a dreamy voice, getting a confused look from both Harry and Harper who look at each other before shrugging, walking towards their respective beds and sat down. Divine. Had ourselves a little late-night snack, did we? Harry questioned, turning to look at Ron. It was on your bed. The box. Thought I'd try one, Ron said, not even acknowledging Harper who is getting even more confused by the seconds. Or 20, Harper said, looking down at the candy foils for a few seconds before he was hit with a realization. Love potion. Goddamn it, Ron. I can't stop thinking about her, Harry, Ron said, now gaining a confused look from Harry as he looks at Harper who have a small smile on his face. What's going on? She? You're dating Harper, Ron, Harry said, watching as Ron snapped his head to look at him. Ah, now he understands. Do you think she knows I exist? Ron asked, not even acknowledging Harry's last sentence. Bloody well hope so. She's been after you for 3 months, Harper said, thinking Lavender was the one who sent the candy. Wait, who are you talking about? Harry said, bringing Ron's attention back to him. Though he did notice Ron's eyes turn normal when he looks at Harper, like a longing look or affectionate. Romilda, of course. Romilda Vane, Ron answered, a confused expression passing by his face before it disappears. Harry stares at Ron for a few seconds, glancing at Harper who is now hiding a grin behind his hand. Then he himself grins. Okay, very funny, he said, turning to his bed, throws back the covers when the heart-shaped box caroms off his head. What the hell was that for? It's no joke. I'm in love with her, Ron exclaimed, confused again as to why he almost said the wrong thing, but his confusion passed again. Harry looks at Harper, having catched the mistake in Ron's sentence and by the look on Harper's face. He was not the only one. Okay, fine. You're in love with her. Have you ever actually met her? No. Can you introduce me? Ron asked, turning his body and approached Harper, sitting beside him with a dreamy look on his face. Harper's heart is gonna burst out of his chest with how Ron is looking at him. Even though Ron is under the love potion. Ron, we're going to introduce you to Romilda Vane, Harry said, suppressing a smile when Ron snapped his head to look at him. Degree. A Harry and Harper leads Ron, still in his PJs, towards a door. How do I look? Ron asked, looking at Harper. Magnificent, Harper answered, noting the blush on Ron's face before the Weasley turn away from him. Harry knocks on the door, hearing the footsteps and followed by a loud crash. Damn it all. They heard Professor Slughorn said from inside the room. The door opens and Professor Slughorn stands in a green velvet dressing gown and matching nightcap, looking bleary-eyed and annoyed. Something smoking on the floor behind him. Yes? Professor Slughorn exclaimed, turning warily when he sees Harry, but calmed down when he sees Harper. Oh, Potter. Granger. It's you. I'm afraid I'm busy at the moment. He starts to close the door, but Harper sticks his foot in. Sir, we're sorry. We wouldn't bother you if it weren't absolutely. Harper's words were cut short by Ron's talking. Where's Romilda? Ron questioned. Professor Slughorn squints over Harry's shoulder at Ron, who is doing precisely the same from the other side. What's the matter with Winby? Harry leans forward, whispering something into Professor Slughorn's ear. Professor Slughorn frowns. Ah, very well. Bring him in. Harper follows Ron's footsteps in Professor Slughorn's office, making sure he didn't hurt himself in the office. He watched Ron stops in front of the mirror, crossing his arms over his chest, wondering what Ron is doing. Hello, darling. Fancy a drink? Ron asked, winking into the mirror, making Harper's blush. Looking away from Ron to Harry, who is amused by how much effect Ron have on him. Harper is instantly by Ron's side when he sees Ron deciding to touch something he shouldn't touch, gently pulling him away from the object, which Ron didn't complain once. All right, boy. Bottoms up, Professor Slughorn said, making Harper jump, having not heard him approach them. What's this? Ron questioned. A tonic for the nerves, Professor Slughorn said. Ron nodded, drinking the cure for the love potion. He beams briefly, then his grin sags, looking at Harper, who have a soft smile on his face. What happened to me? He asked, moving to stand beside Harper. Love potion, Harper answered, cupping Ron's face and softly pecked him on the lips, gaining a smile from the Weasley. And a bloody strong one of that, Professor Slughorn said, smiling at the pair. I feel really bad, Ron said, doing an Eskimo kiss with Harper, who let out a small giggle. Pick-me-up's what you need, boy, Professor Slughorn said, eyeing Harry. Do us all good, I think. I've got butterbeer wine, and a dazzling oak-matured mead. I had other intentions for this, but given the circumstances, he takes a stout bottle and fills a glass for Ron. As Ron takes a sip, Professor Slughorn fills a pair for he and Harry. Harper having rejected the drink for other reasons. It brings bad memories. There we are, Potter. To life, Professor Slughorn said. Harper snapped his head to Ron when Ron's glass hits the floor and catches Ron before he could fall down to the floor, spasming horribly as foam is oozing over his lips. Harry rushes to them, horrified. Professor, do something, Harper exclaimed, still holding onto a spasming Ron as he looks at Professor Slughorn. Professor Slughorn shuffles haplessly through his bag, mumbling, at a loss. Harper turns back to Ron, fear filling him when he notices Ron's skin is turning blue. He's choking, Harry exclaimed, glancing about, then leaps up and frantically begins to strip the walls of its potion stores, looking for something, anything. A box tumbles, something spills. A scattering of stones, no bugger than a robin's egg, shriveled and dry. Snatching one, he told Harper to wrenches open Ron's jaw and thrusts it deep into his throat. Instantly, Ron stops moving, paralyzed. The room is suddenly silent. He's not breathing. Harper places both hands behind Ron's head and gives it a shake, then another. Breathe. Come on, Ron. Don't do this to me. Breathe, he muttered, shaking him again and again, then stops. Ron's head only rolls limply from his fingers. Harper choked out a sob, holding Ron tightly into his chest. Then a cough sounded from where Ron is laying on Harper's chest, making the Gryffindor looks down at him with relief at seeing Ron breathing again. I'm never eating something else again, Ron said, smiling when Harper grins down at him before his eyes flutter. Out, but breathing. Harry, Professor Dumbledore, Professor Snape, Professor McGonagall, Ginny, Hermione, and a somber Harper circle Ron's bed as Madame Pomfrey care to him. Professor Slughorn sits off to the side, in a chair, looking stunned. Quick thinking on your part, Harry. Using a bezoar. You must be very proud of your student, Horace? Professor Dumbledore said, looking at Madame Pomfrey, who let Harper sit down beside Ron, holding onto the Weasley's hand. Him? Oh, yes, very proud, Professor Slughorn said, still stunned. I think we all agree that Mr. Potter's actions were heroic. The question is, why were they necessary? Professor McGonagall said, looking at Harper with an unnoticeable pity. Why indeed? Professor Dumbledore said, looking away from Harper and takes the half-empty bottle of mead, still bearing a bit of gift wrap. This appears to be a gift, Horace. You don't by chance remember who gave you this bottle, do you? Which, by the way, possesses remarkable subtle hints of licorice and cherry when not polluted with poison. Actually, I had intended to give it as a gift myself, Professor Slughorn admitted. To whom might I ask? Professor Dumbledore asked. You, headmaster, Professor Slughorn said. Hermione approached Harper and stood behind him, wrapping her arms around her brother's shoulders, who leaned into her. He'll be okay, Harper, she said, soothing her hand up and down Harper's arm. Remember, she said, softly pointing her finger on Harper's temple before placing it down on Harper's shoulder again. My fear got the best of me, Harper said, letting Hermione place her chin on top of his head. And there's nothing wrong with showing your feelings, Hermione muttered, but Harper could still hear her. Just because you can see the future doesn't mean you can't show your feelings. Harper answered her by letting out a small hum, stroking his thumb on Ron's hand. Ron let out a snort, stirring, gaining the attention of the Granger's twins. Harper, Harper, he mutters, in a haze, tightly grip Harper's hand. Harper's shoulders finally get to relax, moving closer to Ron and pecked his hand before Ron falls unconscious again. Professor Dumbledore smiles. Ah, to be young and feel love's keen sting. Come, everyone. I think Mr. Weasley is well tended. 74. Froy Gutierrez as Caden. Harry spoons soup into his mouth while perusing the Half-Blood Prince's potion book, his eyes lingering, as before, over the Sectum Sempra spell, for enemies. Ron absently twirls his wand as he fondly eyes Harper. Hermione let a smile falls over her face over the prophet when a butterfly landed on her nose. Ron, stop. You're making butterfly, Harper fondly said, looking up from his sketching to Ron, who seems to break out of his trance. Huh? Ron questioned, looking around them and noticed the butterfly flying around the quartet, making him blush. Follow the butterfly, right, Ron? Harry teased, looking up from the book with a small smile on his face. Ron blushed, placing his wand down on the table, and turned his head to look at what Harper is sketching. It's been a while since I've seen you draw something, he said, looking up from the parchment to Harper. I was thinking of taking back my hobby again, Harper said, pausing on his art so he can crack his fingers. Professor McGonagall said me doing this keep me calm and stops the headache from coming, he said, looking down at the parchment with a small frown. Ron frowns, leaning his head on his hand. Headache? You're getting it again? He asked, pulling Hermione's attention to them. Again? Hermione jumped in, arching a single eyebrow as she turned her head up to look at the boyfriends. You've been having headache? She asked, looking at her brother. Yeah, I think it has something to do with using it last year, and when the end of the Triwizard Tournament happened, Harper answered, continuing his art. Especially when Voldemort had used legilimency on his mind, but thankfully he only wanted to know how his Death Eaters could enter Hogwarts with ease. Have you tried going to Madame Pomfrey or Professor Trelawney? Hermione suggested to Harper, who nodded. I have, and they don't know what's wrong with me, Harper said. Just then, a mild commotion draws their attention to the back of the hall, and when they turn they sees a group of girls surrounding a familiar face. There's Katie, Harper said, waving at her when she looks up at him. She returned the gesture with a smile. Harper watches Harry stands up and approach her, shaking his head softly, and looks down at the parchment to finish his art. He didn't even get to do the next detail when a vision passed over his mind. It shows Draco bleeding on the floor, water running with the blonde's blood. Harper recognized where Draco is and leave the table and his art, quickly running towards where Draco is. Behind him, Ron and Hermione shared a confused look but waved it off. Not the first time he had done this. Harper burst through the bathroom, eyes widening in shock at seeing Harry standing over a bleeding Draco. Draco, Harper said, running past Harry towards the blonde and taking out his wand. Soon after, Professor Snape joins him at his side, watching the brunette fixes Draco's wounds. Harper didn't look behind him when Harry leaves the bathroom, leaving him with Draco and Professor Snape. Harper moves away from Draco, looking at Professor Snape, who is watching him with careful eyes while helping Draco sit up from the wet floor. Thank you, Draco muttered, glancing at Harper, who nodded and stood up, leaving them both in the bathroom to probably find Harry. Harry looks up when the painting to the common room opens, watching Harper walks in with his pants wet from helping Draco. "You need to get rid of that book," Harper said, approaching Harry, who stood up and nodded. "I will," Harry said, fiddling with his fingers nervously. "Is he okay?" he asked, looking up at Harper. "He will," Harper answered, moving to the dormitory to change his clothes. "So, did you and Ginny do it?" Ron asked, approaching a dazed Harry with Harper beside him, in a different clothes. Harry jumps, turning to look at Ron and Harper. "What?" "You know. Hide the book," Ron said, not noticing the knowing smile on Harper's face, which he hid behind a hand. "Oh, yeah," Harry said, ignoring Harper. Just then, Professor Slughorn rounds the far end of the corridor and, spying Harry, does a little Oliver Hardy oops and retreats. "Still no luck with Slughorn, I take it?" Ron asked. Harry shakes his head, then stops cold, stares at the empty space where Professor Slughorn stood moments before. "Say that again." The tiny vial of Felix Felicis glimmers in Harry's palm as he and Ron and Harper and Hermione huddle in the empty dormitory. They exchange glances, then Harry brings the vial to his lips. "Well, how do you feel?" Hermione asked. "Excellent. Really excellent," Harry said. "Now remember, Slughorn usually eats early, takes a short walk, and then returns to his office." Hermione said. "Right. I'm going down to Hagrid's," Harry said. "What?" "No, Harry. You've got to go see Slughorn. We have a plan." "No. I've got a good feeling about going to Hagrid's. I feel like it's the place to be tonight. Know what I mean?" Harry said. "No." Hermione and Ron said. "Trust me. I know what I'm doing. Or at least Felix does," Harry said, walking out before they could say more. Hermione and Ron turned to look at Harper, who was reading a book sent by Victor. "He'll be fine," Harper answered without looking up from the book. "I thought you weren't going to use it," Ron said, wrapping his arm around Harper's shoulders, letting the brunette lean against him. "I didn't. Remember that time I got captured?" Harper said, looking up from the book. "How could we?" Hermione said bitterly, bitter that the Death Eater had captured Harper and gave him to the Dark Lord to use his ability. "I'm still wondering why he kept me alive," Harper said, looking back down at the book. "Maybe he thinks you're useful," Ron said, frowning. "Or that if he wins, he would be able to use your ability." "Yeah, maybe," Harper mutters. Asterisk. A asterisk. Degree. Harry, Hermione, Harper, and Ron walks on the courtyard. Hermione, "Is the room of requirement unplottable?" Harry asked. "If one wants it to be." "Why?" Hermione questioned. "It would explain why I thought Malfoy was leaving the castle when he disappeared off the map," Harry said. "He was going to the room of requirement." "Of course, and that explains the vanishing cabinet as well," Hermione said. "No, I got an owl from Dad this morning. The one at Borgin and Burke's? It's still there," Ron said. "But I'm telling you, I saw it." Harry cuts himself off, looking at Hermione, Harper, and the twins passing by. "What if there are two vanishing cabinets? What if there are?" Hermione asked. "I don't know," Harry said, looking at Harper suspiciously. "What happens when Harper was taken away by the Death Eater?" Harper didn't mention much except that Voldemort had forced him to use his ability or be tortured. "Good luck, Harry," Harper said, pulling Harry out of his thought. "I don't need luck. I'll be with Dumbledore," Harry said, smiling reassuringly at the three. Harper paces in the common room, the headache in his head getting stronger by the seconds. Ron watches him for a few seconds before deciding to put an end to it. He stood up and holds Harper's shoulders, bringing him into his chest. "I'm sorry," Harper muttered into his chest, gaining a confused look from his boyfriend and sister. "What?" Ron asked, pulling away from Harper to look at him. "What are you talking about?" "They're here," Harper said, looking at the confused expression on Ron and Hermione. "The Death Eaters, Voldemort used legitimacy on me to watch those vision himself." "Wah?" Hermione didn't get to say anything when a blast echoes through the common room. Ron and Hermione share a look and leave the common room together, leaving Harper alone in the common room. Harper sits down on the couch, placing his face in his hands as he takes a deep breath before standing up and walks out of the common room as well. Harper sat down in the forbidden forest, alone, his parchment filled with arts he almost finished on his lap. Someone sat down beside him, but Harper didn't look up from the parchment. The person clears his throat, making Harper sigh, and looks up, his breath hitching at the sight of Caden. "Hello, Harper," Caden said, looking forward. "As he is blind after all." "Caden," Harper said, studying the boy's face before looking away. "What are you doing here?" he said, looking down at the parchment. "Visiting you," Caden said simply. "Liar," Harper said, ripping off the parchment and throws it in front of him. Caden lets out a chuckle. "What happened to you and Ron? Still boyfriends?" he asked, leaning back against the tree. "He's still ignoring me, with everyone else in Hogwarts," Harper answered, wiping down the single tear that escapes his eye. Caden hummed, nodding slowly. "Voldemort wants to see you again," he said, turning his head to look at Harper. "I've already told him everything," Harper whispered, closing his eyes. "I know," Caden said, taking out his wand. "You'll be safe," he said, pointing his wand at Harper's temple. "Lucius will be there to protect you," was the last thing Harper heard before his mind was filled with darkness. 75, 7th year. Harper stares up at the ceilings, hands placed on his lap as he listened to Luna humming, who is sitting beside him with her head placed on his shoulder. After 5 seconds of Luna humming alone, Harper joins in on the humming, feeling Luna beginning to smile against his shoulder. The door suddenly opens and Lucius enters the cellar, glancing around the room before his eyes rest on Harper. Harper waits until Luna leans back against the wall before he stood up and follow Lucius up the stairs to the main room. Harper stops at the entrance when he sees 3 unfamiliar faces in the main room, who is looking at him with relief. "Strange. Does he know them?" "Harper, come here," Bellatrix said, opening up her right arm, and Harper moves to stand next to her. She turned to look at Harper, watching as he ignores the look on girl's face. "My friends here say they've got Harry Potter. Draco doesn't recognize him, and seeing as he's an old school chum of yours, I thought you could confirm the fact for us." Harper stares right at the dark-haired boy. "Well?" Bellatrix said, looking at Harper with a crazy and knowing glint in her eyes. "I'm not sure," Harper said, looking away from the boy to Bellatrix. "I don't know them, you know this," he said, moving back to stand with Lucius, who gently placed his hand on his shoulder. Harper looks at the 3, who seems shocked by his statement, making him confused once again, but he quickly shakes it off. Bellatrix let out a loud laugh, making Harper wince from the noise before she turned her attention back to Draco. "Don't be shy, sweetheart. Get up nice and close," she said, nudging Draco forward until he's only inches from the dark-haired boy. "What's wrong with his face?" Draco questioned. "What is wrong with his face, Scabier?" Bellatrix asked. "He came to us that way. I reckon he picked it up in the forest," Scabier answered. "Or ran into a stinging jinx," Bellatrix said, eyes flashing, and steps closer to the girl. "Was it you, dearie? Give me her wand. We'll see what the last spell was." The girl looks alarmed as a snatcher steps forward. "What is that?" Bellatrix hissed, pushing past Scabier and Greyback, stepping before another snatcher. A beaded purse dangles from one hand. In the other, he holds a sword. "Where did you get that?" Bellatrix exclaimed. "It was in her bag when we searched her. Reckon it's mine now," the snatcher said. Quick as lightning, Bellatrix stuns the snatcher and catches the sword as he drops. Scabier wheels. "Are you mad?" Bellatrix drops him to his knees before his wand escapes his cloak. Scabier's face was instantly filled with fury. "How dare you? Release me, woman." Bellatrix stares at him, eyes full of fire, then flicks her wand and he slumps forward, wincing. "Go, go." Scabier eyes her resentfully, glancing at Harper, who nodded at him to go before she gets angry at him more, and then he exits with Greyback and the others. Bellatrix turns, glancing at Harper and studying him for a few seconds. She wonders what Harper and Scabier relationship is like for a few seconds before looking at Caden. "Caden, put these 2 and Harper in the cellar. I want to have a little conversation with this one," Girl to girl, Harper follows after Caden, following after the boy like a robot. He enters the cellar, going back into the shadow and ignoring the dark-haired and red-haired boys. He stops in front of Luna when he sees her approaching the boys, turning back to walk back. Harry, what are we going to do? We can't just leave Hermione alone with her, the red-haired boy exclaimed, turning when he heard footsteps coming from the shadow. Ron? Harry? Luna said, coming out from the shadow with Harper behind her. Luna? The Dar? Harry questioned, glancing at Harper who was looking at Luna's shoulder instead. Red-haired boy takes out something out of his pocket and sends a ball of light across the darkness and a gaslight blooms faintly. You look strange, Harry. Mr. Ollivander, Harper, look who's here. It's Harry Potter, Luna said, holding Harper's hand to move him to stand beside her. Harry looks past Luna and sees Griphook standing in the shadows. Next to him, sitting slumped against the wall, is Ollivander, looking no better than Harper. His chin lifts slightly, runny eyes glimmering against the light as he studies Harry's swollen face. Hello, sir, Harry said. Ollivander falters, his face troubled. Harry eyes him curiously when Bellatrix's voice echoes through the vent. I'm going to ask you once again, what else did you and your friends take from my vault? Bellatrix exclaimed. I told you. I don't know what you're talking. The girl's voice was cut short by her own screams of pain. The tall boy slams his fist against the wall, turning to look at Harper. Why aren't you worried? She's your sister, he exclaimed, approaching Harper who only looks up at him questioningly. I have a sister? Harper questioned, looking up at the tall boy. What happened to you? The tall boy questioned, looking at Harper with concern now. He was hit with an obliviate spell. It could be fixed, but we didn't have a wand, Luna answered, turning to Harper and bring him closer to her. Harper, this is Ron, she introduced, watching as Harper looks up and down Ron. He's not bad looking, Harper muttered to Luna, not noticing the fond smile on Ron's face. We have to save her and do something? He asked, unsure of himself as he turns to look at Harry. The girl screams once again. That's Hermione, Luna said to Harper who nodded. Ron clicks the thing again when footsteps make itself known, and all goes dark. The cellar door squeals open and Caden's silhouette appears in a shaft of light. Ron rushes forward, but Caden stops him with a gesture of his wand. Let her go. Let her go. Stop. Griphook. Come with me, Caden said, nodding at the goblin. As Griphook mounts the stairs, he turns, eyeing Harry curiously. Then Caden grabs his arm and slams shut the door. Ron clicks the thing again, and as the light returns an elf materializes before them, making Harper flinched back into Ron, who gently places his hand on his back. Ron quickly took notice that Harper had gotten taller the last time he had seen him, which is a long time ago. Dobby, what are you doing here? Harry asked Dobby. Dobby has come to rescue Harry Potter, of course, Dobby said. Everyone stares, stunned. Harry stares in similar amazement at the mirror glittering in his palm. Do you mean to say you can apparate in and out of here and take us with you? Of course. I'm an elf, Dobby said. Works for me, Ron said, still staying close to Harper. And Harper didn't seem to mind by the closeness. Right. Dobby, I want you to take Luna, Harper and Mr. Ollivander to Shell Cottage on the outskirts of Tinwer, Ron said, making Harry looks at him. Trust me. And I'm not leaving my sister alone, Harper said pointedly, leaving no argument between them as Harry nods. You'll see to Mr. Ollivander? Harry asked, turning to Luna. Of course, Luna said, turning to Dobby. Whenever you're ready, sir. Dobby blinks at Luna's use of sir, making him grins. Like her very much, he said, turning to look at Ron and Harry. Meet me at the top of the stairs in 10 seconds. Luna takes Ollivander's withered hand in hers, and Dobby reaches out. With a crack, they vanishes. Harry, Ron, and Harper looks at each other, then rush up the stairs towards the silver of light under the door above. The knob turns and light splashes into the cellar as Caden fills the doorway. Harry, Ron, and Harper stiffen, then watch Caden fall forward, stiff as a board, tumbling in a heavy heap on the cement floor below. They turn back as Dobby appears, Caden's wand in his tiny fist. Who gets his wand? Dobby asked. Quickly, cautiously, Harry, Ron, and Harper pad towards the main room as Dobby slips off in another direction. As Ron and Harper steps past the lifeless snatcher without a glance, Harry hesitates, glancing down. Something flutters weakly in the snatcher's pocket. The tip of Golden Wing. Harry crouches, looks. It's the snitch. SSS. Ron gestures for Harry to follow him. He sees Hermione and was stopped by Harry and Harper when they notice him about to move forward. Well? Bellatrix asked Griphook. I left Gringotts' employ many weeks ago, but when I was last in your vault, the sword was there. Griphook said. Hermione studies the two, then watches as a strand of Bellatrix's hair drifts free and, as if in a dream, floats through the air. Perhaps it just walked out on its own then. Bellatrix said sarcastically. There is no place safer than Gringotts, Madame Lestrange, Griphook said, and catches on Hermione's shirt. Liar. You can't deceive me, Bellatrix exclaimed. As Hermione looks up, away from the hair, Bellatrix slashes the dagger across Griphook's cheek and a deep gash opens. He barely flinches, the hint of a smile on his lips. Bellatrix looks midly unnerved by his reaction. Consider yourself lucky, Goblin. The same won't be said for this one, Bellatrix said, poising the dagger over Hermione. Like hell, Ron exclaimed, moving forward. Expelliarmus. Bellatrix's dangling wand shoots free, tumbles end over end right into Harry's hand. Stupefy, Harry said, and Lucius instantly drops, his wine glass shattering in a burgundy bloom on the hearth. Narcissa and Draco draw their wands, as jets of lights spray across the room. Stop or she dies, Bellatrix exclaimed. Harry and Ron freeze and see Hermione leaning limply against Bellatrix, the dagger at her throat. Drop your wands, Bellatrix said. I said drop them. She shouted again when they make no move. All right, Ron said angrily, flinging away Caden's wand while Harry drops Bellatrix's. Pick them up, Draco. Draco made no moves to pick the wands up. Now, Bellatrix exclaimed, turning to look at the trio in front of her. Well, look what we have here. Harry Potter. All bright, shiny and new again. Just in time for the Dark Lord, she said, glancing at Draco. Call him, Draco. Draco hesitates. But Lucius didn't when Bellatrix turned to him, pulling up his sleeve and touching his finger to the dark mark on his forearm. Harry's scar constructs and he grimaces in agony. Bellatrix cackles maniacally, her knife pressed against the tender flesh of Hermione's neck. A bead of blood bubbles on the blade, and then a grinding noise is heard. Harry and Harper glances up and sees the chandelier begin to tremble. As the tinkle of glass fills the room, Bellatrix stares directly upward, watching as the chandelier bursts free of the ceiling and plummets. Bellatrix bolts and Hermione staggers clear, falling into Ron's arms. Griphook grabs the sword and as glass explodes in razor-sharp slivers, Draco screams and covers his bloody face. Harry wrests the blood-soaked wands from his hands and, wheeling, points all three at Lucius. Stupefy. Lucius flies off his feet again and drops in a heap. You dirty little monkey. You could have killed me. Bellatrix shouts, looking straight at Dobby. Dobby meant only to maim or seriously injure, not kill. Dobby said, For God's sake, sissy, you've got a wand. Use it, Bellatrix exclaimed. Narcissa hesitates, and Dobby waves his little fist and Narcissa's wand flies from her hand. How dare you take a witch's wand? How dare you defy your masters? Bellatrix said. Dobby has no master. Dobby is a free elf, and Dobby has come to save Harry Potter and his friends. Dobby said. Harry tosses Ron a wand while Harper grabs Hermione's beaded bag and they joins the others in the center of the room. Give the Dark Lord our regards, Harry said as his and Harper's hand closes on Dobby's and the drawing room begins to spin. Bellatrix's face twists into an ugly blur, her arm rising, dagger in hand. There is a flash of silver, then all goes black. The last thing the Death Eaters sees were a black mass with red eyes. 76. With a great whoosh, Harper and the others tumble onto solid earth and hear the crash of waves. Harper moves back, noticing Bellatrix's dagger in his maw before throwing them in the sand. Harper closed his eyes, feeling his body changing into his human form back. He opens his eyes again and looks up into the trio, Dobby and Grip Hook, who is carefully looking at him. Harper looks away and walks towards the approaching figure, immediately standing to the familiar figure of Luna, who placed her hand on his back, smiling softly at him. They all start quietly walking to the cottage, the trio glancing at Harper as if expecting him to say something. Harper walks into the cottage, looking at the beautiful woman in the kitchen. The woman turned around and her eyes widened at the sight of him, before she smiles, approaching her and wraps her arms around him. "It's nice meeting you again, Harper," she said, pulling away after a few seconds to look up at him. "I'm Fleur. We kept in contact after the Triwizard Tournament," she said when Harper was looking at her questioningly. Harper slowly nods, giving Fleur a small smile, who returned the gesture. Fleur takes out her wand and points her wand to Harper's temple, asking a silent question. She waves her wand when he gives a single nod, putting back her wand after she finishes her work on giving Harper his all of memories back. Harper's eyes instantly filled with tears, slowly backing away into an arm, which he flinched into. And when he looks behind him, he calmed down at the sight of Luna. "You want to tell us what happened?" Ron asked, breaking the silence and gaining a smack at the back of the head by Bill. "What? I want to know what happened, and I'm sure they do too," he said, rubbing his head. "I'll tell you everything," Harper said, looking at them all. "Stop it, Ronald," Bill shouted over Ron's voice, looking at Harper, who looks like he's going to burst into tears. Harper has just finished his story of everything that had happened, even when he was captured by the Death Eater. And not even 1 second later, Ron is already picking up a fight with Harper. He had to do something to keep himself alive, Fleur said, rubbing Harper's back, who stood up from his chair. "How are you gonna forgive Caden if you can't even forgive me?" Harper said, looking into Ron's eyes, unshed tears in his eyes. "Well, maybe I was wrong about you," Ron said, and Bill shoved him back from Harper in disbelief. Harper looks at Hermione, seeing her looks away from him as betrayal make itself known in his chest. He closed his eyes, sighing before opening them, and looks at Ron. "Well then, I guess this is where it ends for us," he said, watching Ron turns to look at him. He looks away from Ron, turning his head to look for Luna, who has disappeared from the kitchen. "Where's Luna?" he asked, turning to look at Fleur. "Outside, I think," Fleur answered for him, giving Harper a genuine smile. Harper nodded, moving and walking towards the entrance of the cottage, but Ron's voice stopped him. "Why don't you go marry her while you're at it?" Ron shouted. Harper stares at the wall in front of him, taking a deep breath as he feels the bond between him and Ron starting to break inside his chest before it dissolves away completely. "Maybe I will after all of this," he said, moving again to look for Luna. Behind him, he can hear Bill giving Ron and Hermione an earful talk. Thankfully, Harry was fully on his side and understood where he was coming from. Harper walks out the cottage, finding Luna. "Enjoying the view?" he asked, gaining her attention. Luna turns around to look at him, giving him a small smile and nods her head to tell him to join her. "It's not a bad view," she said after Harper sat down beside her. "You're right," Harper said, letting out a sigh as his shoulders slumped down. "I can't believe Ron would say that to you," Luna said, breaking the comfortable silence. "I thought he would understand," she said, turning his head to look at Harper. "I guess he's done with me with all the nightmares and other stuff," Harper said, sighing again. "I felt our mate bonds breaking," he said, voice shaking slightly. "I don't know what to do," he whispered, but Luna still heard him. "Don't worry, you'll still have me by your side," Luna said, placing her head on Harper's shoulder, and they both stays quiet, leaving only the wind to talk for them. "I'm sure my father wouldn't mind you staying with us if you don't have a place to stay," she said, breaking the silence. "That would be nice, Luna," Harper said, taking his wand from Luna's hand. "Do you still want to be a professor?" Luna asked, watching Harper twirl his wand that he got from Harry. Harper nodded, careful not to move his shoulder too much. "I do. I want to teach them how to defend themselves and how to know if they're being used," he said, looking out onto the view. "That's good to hear," Luna said, smiling before she starts humming again. And after a few seconds, Harper joins her in the humming. Harper looks at the fire which crackles under his gaze, toying with the wand in his hand. Harry had called for him inside after being outside until the sunset has gone down, telling him of their plans and wanting him to join them, though he didn't know whether Ron or Hermione wants him to. He didn't accept, of course, wanting to join Luna at Hogwarts and possibly ignores everyone at Hogwarts. "You're sure it's hers?" Ron asked, turning a strand of hair in the firelight, not looking at Harper who isn't looking away from the fire. "Positive," Hermione said, glancing at Harper for a few seconds before looking away. Harry extends Bellatrix's wand to Hermione. "I reckon you should take this then." "Can I use the other?" Hermione asked. "You heard Ollivander." "It's Harry's now," Ron said. "But I hate that thing. That's the wand that almost killed Sirius. How can I hold it and not feel?" Hermione trailed off, looking at the wand. "If I can hold it, you can," Harry said. Hermione looks him in the eye, then takes it. "How will you know what it is when you get in there?" Harper asked, turning his head to look at Harry. Harry gave him a small smile, which relaxed Harper a little bit. "I'll know. I can't explain. It's like..." He touched his chest. "They sing to me," he said as Harper nods, turning away to look at the fire again. "That's a bit scary," Ron said. "It is, Harry. Did Dumbledore ever say anything to you? Something that might explain why?" "No. I just know when one's near," Harry said, cutting Hermione's off. Harper looks up when he heard a floorboard squeak and sees Bill and Fleur, who softly smiled at him, which he couldn't return for the first time. Fleur looks away from Harper to Hermione, missing the smile that was on Harper when she visited Hogwarts. She hands Hermione a long black woman's cloak. "This is the closest I could find to what you described, Hermione." "It's perfect. Thank you, Fleur," Hermione said. Fleur lays the cloak in Hermione's hands, then steps back next to Bill. Bill studies the quartet. "You're leaving, aren't you?" "In the morning," Harry answered. "And Grip Hook?" Bill asked. "He'll be leaving too," Harry said. Bill nods, staring off briefly, before looking at them. "Listen, I don't know what you're up to, but I know goblins. If you've struck any kind of bargain with Grip Hook, you must exceptionally careful to live up to it. If you don't, he won't be forgiving." Harper approached Luna, his wand in his other hand, looking at Harry who is studying him softly. "You look good, other than the long hair," Harry said, smiling softly at Harper who tried to return the smile but failed. "I'll try to cut it at Hogwarts," Harper said, looking away from Harry to Luna. "Or maybe I'll tell Luna to cut it," he said, looking back at Harry. "The question is, will they let you in at Gryffindor?" Harry said, nervous for Harper. "The Hufflepuff will let me borrow their robes. They were the only one to talk to me," Harper answered, instantly calming Harry down with that sentence. "Cedric will be there to protect you?" Harry asked. "Cedric, Luna, Cho, Marcus, and the others," Harper said, hearing two approaching footsteps behind him making him tense. "I'll see you later, Harry. Good luck," he said, letting Luna drags him off and disapparates. 77. Harper untie the Hufflepuff tie around his neck, leaning his head on Cedric's shoulder while Cho leans on his. Harper looks down at his broken leg where Cedric is slowly trying to fix. He looks at where Neville and Marcus had disappeared to, and Cho stood up at the sight of the familiar faces behind them. Harper stood up with the help of Cedric, wrapping his arm around the Hufflepuff's shoulders as they walk towards where people are greeting the trio. Okay. Stand down. Let's not kill them before you know who gets the chance," Neville exclaimed over the voice. "Right then. What's the plan, Harry?" Harper makes eye contact with Harry, who froze at the sight of him before he pulls himself together and looks over everyone else. Harry tries not to think of the fact that Harper's left eye has become white the last time he had seen him. "Okay. There's something we need to find. Something hidden here in the castle. It could help us defeat you-know-who," Harry said, looking over everyone. "What is it?" Neville asked. Harry was about to open his mouth, but stopped when Harper talked first. "Ravenclaw's diadem," Harper said, putting his weight onto Cedric, who didn't mind it at all. "Do you know where it is?" Harry asked, looking at Harper, who shakes his head. You need to ask the Gray Lady for that, Harper said before they could move on. Harry nods. Thanks, Harper. I'll be sure to see her, he said, sending Harper a small smile of which he returned. Just then quick footsteps are heard and Ginny appears atop the far staircase. She stops, staring at Harry. Harry, Ginny said. Hey there, Harry said. Ron smiles, about to speak, then notices Ginny's eyes have not left Harry. He frowns, turning to Hermione. 6 months she hasn't seen me, and it's like I'm Frankie first year. I mean, I'm only her brother. Got loads of those, though, doesn't she? There's only one Harry, Seamus said. Shut up, Seamus, Ron said, turning his head towards Harper and sees him leaning heavily on top of Cedric. And when he looks down at Harper's leg, he sees the bandages wrapped around his left leg. He looks away before Harper could notice him staring, but his staring did not escape Cedric and Cho's eyes. What is it, Ginny? Marcus asked. Snape knows. He knows that Harry was spotted in Hogsmeade, Ginny said. Cedric nodded, turning to Harper. Let's finish fixing your leg up. It's almost finished, don't worry, he added when Harry turned to look at him. Harper follows after a stream of Hufflepuff students move towards the Great Hall with Cedric in front of him. Professor Snape had not said anything when he first seen him enter the Hufflepuff common room. They walk grimly, their faces blank, as if accustomed to such exercises. The Ravenclaws walk in lockstep as well. One tiny girl, Maisie Reynolds, stands out, walking alongside Luna, her bearing more defiant than defeated. The Death Eater chivying them along eyes her cruelly. Put a smile on, Miss Reynolds. Wouldn't want me to have to pay a visit to Daddy again, would you? Electo Caro said. The Slytherin house walks in rigid synchronization, back straight, in perfect rhythm. As the Gryffindors walk, Harry moves in their midst, effectively shielded. Harry slips past a few people, reaches out and enfolds Ginny's hand in his own. She doesn't look back, knowing it's him, knows his touch. Each house stands together as a group, the room buzzing. No one sits. Harry nowhere to be seen. At the tall table at the top of the hall, 2 Death Eaters, Amicus and Electo Caro, stand like sinister sentinels, their eyes raking the crowd. Professor McGonagall, her face ashen, her bearing reduced, stands along the right wall, while Professor Flitwick stands by the left wall. As Professor Snape enters, the room goes slowly quiet. Many of you are surely wondering why I have summoned you here at this hour. It has come to my attention that earlier this evening, Harry Potter was sighted in Hogsmeade, Professor Snape said. A murmured thrill fills the hall. Professor McGonagall's eyes glisten with curiosity. Professor Snape raises his voice, briefly, to quell the noise in the hall. I mention this in the hopes that truth will not be supplanted by rumor. For myself and a few select members of the staff, this comes as little surprise. We have, for some time, considered Mr. Potter's return to Hogwarts to be not only possible but inevitable. Consequently, in the past several months and under my specific direction, exhaustive defensive strategies have been employed to defeat any attention Mr. Potter might make to breach these walls. But know this, should anyone, student or staff, attempt to aid Mr. Potter, that person will be punished in a manner consistent with the severity of their transgression. Rest assured, so long as I am headmaster at Hogwarts, Harry Potter will never again step foot in this castle, Professor Snape said. As applause erupts from the Slytherins, Maisie Reynolds glowers at them. Professor Snape raises a hand, and the room returns to silence. Now then, if anyone here has knowledge of Mr. Potter's movements this evening, I invite them to step forward now, Professor Snape said, eyes raking the hall, stopping at Harper for a few seconds before looking away at the footsteps. A figure appears in the shadows at the back of the hall. Professor McGonagall's chin rises in disbelief. Maisie's face blooms with hope. I think I can help you with that, Harry said, looking right at Professor Snape. It would seem that, despite your exhaustive defensive strategies, you have a bit of a security problem, Headmaster. Professor Snape stares in stunned disbelief. Then his gaze shifts as one by one, others emerge. Ron, Hermione, Lupin, Sirius, Dobby, Arthur, Molly, Fred, George, Percy, Luna, Harper, Dean Thomas, Bill, Fleur. Kingsley. And I'm afraid it's rather extensive, Harry said. The Carrows, who had been moving towards Harry, falter, turned to Professor Snape with uncertainty. Harry's eyes narrow with malice as he stares at Professor Snape. How dare you stand where he stood? He said, drawing his wand and points it at Professor Snape. Tell them how it was that night. Tell them how you looked him in the eye. A man who trusted you and killed him. Tell them. Professor Snape's eyes find Harry's, but his face remains a mask. Professor McGonagall stands poised, no longer an ashen ghost. Professor Flitwick's hand twitches over his wand. The air prickles with anticipation. Professor Snape moves as if to retrieve his wand. Professor McGonagall steps forward and sends a volcanic blast Professor Snape's way. Pivoting, he parries the spell, barely, and sends it ricocheting around the room. Chaos ensues. Professor Flitwick and the rest of the staff, inspired by Harry and Professor McGonagall, leap forth, wands out. Professor Snape, outnumbered, standing at the epicenter, parries spell after spell with astonishing skill, deflecting 2 of the curses into Electo and Amicus Caro. Professor Snape takes the measure of the room and sweeps his wand over his head, reducing the torches that line the wall to smoke and pitching the hall into total darkness. As students scream, a great whooshing sound fills the hall, and some flying thing flickers past the windows, rattling the panes before blasting through one. Instantly, the torches burst back to life, and we see that it's Professor McGonagall, wand raised aloft, who's done it. In the moonlight, Harry can see a bat-like creature beating into the night. Professor McGonagall peers bitterly into the darkness. Coward! Coward! And he didn't even stay to fight. Professor McGonagall exclaimed before turning to Harry. Mr. Potter, do you mind telling me what you're doing here, which, I trust you realize, is an act of complete and utter lunacy? I'm a Gryffindor, Harry said. I thought it might have something to do with that. Professor McGonagall said, turning to the room. All right, settle down, settle down. The room instantly quiets. It appears that your headmaster, to use the common phrase, has done a bunk. Professor McGonagall said. Cheers rise from all houses, Marcus and his friends, except Slytherin, where Pansy glowers along with Blaise and Goyle. Even Professor McGonagall can't help but smile. Just then, Harry winces slightly, pressing his fingers to his temple. Potter, Professor McGonagall said, turning to Harry. A slow rumbling fills the hall. Harry, fingers trembling with pain, glances up and sees dark clouds coagulating in the enchanted ceiling. Professor McGonagall follows his gaze, as do others, watching as the clouds shift eerily, like blots of blood. Suddenly, the flames in the torches along the walls tremble as a chill breeze consumes the room. The hall slowly dims. All grows progressively silent when a girl screams, her voice rising and rising. Harry rushes through the throng, the students parting as he pelts forwards, pushing past them until he finds Maisie, cowering on the floor in the corner, hands over her ears, eyes clenched tight. She seems possessed. Everyone watches, chilled. Finally, Harry starts to move forward, when he himself winces, pressing his fingers to his temples. Another person screams somewhere in the hall, then another. Harry glances about him, at the circle of faces in his vicinity. All are a mirror image of Maisie now, grimacing in pain. Harry stares, confused, stricken with pain, when a voice blooms in his head in a deathly whisper. I know that many of you will want to fight. Some of you may even think this wise. But this is folly. Voldemort said, I wish you no harm. I have great respect for the students of Hogwarts. I was once one myself after all. I ask for but one thing, and if granted, no magical blood shall be split. For a moment they stood, hung in silence. Give me Harry Potter. Do this and none shall be harmed. Give me Harry Potter and I shall leave Hogwarts untouched. Give me Harry Potter, and you will be rewarded. With that, the whisper recedes and those in the hall slowly surface back into the prickling ambience of the here and now. Above them, the clouds evaporate in the enchanted ceiling. And then, like iron filings flaming to the surface of a magnet, every eye finds Harry. For a moment, silence. Then, Pansy jabs her finger at Harry. But he's there. Potter's there. Someone grab him. Instinctively, Ginny and Harper steps in front of Harry, wands drawn. Then, as one, the Gryffindors assemble in a line and face towards the Slytherins, shielding Harry. Moments later, the Ravenclaws and Hufflepuffs do the same. Harry's eyes glitter at the sight, moved. Ginny and Harper lower their wand, sharing a nod. Just then, Mr. Filch bursts in the hall. Students out of bed. Students in the corridors. He stops dead, as Mrs. Norris winds through his legs. They're supposed to be out of bed, you blithering idiot, Professor McGonagall said. Oh, sorry, ma'am, Mr. Filch said, beginning to turn away. Wait. As it turns out, Mr. Filch, your arrival is most opportune. If you would, I'd like you to lead Miss Parkinson and the rest of the Slytherin's house from the hall, except Marcus Sawyer and his friends. Professor McGonagall said. Right away, Mr. Filch said, stopping. Exactly where is it I'd be leading him to, ma'am? The dungeons should do. Professor McGonagall said. Cheers rise again, and Professor McGonagall's eyes turn on Harry. She rises up to full height, her jaw firm. I presume you have a reason for returning, Potter. What is it you need? Professor McGonagall asked. Time. As much as you can give me, Harry said as Harper joins him. Do what you have to do. I'll secure the castle, Professor McGonagall said, nodding to Harper. Is that possible, Professor? Harry asked. We teachers are rather good at magic, Potter, and Harper will be with us to help, Professor McGonagall said, turning her head to Harper, who nodded at her. We've even been known to turn out a worthwhile witch or wizard on occasion. I think it's time I ask a few of them to take their magic beyond the classroom. What you think? Harry follows Professor McGonagall's gaze and sees Neville and Ginny conferring with a sprinkling of the pack's members. I think you're right, Harry said, turning to look at Harper, who has summoned an eye patch for his left eye before the brunette turned to look at Harry. Professor McGonagall nods, still sizing up Neville and the others. Harry smiles when Harper sends him a small smile, turning to leave. By the way, Potter. Professor McGonagall stops him as he looks back. It's good to see you. Harry smiles. You too, Professor. 78. Neville and Ginny flank Professor McGonagall as she sweeps out of the Great Hall and into the courtyard. Harper, Professor Flitwick, and others members of the packs, including Seamus, trail after. Let me get this straight, Professor. You're giving us permission to do this? Neville asked, holding on to Marcus' hand. That is correct, Longbottom, Professor McGonagall said. To blow it up. Boom. Neville said. Boom. Professor McGonagall repeated. Wicked, Neville said before frowning. Exactly how do you propose we do this, Professor? Why don't you confer with Mr. Finnegan? Professor McGonagall asked. As I recall, he has a particular proclivity for pyrotechnics. Neville, Marcus, and Ginny glance back at Seamus. I can bring her down, Seamus said. That's the spirit. Now off you go, Professor McGonagall said. Neville, Marcus, Ginny, Seamus, and the packs peel off. You realize, of course, that nothing we do will be able to keep out you-know-who indefinitely, Professor Flitwick said. That doesn't mean we can't hold him up, Professor Sprout said as Harper agrees with her. That doesn't mean we can't hold him up. And his name is Voldemort, Filius. You might as well use it. He's going to try to kill you either way, Professor McGonagall said. With that, Professor McGonagall wheels, raises her wand and points it in the direction of the Great Hall. Pyre totem locomotor, Professor McGonagall said. Instantly, all along the corridor, statues and suits of armor come to life on their plinths. As Professor McGonagall and the others watch, the statues parade into view. Hogwarts is threatened. Man the boundaries and protect us. Do your duty to our school, Professor McGonagall exclaimed as the statues thunder past. Heading towards the viaduct, Professor McGonagall watches with evident pleasure. I've always wanted to use that spell, she said before turning to Harper. It's time, Mr. Granger. Harper nods, taking a deep breath, and points his wand up at the sky with the other staff members. Protego Maxima, Fianto Duri, Repello Inimicum. He looks up at the sky, looking at the slowly building shield. I am proud of how far you have become, Mr. Granger, Professor Flitwick said. Thank you, Professor, Harper said, looking away from the sky to where he knows Voldemort and the Death Eaters are. Explosives sounded from the shield, making him look up at the sky where he can see spells hitting the shield. Fortunately, the shield holds. It was a moment later that a powerful sound is heard, making him look up at the shield again and sees it trembling. Professor, Harper said, looking at Professor McGonagall, and sees her looking up at the shield as well. Right as Harper turns back to the shield, it shatters. Fall inside. Everybody, fall inside, Professor McGonagall exclaimed, and Harper instantly ran into the castle. Harper stops when a Death Eater appears in front of him, moving out of the way of the spell the Death Eater sent his way before pointing his wand at them. Defendo, he muttered, and the Death Eater is cut into two. Harper continues into the castle and ran to where he knows he could find Harry, face set in determination as he hit another Death Eater with a spell. Harper stops behind a furniture when he heard Harry's voice, peeking over the furniture and sees Harry, Draco, Blaise, and Goyle. I remember. You have something of mine. I'd like it back, Draco said, gesturing to the wand sticking out of Harry's pocket. What's wrong with the one you have? Harry asked. It's my mother's. It's very powerful, but it's not the same. It doesn't understand me, Draco said, looking up from the wand. Know what I mean? Just then, over Draco's shoulder and several yards beyond, and Harry sees Ron. Harry looks down, notices a drop of water fall from the pant cuff, cuts his eyes away. He reaches for the wand in his pocket. Easy, Draco said. Harry looks up, sees Draco watching him closely. He studies Draco's face. Why didn't you tell her? Draco doesn't respond. Bellatrix, you knew it was me, but you didn't say anything, Harry said. Blaise and Goyle, confused by this, regard Draco dimly from either side. Draco fidgets, his hand twitching on the wand. Give me my wand, Draco said. Harry continues to study Draco's face. No, I don't think so. And with blithe disregard, Harry removes the wand in his own pocket, ponders it. Besides, its allegiance is to me now. If you want it, you'll have to win it back. Perhaps even kill me. He looks up, locking eyes with Draco. Come on, Draco. Don't be apart. Just do I'm. Harper heard Goyle said as his attention was taken away by Hermione, who stood next to him. Harper takes out his wand, moving out of the shadow, and points his wand at Draco. Draco blinks, and a ball of scarlet light bursts from his wand, briefly illuminating his face, and strikes Draco's hand. As Draco's wand flies free, Goyle steps into the breach and fires back at Harper. Avada Kedavra, Goyle said, and the spell caroms off the stone bust instead, sending the diadem spinning into the air. Ron fires a flurry of spells at Goyle, but he manages to elude them all by crashing through the wall of junk. As it tetters, Ron pelts through the hole made by Goyle and gives chase. Harper and Harry shares a nod, and Harper transformed into his animagus form and ran after the diadem. But Harper didn't get to move when a massive groan echoes and the walls of towering junk shudder. Harry, Harper, and Hermione looks up, then at each other. The sky is falling, watching as one after another. The towering walls spill like dominoes. Harper kneels down and barks to gain their attention, nodding his head to get on his back. He ran after Harry, and Hermione gets on his back as the world comes crashing down. Did you see where it went? The diadem? Hermione asked, gripping onto Harper's brown fur so she won't fall off. It's gone. We'll never. Harry was cut off by another bark from Harper, looking at where the wolf is nodding his nose at, and sees the diadem drops from the sky and skips, and jumps down the aisle in front of them. He pats Harper's head. Move faster. Harper did as Harry commanded and ran faster, ignoring the pain from Harry and Hermione gripping his fur, and leaps over the moldy books and grabs the diadem with his mouth. Well done, Harry praised, patting Harper's head. Let's find Ron and get out of here. Harper turns when his wolf ears caught something, and sees a red fur wolf running towards them chased by a river of scarlet flames. Harper turns and starts running, And when he peeks over his shoulder, he sees a serpents, a chimeras, and a dragons chasing after them. Harper, Ron? Hermione shouts over the loud noise, pointing at the ancient broomsticks. Harper makes a sound that sounds like, "Get ready," and slides on the floor to the brooms as he transforms back into his human form. And when he looks back, he sees Ron in his human form as well. "Here, take one," Harry said, tosses Ron, Harper, and Hermione broomsticks, then takes one for himself. As Harper slips the diadem atop his head, the flames explode into the clearing, engulfing them as they soar free, just barely eluding the snap of the dragon's fiery jaws. As they race away, a horrible scream pierces the clamor, and they all look below. See the flames devour Goyle. "Serves him right," Ron said. "Come on. This way." Hermione exclaimed over the sound. "Wait, what about Malfoy and Blaise?" Harry exclaimed. "He's joking, right?" Ron asked, turning to look at Harper, who gave the diadem to Hermione. Harry and Harper sees Draco and Blaise, perched atop a fragile, crumbling tower. Harry and Harper whips their brooms around and jets forth, sweeping down, and Harry grips Draco's hand while Harper takes Blaise's. The instant Draco's foot leaves the mountain of junk, it collapses into a great billowing cloud of ash, mushrooming upward and blinding Harry and Harper. Unable to get their bearings, they swerve dangerously, squinting and choking when a giant beam of light shimmers in the distance, like a beacon. It's Ron and Hermione, hovering on their broom, Ron's wand raised. Harry and Harper turns, as one, they fly pell-mell towards Ron's beacon. As they draw close, the light burns so bright all goes white, and they burst through the wall, tumbling into the corridor. Draco lands face down, retching. As Hermione rolls over, the diadem spins madly on the ground. Harper snatches it quickly, as if it might run away as Hermione tosses him the basilisk fong. Harper drives the fong into the blackened crown, and Harry grimaces in agony and roars with pain beside him, the veins at Harry's temple throbbing, his knuckles burning white as he grips the basilisk fong, and the fong crumbles in Harper's fist, and Harry, staring towards the ceiling, gasps desperately, purging himself with the pain. Harry looks down, regarding the diadem with a kind of mournful horror. Then Ron kicks it back into the room of requirement, where it explodes in a vortex of flames and the room reseals itself. Harper moves to Harry, ignoring his surrounding as he holds onto Harry's shoulders with his hands. "Harry?" he said, turning Harry's head to him. "Ron, you once asked me if I thought he felt it, Voldemort, when we destroy a Horcrux, when we destroy a piece of his soul," Harry said, looking into Harper's brown eye, that somehow looks comforting at this dark times. "He does," he finishes, looking up at Ron and Hermione. "It's the snake. She's the last one. The last Horcrux. Where will he take her?" Ron asked, looking at Harper to answer. "The boathouse," Harper answered. 79. As the quartet pelts through the madness, Hermione gasps, catching sight of Lavender as she falls to the ground. Hermione's eyes shift, spy Greyback, lips still glistening with Lavender's blood, staring at her. He smiles, starts forward. "No." Hermione's wand flashes. A defeating blast. Greyback takes it straight to the chest, pitches up into the air and drops. Unmoving. The quartet races away from the burning castle. In the distance, part of the dark forest burns, trees shedding sparks into the sky like scarlet feathers. Shadows do battle in the distant dark. Screams shatter the night. A thunderous shock wave as a monstrous giant lurches into view, swinging one of the Quidditch goals, the golden ring dripping blood. Seeing the quartet, it whips the ring down, strafing them with threats of blood, but missing them narrowly, scooping out a massive chunk of earth instead. It groans in anger, lumbers stupidly off. The quartet races on and race down the steps towards the boathouse. Harry, Ron, Harper, and Hermione pick their way forward, moving quietly through the eerie light, then stopping within the safety of the shadows. They watch Voldemort and Professor Snape talk in the boathouse. "Why doesn't it work for me?" Voldemort asked, extending the wand. "You have performed extraordinary magic with this wand, my lord. In the last few hours alone?" "No," Voldemort exclaimed, cutting Professor Snape's words off. "I am extraordinary. But the wand resists me. There is no wand more powerful. Ollivander himself said it. Tonight, when the boy comes to you, it will not fail you, I am sure. It answers to you, and you only. Professor Snape said. Does it? Voldemort asked, holding the wand to the wavering light again, his eyes on Snape. My lord? Professor Snape questioned. The wand, does it truly answer to me? Voldemort asked. Professor Snape says nothing. For a moment, he and Voldemort stand perfectly still, two faces in the darkness. The only sound is the lapping of the lake. Harry studies Professor Snape's face, calm, composed, then notes the hand concealed behind his back, twitching with tension. You're a clever man, Severus. Surely you must know, Voldemort said. Professor Snape remained silent, gaze shifting to Nagini, still skimming slowly over the floor. Where, Severus? Where does its loyalty lie? Voldemort asked. Professor Snape looks away from Nagini and sees Voldemort staring at him. With you, of course, my lord. Voldemort stares long at Snape, then finally speaks. The Elder Wand cannot serve me properly, Severus, because I am not its true master, he said. The Elder Wand belongs to the wizard who killed its last owner. Ollivander was quite explicit about that. You killed Dumbledore, Severus. While you live, the Elder Wand cannot be truly mine. Professor Snape stares at Voldemort, then his eyes shift to Nagini, still circling. My lord, you have been a good and faithful servant, Severus, Voldemort said, raising his wand, and points it at Professor Snape's throat. But only I can live forever, he said, sweeping his arm away, turning the wand on Nagini. Kill. Professor Snape's eyes shift, meeting the snake's. The snake strikes. Harry's scream is swallowed by Snape's own. Voldemort runs a finger sling the wand, eyeing it with wonder, transfixed, then turns away. Nagini, come, Voldemort said, sweeping from the room, towards the lake's quivering darkness, the giant snake slithering after. Harry rushes forward, into the strange, wavering light, then stops in horror, watching Snape's blood run like syrup over the weathered boards towards him. Ron bumps past, heading in the direction Voldemort took. Harper and Hermione pauses by Harry. Harry kneels by Snape. He lays his fingers upon the bloody wound at his neck, but it's no use. Snape's eyes shift and, briefly, look deep into Harry's, and begins to cry. Take them, Snape croaked out. Harry looks confused, hesitant. Take them, Snape said again. His face shudders softly and his tears transform from clear water to silvery blue. Harry reacts to the color. He's seen it before. Suddenly Snape grabs his collar, pulling him closer. Please. He holds Harry captive briefly, then drops back to the floor. Harry blinks, shaken. Give me something. Quickly. A flask. Anything. Instantly, Harper conjures a flask from thin air. Hands trembling, Harry presses it to Snape's ashen cheek, letting the fluid flow within. They are the same, Snape said. Harry searches Snape's face, trying to decipher his words. Snape stares at Harry in wonder, lost in his eyes. Then his pupils dilate, his voice trailing off. You have your mother's eyes? Snape's face goes slack. Harry shivers, and Ron reappears. He's gone. The snake too, Ron said. Just then the sound of thunder, like a gathering storm, engulfs them. The joists of the shack groan, as if in agony. The entire room begins to tremble. Ron yanks a board from the window, and the quartet peers out. As in the enchanted ceiling before, a face appears in the dark clouds above. And then Voldemort's voice echoes. You have fought valiantly, but in vain. I do not wish this. Every drop of magical blood spilled is a terrible waste, Voldemort said. I therefore command my forces to retreat. In their absence, dispose of your dead with dignity. Treat your injured. A beat passes before Voldemort speaks again. Harry Potter, I speak now directly to you. On this night you have allowed your friends to die for you, rather than face me yourself. There is no greater dishonor. Join me in the Forbidden Forest and confront your fate. Should you do so, I give my word that no other life will be lost on this night. You have 1 hour. If, at the end of that time, you have not given yourself up, then I shall punish every last man, woman, and child who tried to conceal you from me." The joist trembles one last time. Then the ambient sounds of the night returns. The clouds separate, become just clouds. "Never! Do you hear me? Never!" Ron yells. Hermione places her hand on the nape of his neck, glancing at Harry and Harper. Harry gazes down at Snape's still body one last time, then at the flask in his hand. Deserted. The flagstones stained with blood, strewn with broken wands. The quartet stands looking in the courtyard. "Where is everyone?" Hermione questioned. Ron and Harper walks ahead, towards the great hall, puts their hands to the doors, and pushes them open, poised on the threshold, looking in. Tria. The house tables have been pushed to the walls. The injured stand in groups, arms slung over one another, waiting to be treated by Madame Pomfrey. Filch's arm gushes blood. Professor Flitwick's face is laced with gashes. Harper looks at Fred when he heard a sob coming from him and sees him kneeling over a familiar body with a Hufflepuff tie, Cho beside him. Harper leaves the trio behind him, fastly walking towards them before falling down to his knees beside Cho when he looks at Cedric's pale face. Harper heaves out a breath, placing his hand on top of Cedric's unbeating heart as tears runs down his cheeks. Harper leans down and places his forehead on top of Cedric's own, Cho placing her head on Harper's back, letting his tears fall down Cedric's face. He feels Luna kneels down beside him, running her hand through his curly hair. He lets out a sob, moving his hand to Cedric's shoulder. He sat up on his legs, Cho and Luna placing their heads on his shoulders. Silence fills around them, save for Harper's choked sobs. He feels Fred kneeling down behind him, placing his chin on top of Harper's head. "He saved me," Fred muttered, breaking the silence. "That's Cedric," Harper whispered, but Fred could still hear him. "He is in a better place now," Luna said, taking Harper's hand into hers, stroking her thumb over his hand. Harper nods, glancing around the great hall, and pauses at the sight of Sirius kneeling down between Tonks and Remus, who is in the same place as Cedric. He looks away, closing his eyes. Harper waits with Ron and Hermione at the marble staircase, ignoring Ron and Hermione, who is whispering with each other. Then, sensing his presence, Harper turns and sees Harry. Instantly, he runs to him with Ron and Hermione behind him. "Where have you been?" Hermione asked as Harper wraps his arms around Harry before pulling away. "We thought you'd gone to the forest. We thought you might be." "I'm going there now," Harry said, nodding to Harper, who returned the gesture. "Are you mad?" "No," Ron exclaimed, looking at Harper, expecting him to say something, but the brunette stays silent. "It's meant to be," Harry said, taking Harper's hand and grips it. "Rubbish. You can't just give yourself up to him." Hermione squeezes Ron's arm, silencing him. "What is it, Harry? What is it you know?" "There's a reason I can hear them, the Horcruxes," Harry said. Hermione began to shake her head, not wanting to believe. Harry simply nods, touching the center of his chest. "I think I've known for a while," Harry said, looking at Harper and Hermione. "I think you've known too. We'll go with you." "We'll," Hermione falters hopelessly as a single tear traces her cheek. Harry reaches out, wiping it away. "Kill the snake. Kill the snake, and then it's just him. Then it will be over." He turns then, leaving them. Ron, Harper, and Hermione stand silently, watching every step he takes until he reaches the end and is gone from their view. 80. While Harper is sitting beside Luna, he remembers what his visions had shown to him. Though he only remembers bits of it, he remembers what happened. Voldemort telling Lucius to check up on Harry's limp body. Lucius asking Harry whether Draco is alive or not. Harry telling Lucius that Draco is indeed alive. Lucius turning to Voldemort, looking straight at Voldemort, and lied to him. "He's dead," Lucius said as the Death Eaters cheer. He looks at his wife, nodding to her, and relief flooding his chest at the relief expression on her face. "Harper." Luna's voice pulls him out from his vision. "Yes," Harper said, turning his head to look at Luna. "Welcome back," Luna said, smiling softly. Harper returned the smile, standing up and hold out his hand for Luna to take, and helped her stand up, walking towards where he can see Neville and Marcus in the courtyard. He stops behind Neville and Marcus, hearing Ginny's talking from beside him. "Neville, who is that?" Ginny asked, looking and the Death Eaters approaching the courtyard. Before one of them could answer, others begin to spill out of the castle. Seamus, Cho, Arthur, Ron and Hermione emerge, and, seeing the procession, no. Hermione draws a sharp breath, glancing at Harper and sees him looking at Harry in Hagrid's arm with saddened eyes. "What's going on here, Neville?" Arthur asked. Neville starts to open his mouth but falters, and then, simply because he can't bear to look at Ginny's face and the faces of the others looking to him for something, anything, he turns his gaze to the sorting hat dangling in his hand. Voldemort and the others, moving with them, as they draw near. Voldemort surveys the ruins of the castle and the beaten posture of the throng assembled upon its steps. He smiles faintly, with cruel satisfaction. Ron, Hermione, Ginny, Harper, Luna, and the others stand silently as the procession comes to a halt before them. All eyes drift to Hagrid and what lays in his arms. "No, no!" Ginny cries echoes over the grounds as she rushes towards Voldemort, but Arthur steps between and wraps his daughter in his arms, letting her struggle briefly before pulling her tiger closer, safer. "Silence!" Voldemort shouts, pointing his wand to the sky with a crack. "Stupid girl, you cry for that?" He gestures to the body lying still in Hagrid's arms. "Tell me, these last few hours, as you collected the dead and tended your wounded, was he by your side?" He surveys the throng, who stand mute. He nods, as if their silence were answer enough. "While your hands ran dark with the blood of mothers and sons, fathers and daughters, brothers and sisters, his were clasped in prayer. But it was a prayer for one and one only. While you battled courageously, until you could no longer will yourself to stand, he had long since fallen to his knees. While you cursed me until your voices grew ragged, he begged me for mercy in a voice as meek as a child's." Voldemort's eyes narrow. "So do not cry for that. He's not worthy of your tears. And do not despair of his betrayal. You were never in his heart. Not for one single solitary beat." "Liar!" Ron exclaimed. Voldemort flicks his wand and Ron drops to his knees, grimacing in pain. Voldemort gestures to him. "Did you not hear me? Harry Potter is dead. From this day forward, you put your faith in me or suffer the consequences." "Harry Potter is dead." Nagini hisses madly as Voldemort, looking a touch mad himself, rakes his eyes over the students and staff. "Now is the time to declare yourself," Voldemort said. There is a nervous murmur among the crowd. "Draco," Lucius called out, voice quavering and soft as he looks at his son covered in ash. "Come, Draco," he said, nodding to stand in the middle of him and his wife. Draco was shocked, but he didn't show it just in case, then ducks his head and steps forward, avoiding the baleful glances directed his way as he crosses the gulf between factions. "It'll be better than here," Harper mutters, hoping Draco heard him as he watches the blonde stand in the middle of his family. "Well done, Draco. Who will be next?" "HM? Come now, don't be shy," Voldemort said, eyes passing over the crowd. Behind Voldemort, Bellatrix moves forward with a smile, looking straight at Harper. "Harper, dearie, why don't you come join us?" Harper tensed, moving back to stand beside Luna, who takes his hand back into hers. Bellatrix shrugs. "Worth a try." Neville steps forward after a while. Stunned, the others watch Neville, save for Marcus, who has full trust for what Neville is going to do, limp to a halt in front of Voldemort, who regards him with amusement. "Well, I must say, I'd hoped for better. Is this truly the best Hogwarts has to offer?" Voldemort asked, making the Death Eaters laugh while Bellatrix grins in cruel amusement. "Who might you be, young man?" "Neville Longbottom," Neville said. "Well, welcome, Neville. I'm sure we can find a place for you in our ranks." Voldemort said. "Someone has to do the washing," Bellatrix said, and the Death Eaters roar in laughter. Now, Bellatrix, let's not underestimate our young friend. By stepping forward, he lives to see another day," Voldemort said, eyes shifting to regard those standing before him. I'd like to say something, Neville said. Voldemort's brow furrows vaguely as he studies Neville. Very well, Neville. I'm sure we'd all be fascinated to hear what you have to say. Neville turns to the others before stopping on Marcus. The others have weary faces regarding Neville with confusion and suspicion. It doesn't matter that Harry is gone. A troubled murmur ripples through the crowd. Stand down, Neville. Seamus tries to push forward, but Marcus grips his arm, holding him back. People die every day. Friends. Family. Yes, we lost Harry tonight. But he's still with us here, Neville said, tapping his heart. And so is Cedric and Remus and Tonks and all of them. They didn't die in vain. He turns to Bellatrix. But you will. He turns to a trio of Death Eaters. And you and you and you will. He turns to Voldemort. And so will you. Because you're wrong. Harry's heart did beat for us. All of us. He takes a step forward, looks Voldemort in the eye and spits. Then he reaches into the sorting hat. This isn't over. Scarlet glints in Voldemort's eyes and he smiles, raising the Elder Wand when Neville reaches into the sorting hat and pulls forth the Sword of Gryffindor. As Voldemort's wand fires, Neville parries and the curse rebounds, taking out the quartet of Death Eaters flanking Bellatrix. Only she is quick enough to deflect the curse. As she screams in fury, Harry spills from Hagrid's arms. Voldemort's wheels wildly in Harry's direction when Potter! Draco exclaimed as Harry turns towards him and tossed him the wand in his hand. Wand in hand, Harry turns and fires on Voldemort. Voldemort blocks the spell, eyeing Harry with mild disbelief, then anger. Nagini hisses and ribbons towards Harry. As she strikes, Harry sidesteps her then stumbles back and counters. Confringo, Harry said in flames, run the length of Nagini, then climb the back of a nearby Death Eater and consume him. Enraged that Harry has attacked Nagini, Voldemort fires a volley of curses. Harry parties the first, then falls back into a cloister. The stonework explodes all around him, creating 3 ragged holes. He pelts away. As Harry arrives at the doors to the Great Hall, he finds Ron, Harper, and Hermione there. The snake. We've got to kill the snake, Harry exclaimed. Neville, only a few yards off, sword in hand, overhears. As his eyes shift to Voldemort and Nagini. Harry, look out. Harry wheels, sees Voldemort drawing a bead on him. As Harry begins to raise his wand, Neville steps between, brandishing the sword just as Voldemort's wand blazes and Neville's world explodes. Taking the full brunt of it all, Neville grimaces, watching as Voldemort's spell races up the sword's blade to the hilt and pitches off his feet and 50 feet back into the Great Hall. Harry exchanges a glance with Ron, Harper, and Hermione. Their faces say it all. No one could have survived that. Harper looks up onto the stairs and sees the snake slithering its way. He points his wand to a rubble and the rubble fling into his hand. He hurls the rubble at the snake, gaining her attention. Hermione, Harper said, turning his head to look at her. Already on it, Hermione said, hurling a sharp fragment at the snake. As the fragment hits its mark, Nagini strikes blindly, furious, then spies Harper and Hermione. Instantly, she begins to slither towards them. As the twins stand their ground, they see Ron clutching a basilisk fang in his fist. Nagini slithers forth rapidly, flowing effortlessly through the rubble that obstructs her path. Suddenly, up ahead, Harper and Hermione come into view, wands extended. They fires. Nagini hisses, continuing on. The twins lower their wands, standing perfectly still as Ron comes into view, fang in hand. Ron lifts the tusk when Nagini spies him and, wicked fast, uncoils her tail, knocking the fang from his hand. He watches it clatter down the stone steps, then looks back at the great snake as it begins to move towards him. Nagini writhes forward angrily as Ron dashes away. Seconds later, Harper and Hermione join him, running alongside him. Hermione, Ron, and Harper dash down the stairs. Nagini closes on them. And then, suddenly, Nagini hisses madly, twisting crazily on the steps, tail snapping back and forth, shattering stairs and walls. What's the matter with her? Hermione questioned, watching the snake thrash. As rubble rains down, They begin to run for the Great Hall, skirting Professor Flitwick and Hagrid, who battle a pair of Death Eaters on the stairs. The trio burst through the courtyard, followed by Nagini. Nagini rises, ready to strike. Ron reaches out and takes Harper's hand, gripping the brunette's hand tightly as Nagini's head drops towards them. Suddenly, Neville, as if appearing out of thin air, steps into the breach, sword in hand, and with one mighty swing severs Nagini's head. Harper turns, letting go of Ron's hand when Harry shouts his name. He whips out his wand and points it towards Voldemort as Voldemort's green spell and Harry's red spell meets in the middle. "Confringo!" he exclaimed, successful in distracting Voldemort and giving Harry the chance to win. Voldemort stands utterly still for a moment, his eyes on Harry, then drops dead. Harry looks behind him at Harper, who puts down his wand, smiling at him as the brunette approaches him. "You did not look like you needed my help," Harper said, standing next to Harry. "Yes, I do," Harry said, still smiling. "Dumbledore said so." Harper stops when he notices a familiar face sitting beside Luna, talking with her, making him smile at the sight. He approached them, sitting beside Caden, who leans his head on his shoulder. "Hello, Caden," Harper said, looking at the doorway where Harry, Ron, and Hermione are looking towards him. He shakes his head and watches as they leave them alone, turning to look at Caden. "Welcome back." "Thanks, Harper," Caden said, smiling softly against Harper's shoulder. He didn't need to open his eyes to know that Professor McGonagall had approached them. "Hello, Professor McGonagall," he said, looking in front of him where he feels she kneeled down. "It is nice to see you again, Caden," Professor McGonagall said, smiling softly even though Caden couldn't see her. "The teachers would accept you if you wanted to come back to Hogwarts next year," she said, gently placing her hand on Caden's cheek. "It would be nice to finish my studies," Caden said, leaning against her hand. "You won't mind if Draco comes too, would you?" "Of course not," Professor McGonagall answered. Harper looks at the doorway again and sees them again, looking away and sighing softly, but it got Caden's attention, making him frown. "Are you all right, Harper?" Caden asked, hearing Professor McGonagall walk away to give them privacy. "I want to move out," Harper said, a frown on his face. "You can stay with me," Caden said, looking up at Harper. "At the Malfoy's manor." "That would be nice," Harper said, smiling down at Caden. 81, 8-year. June XX, 1998. The Granger's home. "Going somewhere?" Hermione questioned, leaning against the door frame, watching Harper taking his clothes from the closet and place it in his trunk. "Yes," Harper said without turning around, just keeping placing his clothes in his trunk. "I will be staying with Caden and Draco at the Malfoy's manor," he said, moving to his dresser and starts taking his clothes there. "Why are you moving away?" Hermione questioned, watching Harper every moves. "Everything you wanted to do. You can, her." "No, I can't," Harper said, throwing back the shirt piece in the dresser, placing his hands on the cabinet door as he turns his head to look at her. "Hermione, my nightmares is worse now," he said, looking into his sister's eyes. "It's not just from my experience from the second year. It's everything with what I've known ever since the Death Eater captured me." He sighed, shaking his head and continued packing his clothes. "What do you know? And what could Voldemort would have told you that makes you have nightmares?" Hermione asked, trying to get information as to why Harper is leaving home. "Dumbledore gave me this seer ability, and that it's disappearing from me ever since then," Harper said, and keep talking when Hermione was about to open her mouth. "And what couldn't have Voldemort done to make me not have nightmares?" he asked, putting Hermione in a stunned silence. Harper sighs, walking to his bookshelf, and starts placing his books in the trunk as well. He turns his head when he heard the door opening, and when he looks behind him he noticed that Hermione has disappeared from his doorway. He shakes his head, continuing packing his stuff now. He kneels down beside his bed and pulls out the circle box under his bed, stood up and walks back towards his trunk and gently placed it on top of his clothes. "Hermione said you're leaving," Harry said, walking into Harper's bedroom and sat down on the bed beside the trunk. "Yeah, I wanted to explore," Harper answered, walking to his bookshelf again, and takes more books before walking back to his luggage. I thought you're going to the Malfoy's manor? Harry questioned, confused. Harper nods. I am, he said. And then I'm gonna explore with the Malfoys and Caden, he said, taking his wand and waving it, letting the magic do its work and packing his other stuff in the other luggage. How's Caden? Harry asked, looking around at the objects flying around the room into the luggage with a smile. He's still amazed that magic is a thing. He's getting better, Harper said, pulling the chair towards his body and sat down. He and Draco will be at Hogwarts next year, he said, leaning back against the chair and looks at Harry. What about you? Harry asked, looking at Harper. I will be there too in Gryffindor, Harper said, lips quirking up slightly. And Caden and Draco? Harry asked. Hufflepuff and Slytherin. Harper answered as the last object was placed into the trunk before closing itself up. Harry and Harper stayed quiet, not knowing what to talk about anymore. Harper stood up, waving his wand again, and the trunk shrinks down. He takes the shrunken trunk and places it inside his pants pocket. Taking the orange cardigan from the closet, he slips it on. A birthday gift made by Molly Weasley, given to him in third year, though it was too big for him to wear. Now it seems like a perfect fit for his body as he looks at the mirror. You still have the necklace? Harper asked, turning away from the mirror to Harry. Harry takes out the necklace from under his shirt, showing the brunette the necklace around his neck. Harper nods, letting out a shaky breath as Harry stood up and wraps his arms around him. I'll see you next year at Hogwarts, Harper, Harry said, voice slightly muffled from the way his head is placed on Harper's shoulder. Thank you for being my mother figure for the past years, he said, pulling away to look up at Harper. Thank you for everything, Harry, Harper said, brushing his thumb over Harry's cheek. I'll see you next year, he said, gently pushing Harry towards the door and follows him out but paused by the doorway. He looks behind him at his bedroom, studying his childhood bedroom for a while. He takes the doorknob and closes the door, walking down the house corridor and follows Harry down the stairs, meeting Ron and Hermione at the end of the staircase. Harry joins them and stands next to Ron, who is staring at the orange cardigan. You kept it? Ron asked, looking up from the cardigan to Harper's face. Of course I did, Harper answered, looking out the backyard door and sees Lucius waiting for him before looking back at Harry, Ron, and his sister. I'll see you guys next year at Hogwarts, he said, holding out his right hand to Ron. Ron only stares at the hand, and Harper was about to put it down, when Ron takes the hand and pulls him forward, pulling the brunette into a tight hug. Harper was stunned for a few seconds before he wraps his arms around Ron's waist. He let Ron pulls away from him. I'll see you soon, Ron muttered, watching Hermione pulls Harper into a hug before pulling away. Harper smiles at them and starts walking to the backyard, towards Lucius. Are you sure you want to leave? Lucius asked, looking into the house where Harry, Ron, and Hermione is looking at them. Harper looks behind him for a few seconds, before looking away before he could change his mind. I'm sure, he said, taking the arm Lucius held out and to separate away to Malfoy's manor. Harper has only appeared for a few seconds before he was pulled into a hug by Narcissa, and when she pulls away, Draco takes her place. Draco pulls away, a small smile on his face rather than the sneer. Welcome to the Malfoy's manor, Harper, he said, moving away to stand next to his mother. Thank you for accepting me, Harper said, looking at Lucius, who has decided to walk away to go call for Caden in his room. It's the least we could do, Narcissa said, smiling softly at Harper, who returned the smile, before she noticed something missing from Harper. Where's your trunk? Harper places his hand inside his pocket, taking out his shrunken trunk. Here, he said, opening his palm and showing them the trunk. Sometimes I wonder where you learn your spells, Caden said, entering the living room with Lucius in tow. The library, Harper answered, gaining a laugh from the boy as he pulls Harper into a side hug. You looks like you've put on some weight, he said, studying Caden. Good. Lucius had to force feed me, Caden said, gaining a raised eyebrows from Harper as he looks at the older man. It makes the job done, Lucius said, not even sorry that he had to force feed Caden to make him eat. Hey, I didn't say I'm blaming you, Harper said, getting an offended look from Caden. Ouch, Caden said, placing his hand on his heart in mock offense. I thought you will be on my side, Harper. In this economy? Harper asked, looking at Caden, which gained him a playful punch to his shoulder. July XX, 1998. Malfoy's Manor. That's not how you do it, Draco, Harper said, laughing lightly as the blonde is once again knocked off his feet by Caden. Then, why don't you do it if you're so experienced? Draco edged on, standing up from the ground to face Harper. I thought he's supposed to teach us this spell? Caden questioned, looking perfectly at Harper. Yeah, and you have done perfectly with using this spell, Harper said, looking at Draco, who is wiping his hands on his pants. You just need to know when to dodge the spell, he said as Draco looks up from his pants. Draco nods and points up his wand at Caden again, readying himself up for another practice. All right, I'm ready, he said, and Harper nods. Okay, on 3. 1, 2, 3, Harper exclaimed, and this time Draco was finally able to defeat Caden for the first time ever since they started practicing. August XX, 1998, Diagon Alley. Harper walks around Diagon Alley that has now been rebuilt ever since the battle, looking around at the rebuild shops before stopping on the familiar shop, Weasley's Wizard Wheezes. He looks up at the moving robot, smiling softly as peoples move in and out of the shop. Fred and George looks busy, and Ron is inside as well. Are you going inside, or are you just going to stare at the shop? A familiar voice said from behind him, making him turn around and looks at the voice. Hello, Harry, Harper said, smiling at the boy. Don't you look healthy? He said, looking at the boy who now looks slightly tan rather than pale white, and his eyes also looks brighter, even though it has only been 3 months since the battle has passed. So do you, Harry said, smiling brightly. New eye patch? He asked, pointing to the eye patch over Harper's left eye. Yeah, Harper said, instinctively brushing his hand over the eye patch every time someone mentioned it. The old one got broken when we were practicing spells, he said, not knowing what to do with his hands now, so he fixes up the red tie around his neck. And Harry seems like to just notice that Harper is wearing a full black suit with red linings. If Harry squints his eyes, he could see that those linings are skulls, and have his curly hair cuts perfectly. He can now perfectly see Harper's forehead and see his brown eye perfectly. It's also his first time at noticing that Harper have light freckles dotted on his face. Going on a date? Harry asked, not even hiding that he's checking Harper's out, making the brunette smile. No, I'm not, Harper said, shaking his head. Just decided to look good today, he said, a small smirk working its way onto his face. Are you keeping the hairstyle? Harry asked, nodding his head towards the Weasley shop and starts walking when Harper gave a single nod to the shop. Maybe, Harper said, watches as Harry opens the door and holds it for him. He walks inside the busy shop, following Harry. Would you like me to? He asked, following Harry to a more quiet spot. Maybe, Harry said, turning around to look at Harper. I loves the original hair more, though, he admitted, smiling softly. I agree with you there, Harry, Fred said, easily joining the start of a conversation, standing next to Harry. You looks too fancy, Harpy. I don't like it, he said, making Harper softly laughs at him. You saying I don't look fancy before, Fred? Harper questioned, looking up at Fred as George joins them as well. You've always looked fancy, Harpy, George said, and ruffles Harper's hair, making it go back to how it once looked. We just like you better with your original hair, he said, smiling softly at the brunette who didn't fix his hair. All right. I'll keep it this way, then, Harper said, fixing his hair slightly so it won't be in his eye and could still look at where he's going. I will need to cut some, though. I need to have a way to see somehow, he said, before he was hit with a realization. If Fred and George is here, who's handling the shop? Wait, who's handling the shop? Harper asked, looking up at the twins who now have a matching mischievous expression on their face. Who else than Ronald? Fred and George said, smiling. Why? Harper asked, keeping his voice low so he won't gain any attention. Well, it's easy, Harpy, Fred said, smiling. We're punishing him for blaming you to keep yourself alive. I don't blame him. I want you to know that, Harper said, gaining a shocked look from Fred, George, and Harry. I never blame him. I would never do that to him. He whispered the last part to himself, but they could still hear him. You're too nice, Harpy, George said, and Fred agrees with him. I can't help it, Harper said, smiling up at them. On top of the stairs, Ron was stunned at what he just heard that just come out of Harper's mouth. His chest was instantly filled with guilt at what he had said at the cottage. Merlin, he wants to go back in time and takes all of his words back at the cottage. He wants to take back all those words so much. More importantly, he wants to have Harper in his arms again. Wants to feel those lips on his again. Wants the way Harper looks at him with fond eyes. Wants to count the freckles dotted on Harper's face. Ron has come to the conclusion that he will do anything to get Harper back. He won't give up this time. He won't. He won't said anything dumb ever again, and will always be on his side till they grow old and dies, and possibly meet again in the next life. 82. To say that Harper is nervous for his 8th year was an understatement. He can't believe that he decides to go back to Hogwarts after everything that has happened. He looks at the mirror in front of him, fixing Gryffindor tie that is wrapped around his neck. That day at the Diagon Alley was the time he had gotten a new clothes and robe for the 8th year, new books and other stuff. The professors at the Hogwarts are still the same, except Lucius was asked to be the new defense against the dark arts professor again. And if the students have a problem with it, they can talk to Headmistress McGonagall. Harper's seer ability has now completely disappeared from his body, and since then, his body has felt more comfortable and relaxed. The last visions he had seen was the Battle of Hogwarts with Voldemort. Ever since that, nothing. Knocks sounded at the door, and Harper told the person to come. The door opened, and Narcissa walks in with a motherly smile on her face as she looks at Harper like her own son. Hello, Narcissa, Harper said, turning away from the mirror, smiling at her. Hello, Harper, Narcissa said, as Harper looks over her shoulder to look at Draco and Caden, who seems to be playfully fighting outside his bedroom. Don't mind them, you know how they are, she said, laughing softly. Yes, Harper said, letting out a laugh of his own. I do. Narcissa softly runs her hand through Harper's curly hair. I can't believe you still kept your old hair, she said, playing with one part of the curl. It suits you, though, she said, pulling her hand away to look at Harper. It will always suit me, Harper said, flinching when he heard a thump from the doorway, and when he and Narcissa turns to look at the doorway, they sees Draco on the floor with Caden on top of him, with his hands around the blonde's neck. All right, I yield, Draco exclaimed, and Caden instantly get off the blonde with a small laugh. You really should stop fighting with Caden, Draco, Harper said, waving his wand to the trunks on his bed, shrinking it down and floats it towards his hand and place it in his pocket. You won't win, Caden have a fighting experience, he said, looking down at Draco. Draco sighs, still on the floor. Is there something I can win in? He asked, looking up at Harper. You have the best sneer in the world, Caden said, laughing loudly when Draco let out a loud groan. Please don't, Draco groaned out, placing his arms over his eyes, making Harper and Narcissa laugh. All right, let's go before we got late, Narcissa said, as Harper pulls Draco up. Your father is already there, I presume, she said, smiling softly at the thought of McGonagall calling Lucius up and told him to become that dark arts professor for Hogwarts. Lucius couldn't believe it at first, until Harper pinched him to show him that he's not dreaming. Let's just say that Harper got tickled until the brunette apologized for pinching him, even though it's for a good reason. Harper walks over the busy compartment with Caden and Draco behind him. The three are making their way towards a compartment made for the 8 years. He opens the door to the compartment and walks in, holding the door for Caden and Draco before turning back to look at everyone in the compartment. He instantly caught Harry waving towards them, takes Caden's hand and starts walking towards them. Hello, Harper, Caden, Draco, Harry greeted, smiling kindly at the three, smiling at the shocked expression on Draco's face, having not expected the dark-haired boy to greet him. Harper, Draco, Caden. Hermione and Blaise talked at the same time, as the three still standing up looks at their respective person. Sit here, Hermione said, pointing at the seat beside Ron, whose eyes widened at her, though she ignored it with an innocent smile. Harper looks behind him at where Draco and Caden walks towards Blaise and sat down with them. Harper slowly sat down beside Ron, suddenly feeling very awkward at being placed to sit next to his ex-boyfriend. Ron was the first to break the silence, turning on his seat to look at Harper. "How are you doing, Harper?" he asked, watching as Harper looks around the compartment, as if he's looking for the words to respond to him. Harper closes his mouth, turning his head so he could look at Ron. "Good," he says, nodding slowly. "How are you?" he asked, slapping himself internally at the stutter. But Ron was nice enough to ignore the stutter. "Good," Ron said, turning his head away to look at Harry and Hermione, who seems to be amused by the interaction. "How's both of your relationships going?" he asked, wanting Harper to feel comfortable and be with them again. Ronald, Harry and Hermione exclaimed at the same time, face flushing red, and their voice was loud enough to get some of the 8 years' attention. "What?" Ron asked, feigning innocence into his voice. "I just wanted to know," he said, trying to keep a smile from appearing on his face, but failed when he heard Harper laughing beside him. And it seems to work like a charm, as after that, Harper can now talk about his experience at the Malfoy's Manor without hesitation, with Draco and Caden joining in from time to time. "Let the feast begin," Professor McGonagall exclaimed over the Great Hall as food starts appearing in front of them. "I miss this," Ron said, looking at the food in front of him. "Close your mouth, you're gonna drool all over yourself," Harper said, shaking his head softly and ignoring the looks he's getting because of his eye patch and scar. Ron instantly closed his mouth, wiping his hand over his mouth just in case there's a drool. He starts placing multiple foods in his plate, and instantly noticed that Harper is not placing foods in his plate. And when he turns to look at the brunette, he sees that he's looking around at the Great Hall nervously. Ron places down the last food and leans towards Harper, noticing that the brunette didn't mind the closeness. "You all right?" he asked as Harper turns his head to look at him, the brunette shaking his head softly. "What's wrong?" he asked softly, ignoring his foods to focus on his talk with Harper. Harper hesitates, wondering if he should talk with Ron about what he's thinking or not, but he decided to do it. "What's the worst that can happen?" "Just nervous," he answered truthfully, looking at the tall table where Lucius is and sees him looking towards him with concern in his eyes. "Don't worry, you'll have peoples protecting you if they decided to do something to you, Caden, or Draco," Ron said, bringing Harper's attention back to him. "You have the headmistress and Lucius on your side. That's pretty powerful, don't you think?" he asked, looking at Harper's brown eye. "What if I don't need their protection and only need you?" Harper asked, making Ron's breath hitched. Harper turns away, shaking his head. "Never mind, I'll be there," Ron answered before Harper could put on a mask over his face. "I'll be there. Just call, shouts, anything. I'll be there," he said, watching as Harper turns his head to look at him with widened eye. "Now, why don't you eat something before Lucius blames me for the reason you're not eating, he suggests, picking up his cutlery, and is filled with satisfaction when Harper starts eating. "Good job," he said, noticing that Harper froze from beside him and that Hermione chokes on her food from laughing. Ron turns his head to Harper and sees his face flushed red. "Whoops." 83. Harper walks towards his first class for all of 8 years, excited to see Lucius and learn again. It's also his first time to be able to sleep peacefully. He thinks it's because Ron is nearby, but he would never admit it out loud. He opens the door and enters the classroom, noticing that other students are not here yet, and that only Lucius is the only one in the classroom. Lucius looks up at the sound of the door opening and smiles when he sees Harper walk in. "Harper, you're a bit too early," he said, watching Harper sit down at the front of the class. "Is there a reason?" he asked. "I'm just excited for your class," Harper said, smiling. "But I don't know about the others," he said, placing his books on top of the table. "I don't mind that they don't like me," Lucius said, going back to his table and starts messing with some of the objects. "As long as they can learn something, I don't mind," he said, turning his head up to the door when he heard the door opening again and a crowd of students walked into the class, taking their respective seats. Ron sits down beside Harper at the front of the class, placing his books on top of the table. Harry and Hermione follow in his footsteps and sit down with them, Harry being in the middle of Ron and Hermione while Harper is sitting at the end of the table. Lucius waits after everyone has sat down before beginning his lesson. "Welcome to your first class," he said, looking over at all the students. Some are glaring, ignoring, and looking at him with neutral eyes. And some look excited at what he's going to be teaching them. "Today, we will be learning a Patronus charm," he said, smiling when an excited murmur passed over the class. "I'm gonna remind you that this is advanced magic, and that no one will be judged if you can't conjure a Patronus," he said, and some students nodded. Lucius takes out his wand, pointing it beside him where there's a free space. "Expecto Patronum," he said, and his Patronus, an albino pea, comes out of his wand and stand next to him, gaining a noise of amazement from some of the students in the class. "There's two types of Patronus," he said, placing down his wand, and his Patronus faded away as he looks at the students. "Can any of you tell me what it is?" 8 years, feel free to answer," he said, leaning back against his table. Hermione instantly raised her hand when she heard his last statement. "Miss Granger," Lucius said, nodding at the woman to answer. Hermione nods and starts talking. "There's a corporeal, which was a Patronus with a particular shape and form," she said, taking a deep breath before continuing, "and incorporeal, which had no particular shape and could not fend off dementors the way corporeal patronuses did." Lucius nods, smiling softly. "That's right, Miss Granger. 10 points to Gryffindor," he said, looking at everyone. "Did you write everything she had said down?" he asked, and instantly everyone who was looking at him looked down at the parchment in front of them and started writing. "Today, we will learn the simplicity of how to say expecto patronum," he said without his wand. "Repeat after me, expecto patronum, without your wand." "Expecto patronum." They all chorus, repeating Lucius' words. "Good," Lucius said, nodding with satisfaction shown on his face. "Now, can anyone tell me the steps of how to conjure a Patronus?" he asked, and this time, multiple people raised their hands. He looks at everyone, wondering who he should pick. "Mr. Vaughn," he said, pointing to the Hufflepuff. "The first step is to clear your mind. Step 2 is to choose a memory of your happiest moments. Step 3 is amplifying those images. Step 4 is to build the momentum. And Step 5 is immersed into the feeling." The Hufflepuff answered. Lucius nods. "That is the short version of it, but don't worry. I'll teach you all the long versions soon," he said. 10 points to Hufflepuff, he said, gaining a smile from the boy. He looks at Harry and Harper. "Why don't we start with someone who could conjure a Patronus?" Harry and Harper look at each other for a few seconds and shrug before standing up to stand beside Lucius. "Any of you can begin anytime," Lucius said, moving out of their way so they have a room to conjure their Patronus. "You first," Harry said, pointing his wand at Harper. Harper softly sighed and nodded, closing his eyes with his wand in front of him before opening his eyes again. "Expecto Patronum," he said, and his otter Patronus comes out of his wand, flying happily around him at being free once again. It has been a while since he's used his Patronum after all. Soon after, Harry follows in his footsteps and conjures his stag Patronus. "Good job, Mr. Potter and Mr. Granger," Lucius said, as everyone stares at their Patronus with amazement on their face. "This is what's called a corporeal Patronus," he said, looking over everyone who is now looking at him. "Professor Lupin had a non-corporeal Patronus," he said, "so you don't need to worry about whether you have an animal form or not." Everyone huffs with relief, showing that they were worried about getting a non-corporeal Patronus. Lucius looks at Harry and Harper, the latter playing around with his Patronus. "You two can sit down now," he said, as both their patronuses faded into their wand. "Now," he said, looking at everyone with a clap of his hands, "why don't we learn everything about a Patronus today and begin conjuring the Patronus in the next class?" he said, as everyone nods and murmurs in agreement. Harper walks towards the Thestrals in the Forbidden Forest, humming softly under his breath as he gently pet the baby Thestrals who decides to approach him first. Harper kneels down to the Thestral's height, some of them brushing their head against his shoulders and back, making him softly laugh at their antics. He's got no idea why the baby Thestrals is acting sweet towards him, but he's not going to stop them and complain. He was pulled out of his thoughts by an approaching footsteps behind him, the baby Thestrals running back to their parents as Harper stood up and turned around to look at the approaching figure. "Ron?" Harper questioned, looking at the approaching redhead, who has his hands in his pockets as he approached him. "Hello, Harper," Ron greeted, moving to stand next to the brunette. "What are you doing here?" he asked, turning his head to look at the brunette, taking his hands out of his pockets to cross them over his chest. "Enjoying the company of the Thestrals," Harper answered, looking towards where the Thestrals are leaving with their babies. He looks towards the slowly sinking sun. "It's getting late," he said, looking back towards Ron and noticing that he was already staring at him. His breath hitched, looking away from the Weasley. "We should go back," he said without turning to look at Ron. In his peripheral vision, he sees Ron nod in agreement. "Let's go then," Ron said, turning his back to the leaving Thestrals. "I'm getting hungry," he said, smiling when Harper let out an amused laugh. "You're always hungry, Ron," Harper said in fond exasperation, his emotions changing to horror at the fond exasperation. But Ron didn't say anything except send him a soft, knowing smile. Harper was glad Ron didn't say anything. "Nice job, everyone," Lucius said, looking over everyone in the room of requirement who is conjuring a Patronus. There are some who have corporeal patron uses, and there are some who have non-corporeal patron uses. And remember, it's no one's fault if you have non-corporeal patron uses, he said, looking at everyone. Some of them instantly relaxed at his sentence, making him softly smile at them. Lucius turns around to look at his son, who is playing with his dragon Patronus, smiling softly at the sight of how happy his son looks. And then he looks at Harper, who is playing with his otter by himself. He then looks at Hermione, who is looking at her starling Patronus. Then he looks back at Harper. Harper's otter runs around his body, leaving behind a magical mist around him. 1 second later, the otter suddenly stops in front of him, head peeking over his shoulder. Then, the otter swept away from him, running away from something. And 1 second later, a dog passed by him, chasing after the otter. Harper at his head, a confused expression on his face. "They look like they're having fun, don't you think?" Ron asked, stopping to stand beside Harper, head turned to the otter and dog. Harper lets out a laugh when the otter stops, faking a surrender, and moves to the side at the last second when the dog was approaching the otter, crashing into the wall in front of them instead of the otter, who looks like they're laughing at the dog. "Yeah, they're having fun all right," Harper said, looking beside him at Ron, who looks like he's about to let out a laugh as well. 1 second later, the dog pulls themselves together and starts chasing the otter again. "Do you know what dog is that?" Ron asked, turning his head to look at Harper. Harper turns his head away from Ron to look at the dog again, studying them. "Looks like Jack Russell Terrier," he answered, turning his head to look at Ron. "They're a breed of small terrier," he said, smiling softly at the dog, who now has his otter in its grasp. "Is this what you do in your free time?" Draco asked, his Patronus flying around above them as he joined them. "Read about dogs?" he asked, looking at Harper, who was looking at him with an unamused expression making him laugh. "I just have a lot of free time, Draco," Harper answered anyway. 1 second later, Caden, Harry, and Hermione joined them. Caden has a matching dragon Patronus like Draco, showing everyone that Caden doesn't really hate Draco even though they kept picking fights with each other every day. "You must be super smart then," Caden said. "It's not useful here," Harper said, looking up at the two dragons flying around each other. "Yeah, but still," Caden said, leaning his head against Draco's shoulder. Behind them, they can barely hear Lucius giving instructions to some of the students who are still struggling with conjuring a Patronus. 84. 3 months have passed ever since Harper and the others have returned to Hogwarts. It was weird for the quartet of how calm it is after everything they've been through. Harper has visited the library a lot in those 3 months, wanting to learn some random stuff just in case he needed it for some unknown reason. Nothing has been happening between him and Ron ever since the Patronus charm. He and Ron talked, but nothing else happened. Though, he did notice that every time he was caught talking with Ron, Harry and Hermione kept sharing looks behind their back. Harper noticed it one day, with Ron noticing at the same time as him, and asked Ron what was wrong with them, and Ron didn't have an answer to their antics either. Harper wanted to ask them about it, but every time he tried, they always changed the subject before he could question them. The most terrifying thing was Hermione not knowing a recipe for a potion she wanted to make. Everyone in the classroom was shocked when she asked Harper that. Even Draco looked at her like she'd lost her mind. So Harper moved on from the Harry and Hermione strange antics. He didn't even try to ask what was wrong anymore. He just acted like he didn't see those looks they shared behind his and Ron's back. He and Henley still write to each other. He has also found out that Henley has been placed in Beauxbatons Academy by his parents, having been in an agreement with Madame Maxime for Henley to be in their school. Henley said he will always think of Hogwarts as a place in his heart, even though he's studying at Beauxbatons. Though he did mention that he loves the Beauxbatons uniform. Right now, Harper is walking in the Forbidden Forest alone. Yes, he knows it's a bad idea. This was the place he was taken away from. He's just aimlessly walking, though he is looking for the Thestrals that he had met for the past 3 months. It was weird for Harper to not see the Thestrals where they always are. He was expecting to see the Thestrals playing around, but there's nothing in sight where he's standing. He looks around the forest, expecting to see the Thestrals, but finds nothing. There's not even a sound that will lead him to where they are. He sighed, about to turn around but stopped when he heard a twig snap coming from his right. He snapped his head towards the sound, eyes widening as something ran out of the shadow, running towards him fast. Harper didn't even get to defend himself before he was knocked down onto his back, groaning as his back hit the hard ground. He tried to take out his wand, pointing to the figure standing on top of him, but didn't get the chance to do anything before he was knocked out by a rock smashed against his head. His last thought before he passed out was, he shouldn't have said anything about this year being peaceful. Ron looks around the Great Hall, his seat that he has always saved for Harper empty, wondering where Harper could have gone for him to miss dinner. He sighed, looking in front of him where Harry and Hermione are talking about the dark arts class. He looked at the entrance when the doors opened, but slumped down when it was only a Hufflepuff. He looks back at Harry and Hermione, still not noticing that Harper is missing. "Oi," he said, gaining their attention instantly. "Have any one of you seen Harper?" he asked, concerns filling his chest as he wonders where Harper could have been. Harry and Hermione shake their heads, looking at the empty seat as if it could tell them where Harper is. "Do you think he's fallen asleep in the Forbidden Forest?" Neville questioned from his right, having heard the conversation. "Why does he always keep going there?" Seamus questioned from beside Harper's empty seat, turning his head to look at Ron. "Didn't he get captured in the forest?" He questioned again before they could answer his first question. Ron waits for 3 seconds before answering Seamus, holding up his index finger. 1. He has got Thestral's friends in the Forbidden Forest, he said, shutting Seamus down before he could open his mouth. And second, yes, he said, placing his arms on the table as he looks around the Great Hall again, glancing back at the entrance every few seconds. But there's no sign of Harper anywhere. And there is a chance Harper might have fallen asleep in the forest, he said, sighing. "Do you think Professor McGonagall will let us leave and look for Harper?" Hermione asked, concern starting to fill her chest now. "I think she'll say to let the teachers take care of it," Dean Thomas said from beside Hermione as food started appearing in front of them. "Then we should tell her about Harper," Harry said, not even finishing his words before Ron stood up from his seat and walked towards the high table. "Ron," he exclaimed, standing up and trails after the Weasley. Professor McGonagall looks up from Lucius and looks at Ron, who is now standing in front of the table. "Mr. Weasley, is there something I can help you with?" she asked, giving him her full attention. "Yes, Harper is missing," Ron answered, gaining concerned looks from Professor McGonagall, Lucius, and others in hearing distance. "Last we heard from him, he told us he was gonna be in the Forbidden Forest with the Thestrals," he added. "I'll go look for him in the forest immediately," Lucius said, standing up but stopped when the headmistress opened her mouth. "You shouldn't be going alone, Lucius," Professor McGonagall said. "Harper is a strong student and will be able to defend himself. If he is missing, you will be too," she said with concern. "What do you suggest then, headmistress?" Lucius asked, waiting for her instructions. Professor McGonagall looks around the Great Hall. Suddenly an idea comes to her mind instantly. How many members do the packs have? She asked, looking at Ron. A lot, ma'am. Ron answered, a small smile appearing onto his face. Professor McGonagall nods, standing up. Then tell them to meet at the entrance of the Forbidden Forest. She said to Harry and Ron, who nodded and ran to their tables. 1 second later, Caden and Draco joined them in looking for Harper. Wherever Harper is, she hopes that the boy is okay. Ron looks into the dark forest in front of him. His concern for Harper wins over his fear of what's in the forest. Ron tries his best to not listen to the packs making theories of what has happened to Harper, and all of them don't sound good. Do you think an escaped Death Eater has come to take revenge for Harper because he lied to the Dark Lord? Do you think a ministry worker has sent a Dementor to Harper to give him the Dementor's kiss? Do you think someone has key? Ron shakes his head to remove those thoughts from inside his head, squinting his eyes as his eyes get used to the dark. His eyes widened slightly when he saw something familiar lying. It looks like a normal stick, but it's not. 2 feet away from him. He did remember the place the Thestrals was hanging about was much farther away from this. Ron glanced around him at the packs who were waiting for the teachers and started walking towards the wand. It only took 2 minutes to walk towards the wand with his long legs. He kneeled down and did a light charm, taking the wand into his hand and studies it. Yep, it's Harper's wand. Ron! Draco yelled out, making Ron flinch as he stood up to look at the blonde. What did you find over there? He asked, watching as Ron started approaching him with something in his left hand. Ron holds up Harper's wand, showing it to everyone who is now looking at them. Harper's wand, he said, sighing again. So, he must be close. Cho said but frowns when Ron shakes his head. This was not the place where the Thestrals are. Ron answered, his concern has now doubled. That means someone placed it there, he said, looking down at the wand in his hand. He squints his eyes when he sees some dark spots on the wand, recognizing it as blood. Mr. Weasley, what did you find? Lucius asked, approaching them with the teachers following close behind him. Harper's wand, Ron said, giving the wand to Lucius and leaning in close towards the teachers. There's blood on it, he whispered, looking at Lucius, who was now frowning at him. Lucius looks at Professor McGonagall, who is standing beside him, looking at the wand in his hand. Let's all search around the forest and come back when you find something, Professor McGonagall said to everyone, who has now gone quiet, and everyone nods in understanding, starting to walk into the forest to look for Harper. She stops Ron before he could follow them, him turning to look at her with confusion shown on his face. If something happens, change into your animagus and run. Ron nods and starts walking into the forest to find Harper. Alive, hopefully. 85, Ron sighed, stopping in the place where he knows Harper possibly got taken away. He doesn't know how he knows it. He circled around, glancing around him, expecting to see anything and seeing nothing to show that Harper was captured here, making him sigh again. He did freeze when he heard a twig snap behind him, but before he could do anything, he was knocked back to the ground, making him groan. He turns on his back, pointing his wand in front of him, but sees nothing in front of him. He was filled with confusion, but before he could think about it more, his wand was taken out of his hand by a spell. His eyes widened, changing into his wolf, and didn't get the chance to run as he was knocked by another spell into a tree, making him whine in pain. He howled into the sky, hoping that someone could get to him before he was taken away. The last thing he saw before he was knocked out was 2 familiar figures of Draco and Lucius Malfoy, running fast towards him. But they were too late. Draco and Lucius stop where they heard a wolf howling, looking around with their light charm but sees nothing. Draco kneels down, picking up the wand before standing up and shows it to his father. Look at this, he said. It's Ron's wand, he said, looking at his father. Do you think Ron was captured as well? He asked, concern filling his face. Lucius nods. I think he is, he said, looking up from the wand to look around again but sees nothing, not even a sound of the Weasley. Let's go meet up with everyone, it's getting late, he said to Draco. We're not even gonna try to look for Ron? Draco questioned, furrowing his eyebrows. Draco, there's not even a trail for us to follow, Lucius said. The last we heard was a wolf howling and there's no trail of a wolf body being dragged, he said, sighing softly. Let's meet up with everyone else and tell them what happened, he said, looking at his son who has a concerned look on his face. He placed his hand on Draco's shoulder. We won't stop looking for them once we talk to them, he said truthfully. Draco sighed, nodding slowly. All right, let's go, he said, shoulders slumping down as he follows his father to the entrance of the forbidden forest. Ron wakes up with a small yell, sitting up from the hard, cold ground. He calms himself down after a few seconds, glancing around the cell he's in. Ron, a voice questioned, making him snap his head towards the familiar voice. Harper? Ron asked, slowly crawling towards where he heard Harper's voice and tried not to flinch when a hand softly grasped his wrist. Is that you? He questioned as Harper huffs out a laugh at the question. Who else could it be? Harper said in a joking tone, trying to make the situation light. He gently pulled Ron towards him, making the Weasley sit down beside him to fill the heat in the cold room. You've been out for 2 hours, he said, making Ron's eyes widen. Just like me when they took me. Who are they? Ron questioned, turning his head to look at Harper who is missing his eye patch, showing his blind left eye to him. Harper shrugs, leaning his head on Ron's shoulder. I've got no idea, he said. They wore masks, he said, feeling Ron's shoulders tense against his head. Not the Death Eater mask, he added quickly, and the shoulders relaxed again. What was the last thing you remember? Ron asked, leaning his head back against the wall. Getting knocked out by the masked person, Harper answered, sighing. What about you? He asked, glancing up at Ron. Getting knocked out by the masked person, Ron said, repeating Harper's words, making the brunette smile. What have you been doing in here? He asked, glancing down at Harper. Trying to find a way out, but found nothing so far. Harper answered. Wah? Ron didn't get to finish his sentences when the door suddenly opened and a person with a mask entered the room. Harper was right about the mask not being the Death Eater mask. It looked scary for him. He didn't know how Harper is not freaking out, but he takes it all back when he glances at the Granger in the corner of his eyes. There's fear shown on his face, eyes, body, and everything else. Ron hates it. What do you want from us? Harper asked, voice filled with confidence, but there's still some shakiness heard in his voice. We have nothing we can give you, he exclaimed, glaring his eyes at the person. The person only let out a small laugh, holding up a bottle filled with a green liquid in their right hand. You being here already give us what we want, they said. Ron and Harper can hear the smile in their voice. And what is that? Ron asked. Children's, the masked person said, watching as Ron and Harper tensed. Are you mad? Ron exclaimed, eyes widening in shock. Can't you see we're both lads? He said, looking over at Harper and sees the Granger heavy breathing in fear. Harper? He questioned softly. The masked person lets out a laugh again. It looks like your friend already knows what I'm going to do with you two, they said, crossing their arms over their chest. Ron ignores the masked person, only looking at Harper who looks like he's going to get a panic attack. Harper, what is it? He asked, turning his body to look at Harper. Puppies, Harper let out, voice said in a whisper. Though, Ron still heard him as his eyes widened. The conversation from when Ron had just finished his animagus spell. Looks like we'll get some pups after all. Ron's face paled, looking up at the masked person. You won't force us to change into our forms, he exclaimed, moving his hand so he was holding Harper's hand, who instantly gripped his hand tightly. That's why I'm holding this, the masked person said, holding up the bottle before throwing it in the cell. The bottle breaks as it makes contact with the floor. The masked person quickly leaves and closes the door. As a green mist suddenly fills the room, Harper starts coughing from beside Ron, his eyes bleeding out red before disappearing again as his body is slowly turning into a brown fur. Ron starts coughing as well, his body slowly turning into the familiar red fur. As the masked person walked up the stairs, they smiled widely as they heard a growl, a thud, and a whine. In just 5 seconds, 3 months have passed, and there's still no sign of Ron and Harper anywhere. They've looked everywhere in the forest, with the help of Hagrid, but there's still no sign of Ron and Harper. The last thing they found was Harper's eye patch found by Hermione and Marcus. Some people have started creating some theories about what has happened to Ron and Harper, but their theories never make sense and were quick to be shut down by Lucius and the headmistress. Harry and Hermione have looked around the castle as well. They've looked everywhere, even the secret passageway, but found nothing. The headmistress has even asked for the ministry and or help, but there's still no news of Ron and Harper at all. Harry and Hermione went back to the burrow to tell them everything they knew about Ron and Harper's disappearance. And when they were about to went back to Hogwarts, they promised they'll keep them updated on Ron and Harper's disappearance. They don't even know what the thing that has captured them. They don't know if the person is walking through the crowd with them. So it was a surprise on March 1st that a familiar howl sounded from the Forbidden Forest. It got everyone in the castle's attention. Why? Because it was still light out. Every student and teacher was instantly moving to the Forbidden Forest, and they stopped when they saw the familiar brown and red wolf. Relief instantly filled the teacher's body at the fact that Ron and Harper are still alive after missing for 3 months. Hermione was about to move forward, but froze at the sight of 2 small brown pups standing in the middle of Harper and Ron. The pups almost look the same, except their eyes' colors are 2 different colors of brown and blue and brown. Their fur is a combination of Ron and Harper's fur and eyes. They're beautiful. Everyone gasps at the sight of the pups, just noticing the pups who are now playing around under Ron and Harper's bodies. Harper, Ron? Harry was the first to break the silence, slowly moving towards them. Ron and Harper seemed to share a look and start changing into their human form, standing straight and looking at everyone anxiously. The pups are now sitting by their legs, bodies tensed. Harry and Hermione noticed that Ron and Harper's clothes are still intact, except for the blood splattered on their clothes and face. There's no scratch at all, and they look the same as the day they were captured. They also noticed that Ron have more bloods on him than Harper. Mr. Granger, Mr. Weasley? Professor McGonagall was the second to break the stunned silence as Ron and Harper turned their head to look at her. "Why don't we go to my office and talk about what has happened?" she said, and everyone seems to agree. "I'll get you 2 new clothes," Neville said, leaving with Marcus behind him before they could utter a word. "What about Leslie and Tanner?" Ron asked, making them freeze once again as they all looked at them and then the pups. The pups look up at Ron, sniffing the air before simultaneously sneezing. Professor McGonagall smiles softly at them. "They can come with us," she said, and turned to every student. "All of you go back to your classes, except you 4. She said, pointing to Caden, Harry, Draco, and Hermione. The 4 nodded, looking at Ron and Harper, who took the pups into their arms, starting to follow Professor McGonagall, ignoring the whispers from the students. 86. Harper softly smiles at Leslie and Tanner. The former is chasing after Tanner in the headmistress' office. They were careful to not knock anything down. Beside him, Ron lets out a small laugh when Leslie was the one that got knocked down. They have matching eye bags and dark circles under their eyes as they look at their childs. They have now changed their clothes to the new clothes Neville has brought for them. Neville and Marcus leave them to their own thoughts after giving them their clothes. Leslie and Tanner move towards them, jumping up to the couch, and Leslie lays on Ron's lap, while Tanner lays on Harper's lap. Harper softly scratches behind Tanner's ear, gaining a purring sound from the boy on his lap. Caden, Harry, Draco, Hermione, Lucius, and Professor McGonagall are watching them with an intriguing expression. "Harper," Hermione said, breaking the silence, and in making Harper look up from the pup. "What happened?" she said softly, watching as Ron and Harper share a look again, wondering who's gonna tell the story of what happened and why they have 2 pups with them. Ron sighed and started telling them the stories of how they were captured and how they had to kill the people that had killed them to escape the cell. When the masked person has thrown the bottle filled with green liquid, Ron and Harper instantly lose control of their wolves. They don't remember much of what happened, but after the mist inside their mind disappeared, Ron instantly checked up on Harper, changing back into his human form before making sure that he's fine after he's noticed that Harper looks more tired than ever. Ron didn't get to do much before the door was opened again by a different masked person, this one much taller, and the masked person pushed 2 plates of food into the cell. Ron was confused to see a really well-done food given to them. But Ron didn't pay attention to the food. only checking up on Harper, who has not moved ever since the mist has disappeared from their mind. Ron tries to wake Harper once again but stops when the masked person calls out to him and points to the vial on Harper's plate. Ron was confused as to what it was, and the person was nice enough to answer him. It was a healing potion. When Ron heard that, his breath hitched, thinking that he had hurt Harper without meaning to. He didn't give it a second thought and had forced Harper to drink the red liquid. After waiting for a few seconds, Harper changed into his human body. Harper is now all right and filled with energy again. He's okay. Ron sighed with relief when Harper opened his eyes. Harper looks at Ron with eyes full of confusion, wondering what had happened to them after they were hit by the green mist. Ron tried his best explaining to Harper what happened to them, but even he didn't know what happened to them. Ron and Harper time in the cell was filled with silence, not knowing what to talk about since they know everything about each other. Then, 1 month and 9 days hit. Harper starts groaning when it hits midnight, and Ron is instantly filled with concern again, wondering what was happening to Harper. Ron tries to call out to the masked person again, but no one comes after 5 minutes. Harper was still groaning, and after 1 minute passed, Ron was shocked when Harper suddenly changed into his animagus form in front of him. Ron noticed the bulging stomach on Harper's wolf, his face changing into a realization as he quickly changed into his wolf and helped Harper from pushing the babies, out from his stomach. 30 minutes passed and 2 pups were pushed out of Harper's stomach. They looked healthy. Ron does his best to take care of Harper and the pups. After a few more minutes, Harper stands up on his paws, looking at the pups Ron is taking care of. 1 week passed, and Ron and Harper decided to name the pups Leslie and Tanner. Another week passed, and the masked person tried to take the pups away from them. Fortunately, Ron was awake at the time and instinctively changed into his wolf and bit the person's arm off. And then time passed with Ron and Harper taking care of Leslie and Tanner. It was when Leslie and Tanner were playing with each other and bumping into the wall and cell bars that they decided to make a plan to escape. 1 week before today, Ron and Harper told Leslie and Tanner to fake sleep, and then they waited before a different masked person opened the cell door to take their pups, and then they struck, catching the masked person by surprise. And then they went feral and killed everyone in the room to survive, while dodging left and right from the killing curse spell that was sent towards them. After they were finished killing everyone in the building, they want to go back to the cell and get the pups' attention and ran out of the building. They then went ahead and found a way to go back to Hogwarts. Ron takes a deep breath, leaning back against the couch as he finishes telling their stories, looking up at everyone who was stunned with the stories except Harper. "Both of you must be tired," Professor McGonagall said, breaking the stunned silence as Ron and Harper looked up at her. "Why don't you two rest up at the dormitory?" she said. "What about Leslie and Tanner?" Harper asked, speaking for the first time since they entered the headmistress' office. "You can bring them with you," Professor McGonagall said, smiling softly at the two who returned the smile, though their smile looks more anxious. Ron turns his head to look at Harper, holding Leslie to his chest as he helps the brunette to stand up. "Come on, Harper," he said. Harper nodded and held Tanner to his chest and walked out of the Professor McGonagall office with Ron behind him. Harper softly laughs. His wet curly hair is pulled back from his forehead. He looks into the tub where Leslie and Tanner are being washed by Ron, who is sitting beside him with a fond look, and Harper. "You two need to calm down," Harper said, laughing again when Leslie tried to knock Tanner down but failed yet again. "We're trying to wash you," he said, and takes Leslie into his arms and goes into the shower. Did he forget to mention that he's not wearing any clothes except a towel around his waist? Harper pushed his head out of the shower door, looking at Ron. "You take care of Tanner, while I take care of Leslie?" he asked. Ron nodded and stood up to take his clothes off. Harper moves back into the shower and pulls his towel off, hanging it on top of the shower door. Harper kneels down and places Leslie down onto the floor, standing back up and opens the water. He tested the water to make sure it was warm and started washing Leslie, who has now calmed down. After Harper finishes washing Leslie, he wraps his towel back around his waist and picks Leslie up from the floor. He slid open the shower door and carefully walked out of the shower so he won't slip. He looks up from the ground to Ron, noticing that he has also finished washing Tanner as well. "I might need another shower," Harper joked as Ron let out a small chuckle. Leslie is a really messy boy, he said, smiling fondly at the pup in his arms. Tanner's calm, Ron said, looking down at Tanner in his arms. You should take another shower then, he said, looking up from Tanner to Harper. What about you? Harper asked, tilting his head to the side, slightly making his hair fall onto his face and making Ron smile fondly at them. What? He questioned, wondering what got the Weasley smiling. Leslie copied your gesture, Ron said, shaking his head fondly. It's cute, he said, taking Leslie from Harper's arms and walks out of the bathroom to give Harper privacy. Harper smiles softly at the closed door before turning back into the shower, pulling off his towel and starts showering for the second time. It was a mistake to shower first and wash the pups second. Ron places down the pups on the floor, flinching back when the pups shake their body to remove the water. He playfully glares at the pups, who look guiltily up at him. The door behind him opened and both Harry and Hermione entered the dormitory with his and Harper's wand in their hands. Hermione gave his wand to him, and Ron instantly used it to dry the pups up and made their makeshift beds. Leslie and Tanner instantly picked their beds and lay down, heads placed on their paws. After 1 minute, the pups' eyes flutter closed, falling asleep immediately. The shower in the bathroom stops and seconds later, Harper walks out of the bathroom with the towel wrapped around his waist, making his breath hitched. But he quickly pulls himself together and looks away from Harper to the sleeping pups. They fall asleep? Harper asked, making sure to keep his voice low so the pups won't wake up. Ron nods, smiling softly at the pups as Harry and Hermione sit on Harry's bed. Yeah, he said, turning his head to look at Harper. Must be tired from all those running and playing, he said, smiling when Harper smiles up at him. Yeah, Harper agreed, looking away from Ron. You should go shower, he said, playfully scrunching his nose in disgust. You're nasty, he said as he dodged the hand that was coming towards him, laughing. Ron slides his hand around Harper's waist as he passes by him, smiling when he feels Harper shivers against his hand and enters the bathroom with his sleeping clothes in hand. Harper looks at Harry and Hermione and sees them turned away from him, giving him privacy to put on some sleeping clothes. He makes a sound after he finishes slipping on the clothes, sitting down on Ron's bed. It was silent, saves for the pups snoring, for a while until Hermione softly clears her throat to break the silence. Are you two ever going to be together again? Hermione asked, turning her head away from the pups to look at Harper. Harper shrugs. Honestly, he said, looking down at his hands. I've got no idea. He answered truthfully, looking up from his hands to Harry and Hermione. I don't know whether he wants to, he said, turning his head to look at the pups, missing the look Harry and Hermione share. What if he wants to? Harry asked, leaning his head on Hermione's shoulder. Harper was silent for a while, listening to the running water in the bathroom. I'm happy to give him another chance, he said. I can't take care of the pups alone. Harry and Hermione share a smile as the water in the bathroom stops, and 2 minutes later Ron walks out of the bathroom in his pajamas, noticing that Harper is sitting on his bed, making him smile. Sleeping together? Ron asked, placing the dirty clothes in the basket and sitting down on the bed and pulling himself back to the headboard. If you don't mind, Harper said shyly, leaning back against the headboard, placing him side by side with Ron. I would never, Ron said, smiling. 87. Leslie and Tanner run around the Quidditch pitch, having got Madam Hooch approval so the pups could keep themselves busy while Ron and Harper studies, while watching out for them for danger. Leslie finally got to tackle Tanner to the ground, and he gets off of Tanner 1 second after. Leslie celebrates by spinning in circles while Tanner watches him with an unimpressed expression. Tanner turns his head to his parents, eyes lighting up when he sees his parents sitting close with each other while studying for their classes. No doubt that they're whispering to each other as well. Tanner ed his head when Harper suddenly blushed, looking away from Ron to them. Harper waves at him when he notices him staring. Tanner barked at them, tail wiggling happily behind him. He lets out a broken bark when Leslie suddenly knocks him down again. Tanner got up from the ground, turning his head to look at Leslie, glaring his eyes at him. Leslie whined, scratching the ground in front of him, telling Tanner that it was all a joke and that he wanted to play. Tanner's anger instantly dissipates, wagging his tail up and getting ready to play with Leslie, who instantly perked up at the sight of his playful energy. But they didn't get to do anything when their parents called out to them. They perked up when they smelled of something delicious by their parents. Tanner turns his head while Leslie looks over his head, noticing his parents' friends are walking towards his parents with a basket filled with food. Leslie and Tanner run towards their parents, joining their parents on the blanket that was placed on the grass. They watched as their parents waved their wands and the books on the blanket moved into their respective bags. "Hello, Leslie." "Hello, Tanner," Aunt Hermione said, smiling softly at the pups as she placed the food she brought for the pups in front of them. Leslie and Tanner barked in greeting their aunt and uncles, and they started eating the foods. "How did you get uncooked meat?" Ron asked, looking up from his pudding to Hermione as Leslie's ear perked up, telling them that he's listening to the conversation. "Professor McGonagall," the four friends answered. "Oh, how's your parents taking this, Ron?" Draco questioned. "Surprisingly well," Ron answered, though there's some bitterness heard in his voice. "What's wrong?" Harper asked, placing food down to look at him. "Dad is taking it well," Ron answered. "I don't know about Mom," he said, turning his head to look at Harper. "Dad's was the only one who sent me a comforting letter. Mum sent a howler." Harper makes a sound at the back of his throat like he's not happy. "She's your mother. A mother is supposed to support you through everything," he said, huffing at the thought of Molly sending Ron a howler. "Yeah," Ron muttered, playing with the tie of his clothes before he looked up to look at Harper and Hermione. "What about your parents?" he asked. "They're fine with it." Harper was the one who answered after sharing a look. "I just can't bring them home because they're wolves," he said after Ron looks at him with confusion. "You can bring them to the manor," Draco said, after thinking about it for a while. "My parents wouldn't mind," he said. "We don't either," he said, nodding his head to Caden, who was peacefully eating his food. "Thanks, Draco," Harper said, smiling. "Don't worry about it," Draco said, returning the smile. Leslie and Tanner moved their heads up, licking their lips as they finish eating their foods. Tanner let out a small burp, and soon after Leslie burped as well. Leslie turns and lays on his back, Tanner following his footsteps and lays down on his back as well. "They must be full," Caden said after hearing the pups move. Harry nods, smiling softly at the pups who look like they're falling asleep. But the pups didn't get asleep when Harper picked them up and started telling them that if they fall asleep now, they won't be able to sleep tonight. Leslie and Tanner's answer was to whine to him, playfully glaring their eyes at him, but they stops when Ron's eyes bleed out red. Ron's red eyes disappeared, showing the normal blue eyes that everyone is used to. He looks at his friends, holding back a laugh at their shocked expression as they look at him, except Caden, who has a neutral face, not knowing what has happened. "What?" he asked, picking up his pudding and started eating it, as if it's a normal thing to have red eyes. "Your eyes," Hermione said, stunned. "What's wrong with his eyes?" Harper asked, letting off the pups and cupping Ron's face with his hand, checking his blue eyes. Though he looks like he's holding back a smile as he gazes into Ron's eyes. He let go of Ron's face, picking up his food again as he looks at his friends. "There's nothing wrong with his eyes," he said, hiding a smile behind his food. "It was red," Harry exclaimed as Leslie and Tanner ran away to play again, their tiredness long gone after being talked to by Harper. "When did that happen?" Caden asked, his voice calm as he finished his food in one bite. "It was ice cream, and he regretted putting it all in his mouth. When we were captured," Harper answered, placing down the empty plate in his hands and wiping his mouth with a napkin. "Yeah, I guess it came to me while I was taking care of Harper," Ron said after their friends looked at him with their mouth open. "Close your mouth, you're gonna get flies," he said, and their mouth closes. "What does the red eyes mean, though?" Hermione asked, the first one to get out of her shock. Ron and Harper both shrugged their shoulders. "We've got no idea," Harper said, turning his head to look at Leslie and Tanner playing 2 feet away from them. Ron looks at Harper, who is sitting with Caden and Marcus in the Great Hall, talking about some stuff he couldn't hear, while Harry and Hermione are talking beside him. He softly sighed under his nose, catching the attention of both Harry and Hermione, who turned their attention away from each other to Ron. "What's wrong?" Harry asked. Ron looks at Harry, noting the concerned expression on his face. He shakes his head. It's nothing, he said, looking back towards Harper and softly smiled as he caught Harper laughing at something Marcus said. Let me guess, Hermione said. That nothing is Harper? She asked, looking at Ron who sighed, making her roll her eyes. Ron, if you want another chance with him, you should go talk to him, she said as Ron looked down at the table. Nothing would happen if you just stared at him from a distance, she said softly, placing her hand on his back. What if he doesn't like me back? Ron asked, looking up from the table to Hermione. What if… He stopped talking when Hermione held up her hand at him. No, Hermione said. No? Ron questioned, confused. What do you mean, no? I mean no, Hermione said, turning her body to look at Ron. Do you want me to say it in Spanish? No, she said, smiling in satisfaction at the stunned expression on both Harry and Ron's face. You should go to him and talk. Staring at him won't do any good, she said. Ron sighed again, flinching when Hermione smacked at the back of his head. Ow, he said, rubbing his head as he looks at Hermione, who rolls her eyes. Hermione grasps the back of Ron's collar, pulling him towards her. Talk to him, or I'm gonna do it for you, she said, and Ron's eyes widened at her words. She let go of Ron's collar and pulled away, looking at Harry, who looked amused by the whole interaction. Ron sighed, glancing at Harper, who was still talking with Caden and Marcus. He glanced at Hermione, who was looking at him expectantly. He stood up and began walking towards Caden, Marcus, and Harper, though he only has eyes for Harper. Harper looks up when Marcus whispers to him that Ron is walking their way, eyes lighting up at the sight of the Weasley walking towards them. Ron, Harper said after Ron stood in front of him, smiling at Ron, who nervously returned the smile. What can we help you with? He asked, ing his head. Can I talk to you? Ron asked, clenching his fists by his side before he relaxed his hands. He glanced at Caden and Marcus, the latter having a knowing smile on his face. Alone. Harper squeezed Caden and Marcus' hand and stood up, turning his head to look at Ron. Where should we go? He asked, looking up at Ron. Outside the Great Hall should do, Ron said, and Harper nodded. Well, lead the way, Harper said, and Ron nodded. He trails after Ron, giving an excited smile to Marcus and Hermione, who give a thumbs up with a smile to him. Harper walks out of the Great Hall, stopping when Ron stops walking and turns around to look at him. What do you want to talk about? He asked, placing his hands behind his back as he idly plays with his fingers. I think you already know, Ron said, clenching his fists once again before he relaxed his hands, all while looking at Harper. Harper nods, not guilty at all. Yes. He dragged out the word, looking up at Ron. But I want to hear you say it, he admitted, smirking. Ron huffs out a laugh, looking down at the ground and licking his lips before he looks up at Harper, who's patiently waiting for him. I want us to get back together, he said, studying Harper's white and brown eyes. You can do better than that, Harper said, crossing his arms over his chest, smiling. Ron nods and thinks about his words in his head before he looks at Harper again. I love you, he said, his chest filling with satisfaction when Harper's eyes widened, having not expected the words. I was an idiot to be mad at you for protecting yourself, he said. I shouldn't have been mad at you, and try to see from your perspective. Harper looks up at Ron with a gaped mouth, still in shock, but he pulls himself together, smiling at Ron as he wraps his arms around his neck. There's still some time for me to forgive you, he said, stopping Ron from talking by pecking his lips. But, he said, I'm happy to take you back into my life, he said, and watches as Ron's eyes lit up at his words. Really? Ron asked, not believing it. Really, Harper said, smiling. He giggles when Ron pulls him into an affectionate kiss, Ron smiling into the kiss before pulling away to look at Harper. I love you, Harpsicle, Ron said, pecking Harper again, smiling happily. I love you too, 1-1, Harper said, smiling. Epilogue. Asa Butterfield as Leslie and Tanner Weasley. 6 years have passed since Ron and Harper got back together again. It's more like Harper deciding to give Ron another chance. which he is forever grateful for, and will never do anything that will upset Harper. 3 years ago, Ron proposed to Harper at the beach where they have their third date. 2 years later, Ron and Harper will now forever be called husbands. 1 year later, Ron and Harper bought a home in a quiet place. They moved in with the help of their friends and families. Leslie and Tanner instantly claimed a room at the time, making Ron and Harper laugh at their excited expression on their faces. Leslie and Tanner have grown wonderfully since those years have passed. Ron and Harper were caught by surprise when they were about to check up on the pups 2 years ago and saw two boys instead, wearing a too big shirt standing in the middle of the bedroom where Leslie and Tanner slept. Ron and Harper's eyes widened at the time, looking at the two boys who turned their head to look at them. Ron and Harper instantly recognized the two boys as Leslie and Tanner, having seen the familiarity on their faces. Leslie has Ron's smile, laugh, antics, and his hunger for food, though he have Harper's knowledge and kindness with him. He has Harper's brown curly hair with the white streaks in some of his strands. Tanner has Harper's smile, laugh, antics, kindness, and his hunger for knowledge. He has hair that will looks like Harper in the dark and Ron's in the light. He have Ron's straight hair. Though, Ron and Harper were surprised once again when Tanner kept predicting what was going to happen to them. They didn't get to have their honeymoon yet because they were busy with their work, with Harper as the defense against the dark arts professor and Ron as an Auror. Thankfully, Professor McGonagall was nice enough to let Leslie and Tanner join Harper at Hogwarts. They had not had yet, not having the time for that as well. So it was not a surprise when Leslie and Tanner were at the burrow that Ron and Harper decided to take the chance to have again. Ron drags Harper into their bedroom, closes the door, and pushes Harper against the door. He dragged Harper into a kiss again, starting to take Harper's blazer and dress shirt off of his body. He pulls away to pull up Harper's undershirt off and starts to kiss down Harper's jaw and neck. Ron smiles into his skin when Harper lets out a whimper. He bites and kisses into his pale skin before pulling away to look at his work, smiling fondly at Harper's flushed face, who has his head leaning back against the door while breathing heavily. Ron watches as Harper takes a deep breath to pull himself together and looks at him with dilated eyes. He grins when Harper lets out another whimper, hips thrusting into him to get a fraction, but was stopped by Ron, who grips Harper's waist and holds him back against the door, making him whine. "Ron," Harper whined, begging Ron with his eyes. He whines again when Ron only smiles at him, not doing anything. "Please," he said breathlessly, placing his hands on Ron's shoulders. Ron squeezes Harper's hips, looking pointedly at the brunette. "Stay still," he said, and pulled his hands away when Harper nodded at him. He takes off his suit jacket, his blazer, dress shirt, and undershirt following. All the while, Harper watches with his bottom lip between his teeth. Ron looks at Harper, smiling approvingly at the fact that Harper listened to him. "Good boy," he said, and unbuttoned Harper's dress pants. He slaps Harper's hands away when he is about to help him, looking up from his pants to his face. "I'll take care of you, sweetheart," he said, pecking Harper's face and slipping off the pants and underwear off of his legs. Harper makes a sound at the back of his throat when his is hit with a cold wind. He looks down at his hard and red, leaking pre-cum at the tip. He looks up with Ron's index and middle fingers under his chin. Ron's thumb brushed over his bottom lip, taking the lip out of his mouth. Ron traces the Harper's swollen and red lips with his thumb, eyes half-lidded as he takes Harper by surprise by taking Harper's penis into his right hand. Harper lets out a choked moan, arching his hips forward instinctively, but stops himself when he catches Ron's eyes light up a bright red before it fades into his blue eyes. Ron starts moving his hand up and down Harper's length, enjoying the moans, whimpers, and whines he got from the brunette. He stops when Harper's moans grow louder, showing him that the brunette is close to his climax. Ron grins when Harper opens his eyes to look at him with confusion, pouting cutely at him. Why did you stop?" Harper asked, out of breath from the handjob alone. "Because I wanted to fuck you, baby," Ron said sweetly, gazing lovingly into Harper's eyes, who blushed under his gaze and words. He cupped Harper's face with his clean hand. "Do you want that?" he asked. Harper nods eagerly, making Ron smile at his eagerness. "Words, love," Ron said. Yes, I do," Harper said, gazing up at Ron's slowly darkened eyes. "Please, I want you to fuck me, Ron," he said. Ron's eyes has now darkened completely now. "Please," he begged one more time for good measure. "You beg so beautifully, darling," Ron mutters over Harper's lips. His voice has deepened from how much lust he is feeling for his husband in front of him. Harper blushed a darker red, whining again and arching his back into Ron's hips, shivering when his brushes against Ron's dress pants. Ron moves his hands down under Harper's knees, patting them 2 times and smiles approvingly when Harper jumps and wraps his legs around his waist. He easily carries Harper to the bed, softly placing him on the bed. Harper unwraps his legs from Ron's waist, moving back to the middle of the bed. Ron starts taking off his own pants and underwear. He opens the bedside table and takes out a lube and condom, but his condom was thrown away by Harper. He looks at Harper with his eyebrows raised in question, making Harper blush once again. "No protection?" Ron asked, moving up on the bed and joined Harper on the bed, moving down and started kissing the brunette. "No," Harper answered when Ron pulled away. "All right," Ron said, accepting the answer. He opens the lube and squirts some lube onto his fingers, moving his thumb through the lube to warm it up. He looks down at Harper, who is watching his fingers, making him smirk when Harper notices him staring at his fingers, instantly blushing under his gaze, painting his pale chest beautifully. Ron moves down his fingers to Harper's hole, smearing some lube around the hole, and then he slowly inserts his middle finger into the hole. He groans at the feel of the warm heat surrounding his finger. He can't wait until he has his inside his beautiful husband. Ron lets Harper get used to the finger before he moves when Harper starts squirming his hips down, so he could fuck himself with his finger. Though, he looks like he regretted it when Ron's finger hit a bundle of nerves. His prostate. Harper's eyes widened after having let out a loud moan of surprise, looking up at Ron, who had a smug expression clear on his face. Ron sees Harper about to open to mouth, so he moves his finger in and hits his prostate again, making him let out another moan. Ron starts moving his finger and starts fingering Harper. He starts with 1, then 2, then 3 until he hits the 4th digits. Harper is now begging for him to get to it and that he's ready, making him smile fondly at the brunette. So Ron decided to listen to him, gently shushing Harper when he started whining at him. Ron lubed up his and slotted himself between Harper's legs, wrapping Harper's legs around his waist. He positioned the head of his in front of the hole, telling Harper to breathe, and slowly pushed in. He smooths his hand down on Harper's stomach to soothe down the pain, giving him praise while slowly pushing in. Ron groans, relishing in the heat surrounding his while Harper gets used to the feeling of his inside his hole. Ron slowly moves when Harper nods at him to move. He moans under his breath when Harper starts squirming on his. Ron looks down at Harper, noticing the cheeky smile on the brunette's face, and growled. He places his hands under Harper's knees and places his legs on his shoulders, watching as Harper's face slowly gets excited by the seconds. Ron leans forward, planting his hands directly on each side of Harper's head, and starts thrusting repeatedly at Harper's prostate in a fast pace. Harper moans start pitching up the more Ron hits his prostate, letting out a mewl, and Ron recognizes those noises. Ron wraps his hand around Harper's length and starts moving his hand as Harper arches his back into the hand. 1 second later, Harper hit his orgasm, his cum hitting him right on his and Ron's body. Harper whines, trying to pull away from Ron's hand that was still around his oversensitive. Ron waits until Harper comes back from his head and starts thrusting again. He does it for a few more minutes before he finishes inside Harper, the brunette moaning and arching his back at the feeling of Ron's warm cum filling him up. Ron moves to lay down beside Harper, so he won't crush the brunette with his weight. He lays down on his back, wrapping his arm around Harper, who moves to lay his head down on his chest. Ron moves his head down and kisses the top of Harper's hair, moving himself so he could make himself comfortable, closing his eyes to fall asleep. They were once again caught by surprise when Harper was tested positive for the pregnancy test soon after. 12 years later, Ron and Harper walk side by side, pushing a single trolley filled with luggage. With them are their 4 children, walking towards the Great Sooth Station. People stare curiously as they weave their way to a barrier between platforms 9 and 10. Harper stops, looking at Leslie and Tanner, who share a mischievous look with each other and run through the barrier together, vanishing behind the barrier. Ron looks at Hugo, who smiles up at him and follows the twins into the barrier with Ron beside him. Harper looks at Rose, who was staring at the barrier, holding her trolley. "You all right?" he asked, gaining her attention. Rose nods, smiling up at her dad. "Yeah," she said, looking back at the barrier. "Should we?" Harper asked, holding onto the trolley. Rose nods without hesitation, making Harper smile at his daughter, and they push the trolley into the barrier. They emerge onto a new platform where a scarlet steam engine pours a white smoke into the air. Rose and Harper join their family, where they see Hermione and Victor talking with their children. Hermione waves at them when she sees them, a smile on her face. Victor nods his head at them, a smile on his face. "Will I see you in there?" Rose asked, looking up at her dad as they stopped by the train. Leslie, Tanner, and Ron help place Rose's luggage on the train. Harper smiles, cradling Rose's face. "You know it," he said. "If you wanted to ask something, don't feel bad to ask me, Professor Sawyer, or Professor Longbottom," he said. Rose nodded at him and walked into the train after hugging Ron and her brothers. Harper moves to hug his sons, and then moves to kiss his husband. "I'll see you soon, 1-1, he said, as Ron huffs out a laugh at the nicknames. "I'll see you soon, Harpsicle," Ron said, pecking his husband on the lips and watching as Harper entered the train with a fond smile. Please drop by the archive and comment to let the creator know if you enjoyed their work.